Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. We're going to get started. I understand that the state law currently requires that following announcement be made at the beginning of every remote public hearing as follows. Due to the current public health emergency, City Council committees are currently meeting remotely. We are using Microsoft Teams to make these remote hearings possible. Instructions for how the public may view and offer public testimony at public hearings of council committees are included in the public hearing notices that are published in the Daily News, Inquirer, Legal Intelligencer prior to the hearing, and can also be found on phlcouncil.com. I now note that the hour has come. Mr. McDermott, would you please call the roll to take attendance, and members that are in attendance will please indicate that you're present and whatever else you may choose. Mr. McDermott, please call the roll.
Councilmember Bass.
Good morning, Council President and colleagues. In Philadelphia, I am present.
Good morning.
Councilmember Brooks.
Good morning, Council President and colleagues. And Philadelphia, I am present.
Good morning.
Councilmember Dom.
Good morning, Council President and colleagues and administration.
Good morning.
Councilmember Gautier. You are on mute, Councilwoman.
Sorry. Good morning, everybody. I'm present.
Good morning.
Councilmember Gilmore Richardson.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues. And good morning, Philadelphia. And thank you to the tech team.
Good morning.
Councilmember Green.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, fellow members of City Council, and good morning to the City of Philadelphia.
Good morning.
Councilmember Gim.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Council staff, especially. Thank you for another good week. And good morning, I am present.
Good morning.
Councilmember Heenan.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning.
Councilmember Johnson. Councilmember Jones.
Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues, and particularly the mothers within our body. Hopefully you had a wonderful day yesterday.
Good morning.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Councilmember O. Councilmember Parker.
Good morning, Mr. President, colleagues in Philadelphia.
Good morning.
Councilmember Quinones Sanchez.
Good morning, Council President and colleagues.
Good morning.
Councilmember Squilla.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues. Present.
Good morning.
And Councilmember Thomas.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues, and happy belated Mother's Day to everyone.
Good morning, Council President. I'm present. I was on mute, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Council.
You're welcome.
Okay, we're good. We've established a quorum. This is the public hearing of the Committee of the Whole regarding bills number 210-320, 210-321, 210-322, 210-323, 210-324, and resolution number 210-336. Mr. McDermott, please read the titles of the bills and resolution.
Bill number 210320, an ordinance to adopt a capital program for the 6 fiscal years 2022 to 2027 inclusive. Bill number 210321, an ordinance to adopt a fiscal 2022 capital budget. Bill number 210322, an ordinance adopting the operating budget for fiscal year 2022. Bill number 210323, an ordinance amending Chapter 192600 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Business Income and Receipts Taxes by revising certain tax rates under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 210324, an ordinance amending Chapter 19500 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Wage and Net Profits Taxes by revising certain tax rates under certain terms and conditions. And resolution number 210336, resolution providing for the approval of the City Council of Philadelphia of a revised 5-year financial plan for the City of Philadelphia covering fiscal years 2022 through 2026 and incorporating proposed changes with respects to fiscal year 2022, which is to be submitted by the mayor to the Pennsylvania Intergovernmental Cooperation Authority pursuant to the Intergovernmental Cooperation Agreement authorized by an ordinance of this council approved by the mayor on January 3rd, 1992, by and between the city and the authority.
Thank you, Mr. McDermott. Today, we continue the public hearing of the Committee of the Whole to consider the bills read by the clerk that constitute proposed operating and capital spending measures for fiscal 2022, a capital program, and a forward-looking capital plan for fiscal year 2022 through fiscal year 2027. Before we begin to hear testimony from the witnesses that we have for today, everyone who has been invited to the meeting to testify should be aware that this public hearing is being recorded. Because the hearing is public, participants and viewers have no reasonable expectation of privacy. So by continuing to be in the meeting, you are consenting to being recorded. Additionally, prior to recognizing members for questions or comments they have for witnesses, I will note for the record at this time that we will use the chat feature available in Microsoft Teams to allow members to signify that they wish to be recognized. In order to comply with the Sunshine Act, the chat feature must only be used for this particular purpose. Today, we will hear testimony from the Managing Director, Law Department, and the Chief Administrative Officer. Although the Managing Director will testify directly, SEPTA, Department of Streets, L&I, Fleet Management, Public Property, and Mural Arts are available for questioning alongside the Managing Director. When the Chief Administrative Officer testifies later today, OIT, Human Resources, Procurement, and Civil Service will be available for questioning. I'd like to apologize with this new format. It is had been established as a result of the COVID emergency, but in addition to which we have a condensed budget hearing process as a result of delaying the mayor's budget message to determine what dollars we were getting from the federal government as a part of the American Recovery Plan. And I must say we are fortunate that we did get a significant amount of money that will allow us to not have as a draconian budget as we had predicted earlier. Mr. McDermott, first, the name of the first person we have on the list to testify is?
First person to testify is Tumar Alexander, Managing Director.
Thank you very much, and good morning to Mr. Alexander. Please proceed with your testimony, sir.
Good morning, Council President Clark and members of City Council. I am Tumar Alexander, Managing Director. Joining me today are a number of members of my senior staff, as well as departmental leadership from Streets, License and Inspections, Emergency Management, Fleet Management, Public Property, Rebuild, and Mural Arts. SEPTA leadership is also here with us this morning. The past year has been challenging, but I'm very proud of the efforts of these agencies across the Managing Director's office and how they responded to the challenges we faced. In FY2022, we're expanding efforts to meet these issues head on and serve the residents and communities of Philadelphia. I will briefly highlight some recent accomplishments and key activities expected in the coming year. Office of Policy and Strategic Initiatives for Public Safety and Criminal Justice, $18.7 million of additional funding will be invested in FY22 on anti-violence efforts for a total of $35.5 million. New investments include the expansion of proven violence interruption programs, new transitional job opportunities, and new resources for community improvement and neighborhood-based grants. Streets Department, expanding its ongoing efforts to maintain our streets in a state of good repair through the infusion of $100 million of additional funds for the capital budget for resurfacing. Streets projects the completion of 57 road paving miles in FY22. Office of Transportation, Infrastructure, and Sustainability, through new capital investments in traffic safety improvements, Streets and Office of Transportation, Infrastructure, and Sustainability will expand its efforts to decrease traffic fatalities in Philadelphia, targeted at street injuries where the highest, targeted at the streets where injuries are the highest. Sustainability. With leadership from the Sustainability Office, the city is making significant gains to reduce greenhouse gas by managing building energy use. Current emissions are down 39% in municipal buildings. Department of License and Inspections. License and Inspections will continue to innovate to ensure the safety of our buildings and construction. Following a successful rollout of Project Eclipse last year, L&I will implement a mobile program so inspectors can work from the field, and other innovations to provide rapid and expert assistance. Emergency management has been critical in coordinating the many efforts over the last year to respond to emergencies and disasters, including supporting $97 million of COVID-related expenditures for testing, quarantine, and vaccinations. Fleet management is ensuring that employees have needed vehicles while proactively improving the diversity of their team. To date, Fleet has hired over 63 individuals through its high school apprenticeship program into permanent positions, 88% of whom are people of color. Public property has been working hard to ensure quality, safe facilities and workspaces while reducing costs. One of the many spaces being stood up in FY22 will be the opening of the Philadelphia Public Service Building at 400 North Broad Street, moving police headquarters, moving the police headquarters, Police District 6 and 9, and the medical examiners into their new home. Mural Arts will expand on some of its recent successful models to inspire change through participatory public art, including the Color Me Back Same Day program and restorative justice programs. These programs provide opportunities for individuals experiencing economic insecurity to earn wages, learn new skills, and connect to services and longer-term employment. Offers a rebuild from installing new spray grounds and slides to replacing leaky library roofs and building brand new multi-sport athletic fields in West Fairmount Park. Rebuild is developing stronger, more welcoming places where Philadelphia residents can play, learn, and grow. Launching 16 projects in FY21 and planning to launch 19 projects in FY22. This is just a sample of the exciting work of these agencies. Before I conclude my testimony, I want to recognize Fleet Management Commissioner Christopher Colchi, who is retiring after 39 years of service. Chris began his career in the Streets Department as a truck technician, joining the Office of Fleet Management when it was started in 1993, and rose through the ranks to become the Commissioner of Fleet Management. Chris displayed his love for the city through his drive for excellence and his leadership amongst a high-performing team of automotive technicians. On behalf of the city of Philadelphia, I wish you well, Commissioner, and thank you for your dedication and services. This concludes my testimony. Thank you for your time and your attention. I and my colleagues are happy to take any and all questions.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander, and I would like to wish Mr. Kochi happy retirement. No more calls about city vehicles broken down in the middle of the night, in the middle of the day, tires needed to be fixed. So I just want to thank him so much for making sure, not necessarily that the trains run on time, but making sure that the cars run on time. So congratulations to him, and job well done. Mr. Alexander, I wanted to start out with a couple of things that City Council has been working on over the past year, trying to deal with this anti-violence initiatives. We, again, another challenging weekend. I don't know what the final number was. I know at one point we had like 19 people had been shot over the weekend. That number could have been increased. Just very challenging times. And, not this year, but we can focus on what's going on here. One of the initiatives that council moved forward, and then after I want to ask you about the broader new normal budget, where council put in place a number of initiatives that went towards providing opportunities for people. City's council anti-violence and opportunities agenda is something that we're going to be clearly focused on in the upcoming year. But one in particular, we talked about, and I talked to you and the police commissioner and a number of activists. We actually just had a conversation a couple of days ago about being able to access information and resources in a very timely manner. We talked about our anti-violence network that essentially created a 3-digit number. Boom, I have a number of young people that want to do something, they want to take the right direction. Who do I call to make sure that I can direct them to a sports league or some other opportunities? We have a block group that we want to form to work with individuals in the community to set the quality of life in the appropriate direction. All these things, not a 911 number, that's law enforcement's responsibility, but a number for citizens and individuals who are getting ready to make a very, very challenging decision. 1 o'clock in the morning, making a decision whether or not to pull that gun out or to talk to somebody to be able to be talked down for making a very bad decision. Can you tell me where we are? I know council, I think we appropriated around $2 million out of our new normal budget to start the process. And I know there were some tech issues that you all had to resolve, and standing up the call center so we can be in a position to make sure. Can you tell me where we are with that?
Yes, Council President. Let me first start by thanking the City Council as a body for providing that funding that was so needed. But it was about 1.5 million set aside through the new normal money for that project. The Managing Director's Office is sort of taking the lead on coordinating with departments such as ourselves, Office of Information Technology, and the Department of Behavioral Health to put a program together where we could stand up that hotline. As you mentioned, that we envision that hotline as being 24/7, being ran by folks who are very, very knowledgeable around not only anti-violence initiatives, but also knowledgeable around the resources and the neighborhood folks, and having that expertise level as well. I suspect that within the next few weeks, we'll be able to come back to you and the members of council with a program and try to stand up.
So I think somehow you got muted.
Sorry, Council President. I'm not sure what part I got muted on, but let me just say that we're working with our Office of Technology, the Department of Behavioral Health, the Managing Director's Office, and other anti-violence departments to stand that hotline up. I suspect within the next few weeks, we'll be able to come back to you and your colleagues with a plan and a strategy on how we plan to implement that program. We're looking at implementing it before the end of this fiscal year, our current fiscal year.
All right, so I would like to set a timeline at the end of the budget process before we vote on the money.
Yes, sir.
The other thing, I had when Commerce Director was on the other day, and we talked about the direct nexus between opportunities and having access to those opportunities, be it job, be it entrepreneurial experience, be it some type of positive activity. So in that conversation, Mr. Rashid said he would like to participate in that. We make sure he's in that mix too, because based on the conversation that we've been having with a lot of the advocates, a lot of the individuals that are out there on the street every day, they talk about times when they're out on the streets and talking to people, and people say, look, if I can just get an opportunity for a decent job, or if I can start a business, I'm really ready to focus my life in the appropriate direction. So whatever level of commerce related activity we can have in job training, Philly Works should also be a part of that. And then I know we're going to have a broader conversation about our strategies as it relates to that. So I appreciate that. A question that keeps coming up. Last year, we talked about shifting workers and departments away from the police department that shouldn't, frankly speaking, be in there. One of the more significant ones was shifting crossing guards out of the police department, and I believe there was a commitment to do that. Can you tell me where we are with that?
Yes, sir. I think I answered a little bit on the 5-year plan. Question came up around the same. We're currently in the process of, currently right now, certainly the crossing guards and the budget for the crossing guards sits on the MDO's payroll. We work in concert with the police department, who's still providing some administrative functions for the crossing guards. We, due to timing and due to the way we have this to sort of respond to the pandemic last year, we couldn't fully assume all of those roles and responsibilities for the crossing guards. So it's sort of a cross sharing right now. We suspect before the end of this calendar year to be able to shift all of the administrative roles for that program onto the Managing Director's Office. And we're working towards that right now.
That's around almost $12 million, right? Am I correct? Is that number
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. You have approximately 573 budgeted positions for FY2021, yet we're only looking at 390 are filled in the current fiscal year. How will we be filling those positions, or are we want to continue to have vacancies in those positions? And if so, why?
No, Council President, we plan to fulfill. We plan to fill most of those positions, including 75 of those positions will be new civilian dispatchers for police 911 radio system, and some of those positions also include various certain grant-funded positions. Certainly, throughout the course of last year, as we saw budget cuts in last year's budget, we were conscious about not filling those positions, not understanding the reality of the future budget crisis. So, as you mentioned right up front, with the support of the federal government, we were able to sort of have a more positive outlook this year, and certainly not look at many budget cuts or deficits that's similar to what we looked at last year. So we're going to look to fulfill and hire for most of those positions.
Okay, thank you. I see we have rebuild on today. Can we have probably the Department of Recreation on standby? Because there's I know a number of projects that are being funded through rebuild, and then there are a number of projects that are being done by the Department of Recreation, and sometimes there's some confusion on my behalf about who's doing what. So what I'd like not to have happen today is we're asking rebuild questions about some particular centers or the status of projects, and then they say, well, that's recreation, and then we don't get the answer today because they're not on. But that whole, shifting of focus has been somewhat confusing to us, at least to me, to some degree. That would be helpful if you can have records on standby, please.
Absolutely.
I'm actually haven't abused my timeline, but I'm going to hand it over to my colleagues. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning, Managing Director Alexander. Let me state for the record that last week during the Commerce Department's budget hearing, we heard that one of our long-term employees, Dwayne Baum, was retiring. And for those of us who have been in government over the years, just like we've watched Dwayne with his institutional knowledge, we've watched you as well, Managing Director Alexander, without any pomp and circumstance, serve multiple mayors and administrations in what I often call the diplomatic fixer's role, the complex problems that you fix for Philadelphia neighborhoods, and definitely being a branch between the legislative body and council when it's been very uncomfortable. For that, I wanted to say thank you. You've assumed this position and you've always been grace, under fire. Even when I call you raising Cain at any special time, you're always grace under fire. And for that, I want to say thank you. With that being said, Director Alexander, I want to start with something that's bothered me even pre-COVID. When we think about essential employees, frontline workers, folks normally think about police and fire. And normally we don't think about the streets department, and I'm particularly talking about our sanitation workers, the water department workers that are working underground. With that being said, from the departments that we are going to hear from today, many of them that fall under your purview, streets, L&I, OEM, SEPTA, fleet, public property, I consider them frontline workers. And I know these departments have demographic information about their employees, but I want you, if you can, to give us some demographic information about our city's frontline employees that have contracted COVID. I was asked this the other day, how many city employees, have contracted COVID-19? And Sherelle, what departments and divisions, are they in? And once we know that, do we have any racial, ethnic, and gender breakdown of the employees who have contracted COVID? How many of them have recovered and or how many of them have succumbed to this virus? Is this data that your office has in particular for the departments that fall under your purview?
Councilwoman, thank you. Thank you for your kind remarks in the beginning. This is data that our department can work to pull together for you and provide in an Excel spreadsheet or some other form to Council President for distribution to the members. I will say that, not knowing a specific number right offhand, most of our departments, including the managing director's office itself, have seen some impacts as it relates to COVID. Certainly, you mentioned a couple of the frontline operations, police, fire, sanitation, prison workers, Department of License and Inspection employees that go out to do inspections, go out to do clean and seal, our click workers that go out and work on the street each and every day. All of our departments have had some sort of significant challenges, excuse me, as it relates to COVID. So I'm able to have my staff work on providing that information to the chair.
Thank you for that, and I look forward to receiving that information so we will know how our city workers have fared during this pandemic. And I want to turn my attention, Director, to an issue that Council President noted, and this is something that's often frustrated me. When I think about all of the work that we have done here in the city, I think one of the challenges that we often have is very specifically and meticulously, outlining our role as a connector, connecting people in our city to the services that we have available. So with that being said, when I think about, the president talked about our new 3-digit, number, right? In the midst of the crisis, when somebody needs to be connected to a service, and you talked about, in the next few weeks, standing that up. I also want to know, is it possible to, aside from that 3-digit hotline number, to house lively in a space on the city's website all of the organizations that we have funded, particularly gun violence prevention organizations, so that if I live in, zip code 19120, can I click on zip code 19120 and, all of the organizations that the city has funded, get connected to their telephone number, or their website, because I want to be connected to something that is near me. Can we work with OIT and figure out a way to make that happen here in the city of Philadelphia? Because it's not that organizations aren't doing the work in neighborhoods across the city. The challenge is people getting connected to them. Can we make that possible?
Councilwoman Parker, I believe short answer to your question is absolutely yes, we can make that possible. I believe we already do some form of this as it relates to the violence prevention grantee. So I'm going to ask Erica Atwood to join me and sort of answer that question, but absolute answer to your question is yes.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for your question, Councilmember Parker. My name is Erica Atwood. I serve as Senior Director for the Office of Policy and Strategic Initiatives for Criminal Justice and Public Safety. And to kind of provide further details to what Managing Director Alexander mentioned, yes, Councilmember Parker, with my team, with my portfolio, we are pulling together an asset map that is focused on our areas who are the most vulnerable to gun violence. We are using it internally to kind of begin to assess needs and fill gaps. Our goal is to make this an external mapping system, an asset map that citizens and council will be able to utilize to understand what is in their neighborhood, what programs and services they can take advantage of.
Thank you, Erica, for that response. And that's exactly what we need. And I like the term that you use to describe it, an asset map, right? Because we have services that we are providing. But if, I'm not connected to a council person, if I don't connect with government, because I'm working 3 jobs and I'm just trying to find a way, being able to click on my zip code and get connected to those organizations that are working in my neighborhood is extremely important. Just for the record, I don't think we as a city have ever done that well. And so if there's anything that we can be doing to be helpful in that effort, please reach out and let us know. My final question for this round is going to be, Director Alexander, I want to know, can I get an Excel spreadsheet that shows funding over time for all of the departments that fall under your purview? And so, and I really would like to see what it looks like for the past 15 years, but I would like like it to be adjusted for inflation. And the reason why I asked for this information is that I have a hunch that while we may see the dollar amount for these departments, that it's increased over the past 15 years. But, again, if we adjust for inflation, I think many of them have effectively just been flat funded, right? While at the same time being asked to do more with a whole lot less. So I would like to see what those numbers look like. And Mr. President, I'll now defer and put my name on the list for the second round.
Thank you,
Councilmember. Council President.
Go ahead.
Councilmember, we could work with Budget and Finance and my team to put that information together for you.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. Next up, Chair recognizes Councilwoman Canona Sanchez and then Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Council President. Tumar, I also want to echo what Council Member Parker was saying. I appreciate you and the work you've done and, your service, always a straight shooter. And, I appreciate you all the time, particularly when we're in battle, when we agree, but particularly when we disagree. I always appreciate the level of professionalism and caring that you bring to the situation. So with that, one of the things I asked the Chief of Staff, Jim Engler, was, what is different in this budget? You hear people talking about equity lens, after COVID, stuff we knew pre-COVID. Can you speak to me what you asked your departments to do as they prepared their budget for this year? And what kind of realignments that you insisted on so that we can get to a better place? Can you walk me through that?
Yeah, I think the biggest, thank you, Councilwoman, for your remarks. I think the biggest realignment we made was around the Office of Criminal Justice and Strategic Initiatives. We early on, when in the conversations, I wanted to make sure that those departments, which was formerly members of the Criminal and Public Safety cluster, I wanted to be a little more intentional about how those departments work together all around addressing the issue of violence. So I asked Erica Atwood to come work for the administration and work on this activity for me. But it talked about, not only how the Office of Violence and Violence Prevention looks to solving the issue of violence, but it also talked about what role the Office of Reentry plays in that, what role the Office of Criminal Justice Policy plays in that, what role the Office of Town Watch even play in that. And I wanted all of those offices to sort of be on the same strategic wavelength and working together to figure out, to help, throw some resources at this issue. Similarly, I think our departments, I can't say enough the role and the job that our departments did this current fiscal year in the midst of a very, very, very challenging pandemic that none of us foresee, which is the issue of COVID, but also in the midst of this epidemic around gun violence, right? So our departments never shut down. Our departments continue pushing out services to individuals. Some of those departments realigned to provide services that we didn't envision before that year, such as Clipboard, food warehouse, and make sure that we provide food to our citizens, such as
Alexander, hold on a second.
Yes, sir.
We had a little challenge. We catch that. Ms. Alexander, can you repeat the last couple of sentences? Your mic.
Yes, sir. And I'm sorry, I'm getting a bad network quality, so I may. Okay, I'll try to repeat. I'll try to repeat. I was just talking through how some of the departments have sort of answered the call and the challenge of the last year. Certainly, those departments still provide essential services to our citizens, but also those departments that was sort of stepped in the void, where there was areas that we needed to help with, such as supporting the Office of Children and Families to stand up these access center programs, along with the school district to ensure that our young people was receiving a quality education, working with our CLIP employees, working with Fill Abundance and the SHARE program to make sure we were providing food for our citizens throughout this pandemic. So all of our, Councilwoman, all of our departments sort of meeting those challenges and goals. I think the key question when I talk to commissioners, or the key statement that I always push out, is making sure that we're pushing out making sure that we're performing our services to a quality standard for our citizens in a way they expect our services to be delivered. So you see some investments, whether that's investments in violence prevention, investments in the street repaving program, investments in the street sweeping program that you'll hear a lot about later on today. All of those type of investments we certainly need. And then certainly as it relates to the issue of opioids and opioids response, you'll see some of the investments and how we're asking the departments to sort of take a look at all of the work we're doing in the Kensington community as being a hotspot, right? And figuring out what more work we could do down there, figuring out how we could coordinate better with some of the activities and work. So a lot of that's around cleaning, but a lot of that also is around programming. How do we reprogram space? How do we work with neighbors to ensure that this summer, as we're looking to reprogram their community centers and their community parks, how are we supporting them, whether that's public safety, whether that's through volunteerism, and certainly how our community services cluster had looked to reprogram some of the resources and getting some resources down to the community group. While it's not a lot, but it's resources that they could sort of say they could apply for and then look to see what they want to do with those resources. So all of that being said, that's how in a way that the managing director's office is trying to push out those services and do some things a little differently than what we've done last year as it relates to these communities and those challenges.
Yeah, I would argue that every single department has a role to play around poverty, blight, and the coordination. And I'm glad you brought up the issue of Kensington. As you know, Councilmember Squilla and I, we had a hearing and we'll have another one. This spring and this summer has to be different, and Kensington has to be a barometer to what we should never allow to happen in any part of the city, but particularly in a poor working class community. In that regard, I'm going to send over in writing for the purposes, because we have this condensed budget cycle session, I'll send over a letter. I really want us, similar to what Councilmember Parker was talking about, I really want us to itemize the investments we're doing there. I believe that there's a lot of investment going on, but I think to your point, we got to leverage it better. It has to feel better. Behavioral health, millions, streets department and police department, who have been phenomenal, for residents of Kensington. Those are the only two things they see and they feel. And I think we need to get folks in Kensington to believe that, the investments we're making are about them. And I don't think folks in Kensington feel that. And definitely when you look at Kensington, it doesn't look that way. So I'll send over something in writing as it relates to that. And then lastly, again, for the purposes of the record, one of my biggest frustrations, and this is why I said, how do we look at things in equity lens, has been this discussion we've been having about a health center and a potential health center being built in a community like Frankfurt that needs investment also. Can you speak to me, and for the record, how are we going to ensure that we're really going to have a fair process and that the health department feels like they can also play a role in helping to preserve and uplift a community, since there's so much frustration about the response by our social services to Frankfurt?
Yeah, thank you, Councilwoman. I think as it relates specifically to Frankfurt around a new health center 11, we've sort of made a commitment to you and commitment to that community organization and those neighbors that will continue that conversation. Certainly in the midst of us looking for a new site for that, the health department, along with his partners, looked at many locations and tried to figure out what was the most feasible and most prominent location that we could sort of stand up in a quick way. What I will say around the Frankfurt area in particular, I do understand those health disparities really significantly affects that neighborhood, and we want to work with you, work with other elected officials, and certainly work with that community organization to ensure that we're putting some services down there. So I look forward to those continued conversations. I know we are likely scheduled to have some conversations later on this week. There was a letter sent to us by the Frankfurt CDC that we should be having a response out to pretty shortly, and also some other letters and emails that we received. So you have my commitment as the managing director that we would continue those conversations with that organization and that community.
Thank you so very much. I look forward to working with you on that. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Council Lady. Chair recognizes Councilman Jones.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Managing Director Alexander, I really get a kick out of saying that to you. So you got hit with 3 waves You got hit with the pandemic wave. You got hit with the social justice, George Floyd, I'm sorry, and then Walter Wallace wave of criminal justice. And then you got hit with the economic downturn. And that kind of made us go from prosperity to cutting our budget. And now with the possible relief coming from Washington, I'm not sure out of the $342 million, how in your budget, how that was impacted the number of staff. Have you right-sized the ship based on all of these fluctuations and turmoil to prosperity? I mean, how have you retooled to be able to implement what we might be able to do this fiscal year?
Thank you, Councilmember Jones, for your question. We have not yet. So what I will say is, if you look at our role and our number of employees that we had last budget, looking forward to this upcoming fiscal year, I can't say that we've replaced each and every employee who we had to lay off, or certainly we haven't replaced every dollar that we had to cut in that budget. What this budget represents to us is some investments on some very key initiatives to us. And it also signifies a step forward with us and how we're making, how we're bringing some of those organizations back to their standing, or back to what I will call the pre-pandemic budgetary standard. So if you look at the investment in the Office of Arts and Culture, certainly they're not at the amount of money that we had pre-pandemic, but those investments represent a significant jump that we're making. And, a lot of folks like to mention that Rome wasn't built in a day. So certainly we're looking at multi-year investments to these organizations and programs that as we're trying to right size our ship. What I will say is that I think we certainly, when folks often ask the question of what would you do with more funding, I think the answer to that is that we would spend it efficiently, effectively, and push out services to our citizens. But I think this budget does represent a commitment for us and addresses some of the structural challenges we've been facing, many of which you mentioned. Violence has always been an epidemic to the city of Philadelphia since I was a young man, and so it's an issue that's near and dear to my heart. How we've navigated through this pandemic, and certainly through the economic downturn and the civil unrest, as you mentioned. So I would say this isn't a cure-all budget for us to sort of look at and say we've replaced everything dollar for dollar, person for person, but it's a look forward budget to where we're beginning to start.
So there are several departments that I'm keenly aware of some of the problems and need some help from the administration to solve. Prisons jumps up at number one. My members, Brooks and my members, Gim, took a tour most recently up there, and Commissioner Carney is one of the bravest individuals I've ever had an opportunity to walk with. But it's almost unfair to think that the ratio of staff and some of the situations based on her ongoing negotiations with labor that can only be addressed by an increase in resources. Where are you at on the prison budget?
Council member, I think I'll try to answer. I'll try to answer as succinctly as I can to that question, understanding that we do have the managing director's office and Office of Public Safety again up on Wednesday. So we'll have the prisons commissioner, police commissioner, and fire commissioner here to testify in detail. As it relates to the prisons budget, we're working with prisons. As you mentioned, we know the impacts that COVID and the pandemic has had on prisons, not only in terms of how we had to shift and change operations up there, but also in terms of that's a congregate care facility, right? That's a facility where residents aren't allowed to leave. So, if you looked at this pandemic and some of the issues with this pandemic, certainly those congregate care facilities, whether they was nursing homes or prisons, was affected very much by COVID. We've tried to work with Commissioner Carney, give her and her staff and her executive team support. I think you all know some of the challenges around prisons, talking about attendance, talking about the number of employees who are out on any particular shift, talking about the challenges of how you getting inmates access to services. Talked about the fact that for the last year and a half, those inmates haven't been able to see their relatives or their families in person. Certainly, we've shifted to a model to where we're doing video interviews or video visits, but that's not the same as seeing your loved ones sort of sitting across from the table from you. So certainly the mental health and the impact of all of the stuff that not only employees, but also the residents of our prisons has been going through is an issue for us. It's something we're trying to help Commissioner Carney on. I was a little late onto this call this morning because I was talking with Commissioner Carney and others about some staffing challenges we had this weekend that led her to working a shift as a correctional officer, working a shift on one of the wings this weekend, like Mother's Day, right? And that's sort of the all hands approach to this that we're trying to take. So I look forward to talking a lot more in detail come Wednesday as it relates to prison budgets, as it relates to the needs, and as it relates to some of the challenges that they have and some partnerships that we're going to need to work through with both council and with the union folks. So for all of us to sort of move ahead and put the prisons on a good footing as it relates to the safety for not only the staff, but also the safety for the residents.
So we're going to be
Mr.
taking.
Could I just ask for a quick point of clarification?
Yes. I mean, the president has to tell you yes.
Who's that? I'm sorry.
This is Councilmember Gim.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilwoman. Yeah. Chair
Just a
recognizes
brief-
Councilwoman Gim for point of information.
Thank you very much, Council President. Thank you very much, Councilmember Jones. But to Managing Director Alexander, the prison's population has increased by 15%, from 4,200 to close to 4,800, and the vacancy is at 15%. So there are 280 some vacancies. Even if the absentee rate were quote unquote solved, we would still have a problem. And I think one of the questions that I know our body has is what is the plan to address either reductions in the population immediately or an increase in the staffing? Thank you so much, Councilmember Jones.
Yeah, yes, Councilwoman, and that's also challenges as it relates to the prison. So I know Commissioner Carney will talk in detail about our plan to bring on more classes. We're looking at making a commitment of at least 60 or so in each class for 3 classes, so we can bring on an additional 180 employees. And also, Councilmember Jones, I should have just let off with this number, and I apologize. This current budget recognizes a $9.1 million increase to the prison's budget. To Councilwoman Gim, I mean, the court system being closed throughout this pandemic also played an issue. So my first deputy managing director, Vanessa Garrett Harley, is really instrumental in working with you all and the CJAP partners on how do we reopen the court system. Certainly, there's been a lot of efforts made between all of those partners to sort of restart hearings. I know the prisons have a facility up there to where they've started having, where they've set up a space to start having hearings. I know certain police districts have also set up a space to where they start having virtual hearings. And then hopefully as we move through this next wave of how we're dealing with this pandemic, we're looking to do more of that. And certainly the vaccine support that we've set, sort of the vaccine issues and the way we've sort of rolled those out also will play a part in how we restart that criminal justice system, as the councilwoman said, so we can start getting some of those people who are up there, we can start getting them hearings and getting that court system rolling and getting some people home and then some people on to wherever it is that they're going to next.
Mr. President, I'm going to wait for the second round because Managing Director Alexander, you raise a great point. The courts, the police intersect with what's going on at the prisons. And we need to coordinate that a little bit better. CJAB is a wonderful mechanism to do that, but we need to take a deeper dive to figure out how this gun violence interplays with the courts, interplays with the district attorney, and interplays with probation and parole so that we get a holistic perspective of what's going on, not at the end of the cycle where there's another individuals shot and murdered, but what happens before that, that we can intercede and stop some of this violence. So I'm gonna wait until the second round, Mr. President, to kind of draw those correlations.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. We'll tee you up for the next round. Chair recognizes Councilman Johnson.
Thank you, Council President, and I want to take a moment to also acknowledge the hard work of our Managing Director, Tumar Alexander. Appreciate your commitment, appreciate you for picking up the phone at all times at night, as well as in the weekends. And so just want to take a moment just to acknowledge you first and foremost for your hard work and your dedication in this particular position. Even though you're from North Philly, always my guy. And so I see Daryl smiling as well. It's all good, but good to see you, Tumar. Quick question. So we know during this upcoming budget proposal, the administration has committed $70 million in new spending on violence prevention over 5 years. And for FY2022, it's $35.2 million for anti-violence spending. And so I just want to note for the record, that is 1% of the overall 5.2 budget proposal. And so I want to get an idea, how do the administration define the level of funding that should be invested on violence prevention programs in the midst of the gun crisis that we're seeing here in the city of Philadelphia? And what are the goals for anti-violence spending, and how are you going to measure the progress towards reaching those goals?
Thank you, Council Member. I'll start a little bit, then I'll kick it off to Erica for a portion of this response. As you said, I think we've seen that's a significant increase, and I think I started off this conversation by saying I don't think in any one budget you can ever have enough money to face, especially to deal with all the challenges you have, and certainly not within this environment. I will say we fought hard, and the administration and our Office of Finance and Office of Budget sort of saw that anti-violence was a priority to us and sort of awarded us with some of this money this increase that we're in front of you all with now. We could certainly, certainly we'll do our best to be great stewards of this money, and we want to put this money into programs that's really effective and it really goes to the root causes of violence. And certainly, a lot of these programs, we see and we put money into, especially from the prevention and intervention side. Folks don't always see the fruit of this labor like right away. This is more of a you sow a seed and you see it grow. But we certainly want to just make sure that the money that we're investing in programs that that work and have an opportunity to grow in our streets of Philadelphia. When you start looking at crisis intervention and the money that we have in here for our CCIP program, remember working with this council 2 years ago was the first time that we restarted that program that was once defunct, and we knew we had to grow that program with our partners from the Urban Affairs Coalition and the Philadelphia Anti-Drug and Anti-Violence Network. We had to grow that from scratch, and there was some learning, curves in the midst of that growth. But I was kind of heartened to be out in one of the neighborhoods and hear one of the captains, I think it was in West Philly, talk about how two of the PAN workers was really instrumental in getting them access into a certain citizen's family and into their house to sort of be able to be that partnership and have us be able to work with that family to see if we could, intervene on those young people that was causing some of this crime. And that's what the program is for. That's what the program envisions. That's what I envision and what I saw the anti-drug and anti-violence do and what they've done in the past under the leadership of folks like James Mills and Darrell Coates. So we're certainly trying to build that. I don't want to talk too much about that particular piece. I'll let Erica talk through some of the other investments we're making and why those investments are important. And then we could also talk about how we're evaluating those investments to make sure that we're on the right track with them. And once those evaluations come back, whatever changes we need to make, we certainly will make them.
For clarity, I know we put in a request for an independent evaluation. It's been a while now, and I have to be upfront and say that probably more than a year, more than 2 years. So at what point can we expect for that independent evaluation to be done by an independent consultant?
Erica, you want to talk about the evaluations of both GBI and CCIP?
Sure. So, Councilman, good morning, Councilman Johnson.
Good morning, Eric.
So for both of those programs, those evaluations, we've now got the independent organizations on board. GVI is in the process of data collection, and so I will have probably a better sense of the timing for results, even early results for the GVI data collection, maybe in about 2 to 3 weeks. We've just onboarded our consultant for our CCIP evaluation. Give me a little bit more time to be able to tell you when we'll have some results of that. We are just beginning that process. Part of the issue was finding a consultant, finding the right consultant, finding a consultant that understood that work in a very kind of nuanced way. I can't just have anybody going into and evaluating that type of program because we're not going to get the results that we need. So we wanted to do it right. And so understand that in these evaluations, there's not only what the program is doing, what the impact is and what community is saying about that impact. And kind of writ large as we think about investment in violence interruption, violence intervention and prevention. I'd also like for us to think a little bit about kind of what we do in our communities that we can remediate the violence. So there's one thing to take it away. It's another thing to build back something better. And so our investments now and how I'm looking at the sustainability of this work is not just about the removal of violence, but the harvesting of hope. And what that looks like in our communities. I live adjacent to your district. My family is in Southwest, and so understanding what that looks like in Southwest, in North, in South, and not just the removing of the bullets and the guns, but investing in the people that are there.
Can I ask you this? In terms of, I know from the targeted violence prevention grants, right? We've awarded somewhere around 10%, 15% since the program started. How do we go to scale, to invest in even more boots on the ground organizations that are out there doing that work? Obviously, I'm an advocate for additional funding for those types of programs, as well as expanding support for GVI, right? And more men on the street when it comes to the work that Pan is doing, like in the midst of this crisis. And so how do we, and I just had a meeting with your team to explain the process to some community groups. And I know that the first round was already closed, but we also have a summer process that's coming, and we still see homicides are going up. So how can we increase the width of support for additional organizations that's qualified that want to receive support?
So I think the biggest thing for me and my hope and dream with our targeted community investment grants is diversifying the folks that are getting the grants, to your point. And diversification of the folks who are getting the grants doesn't always mean giving more money or larger sums to more organizations. Sometimes it means who are the folks that you know that just take kids to Sixers games, and we give them $500 so they can take kids to Sixers games. And so it's really diversifying kind of who is asking for grants. And that is where we'll need your assistance in identifying those individuals and those organizations that need anywhere from $500 to $50,000. Right now, we are really focused on these $10, $20, $50,000 grants, but that's not the end all to be all. That's not what truly saves lives in the long game. The long game is who's in my life every day that's deterring me from getting into something. And sometimes that person doesn't need 50,000. Sometimes they just need 50. And so if we're looking at our grants, we're looking at how we're truly investing in community. We have to invest on all levels, and we have to really kind of unpack our thinking about dumping money into neighborhoods and how are we truly getting a return on our investment. And it means diversification of who we're investing in. And it's not just the larger organizations that we, or the credible messengers that we absolutely are knowing that we know are doing good work, but sometimes it's the dad that adopts 10 kids from his block.
And Council President, can I humbly just get this last question in there, if you don't mind, regarding the Ready Chicago model in terms of investment? Just can you, Erica, what's the dollar amount that we're going to do for the investment for that particular program, the Ready program?
Sure. Our initial investment is $400,000, and that's a combination of city funding and philanthropy funding. That is for the feasibility study and the building of the model. That's for the immediate investment. The longer investment is we've set aside $2 million that we're really going to figure out how do we invest in that pipeline to training and careers, and so and support, and so we have just kind of gotten our scope of work for the feasibility study and the pilot building from Heartland Alliance, which is the umbrella organization for Ready Chicago. And we're going to hit the groundwork. We're going to, as soon as kind of their legal department gives us the okay, we're going to hit the ground running and what it means to kind of do a new model. And understand this new model it doesn't exclude the work that we've already been doing and the organizations that are already doing the work. It's a way of building bridges from not only the mentorship to the jobs, but also the trauma-informed care.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you very much, Council President. Thank you, Erica.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Gim.
Thank you very much, and good morning, Tumar.
Morning.
I also want to thank you for being responsive. I'm going to try and cover 3 areas if I can in our few times. So if we can't quite get to everything, it's okay to keep some of the responses relatively shorter. So my first question is about eviction prevention. We know that eviction prevention has been one of the most successful efforts in the pandemic, reducing evictions in the city from 20,000 to less than 5,000, while still distributing more than $60 million to help address rent debt, keep landlords whole. We've done this more than any other single industry in the city. In the past year, we've been working with our city agencies on regulations for right to counsel, which passed unanimously in the city council body in 2019. And I want to make sure that we avoid the problems we had last year. Like last year, we scrambled at the last minute for PEP funding. It turned out to not be in the right program. And so, there were problems with that. We delayed right to counsel. This year, PEP has been slashed in half. Right to counsel is yet again unfunded. The PEP RFP, I believe, is going out this week. And right to counsel needs time to ramp up, especially given the fact that a DC federal judge ruled that, the national eviction moratorium may in fact not be holding. So given that this funding saves money, my question is, when can we expect a resolution on some of this?
Thank you, Councilwoman. Let me ask Deputy Manager Director Eva Gladstein to join us to be able to answer that question.
Good morning, City Council. I'm Councilwoman Gim, Eva Gladstein, Deputy Managing Director of Health and Human Services. Council member, the RFP for the PEP program actually was led about a month ago, and we've done a briefing on that, and the due date is later this month, so it is an active RFP. Within the RFP, we provided or asked anybody who responded to address the planning needs around right to counsel to get that program finalized and do the planning that would be necessary to actually implement it. We had created regulations for it, but they had not yet been publicly posted and shared with the public as is required for the regulations. And there's a significant amount of work that needs to go into the planning for that. So we anticipate working with our partners across the administration to resolve some of these issues over the summer months.
And the RFP is for how much, Eva?
The RFP does not define an amount that is available.
First of all, I want to thank you so much for your leadership on all of this. And you've been an incredible partner in trying to get this to see a real vision for what this looks like and how it gets actually operationalized. So thank you very much for that. But I think the question really is for the mayor's administration, Tumar, and, when can we try to resolve this? I know all these things are out there, but the question is when? Are we going to go until the end of June? Is it going to be I'm trying to avoid this last minute thing.
Yeah, Councilwoman, thank you for that. I as I've told you before in some private conversations, there has been conversation amongst that's sort of been led by the mayor's office and the mayor's chief of staff, bringing together a bunch of different cabinet officials and senior execs on this topic. So I think as we go through this budget conversation with council. Certainly that we'll look to hopefully bring some resolve to and bring some resolve to this issue and try to figure out where that investment should come from and what's most appropriate for that investment to come from. So I think that's ongoing conversations that we have throughout this budget process.
Okay. I just think it's going to take the mayor's hand because, different agencies are going to have their needs, but it's going to take a mayor's initiative to make sure it gets done. Thank you. So on youth, all my colleagues are sharing, along with the administration, the need to invest around gun violence. The Committee on Children and Youth has been spending a lot of time talking with young people in particular. 750 children have been shot since 2020. Over half of them are concentrated in just 25 schools. One of the things that came out of the dialogue that we've had with youth groups, organizations, and young people themselves is we need a specific strategy for young people. The questions that I have are you willing to work together to do some kind of a guaranteed programming, jobs plus programs for some of these young people in the concentrated neighborhoods? And can we consider a social worker or trauma-informed staff at, you've invested around Parks and Rec, but we really need staff people who are there as we further expand rec center programs and hours. Can we ensure that there's specialized staffing for trauma and social work for young people?
Councilwoman, I think you have our commitment that not only are we willing to work on those topics, Erica and Vanessa Garrett Harley have been really instrumental in working with the Office of Children and Families and Department of Parks and Rec and DHS and all of those folks as it relates to summer programming. So, I know a lot of that work is ongoing, but those folks, those two members of my staff are really embedded in that conversation. So you asked for short answers. So the short answer is yes, you have that commitment. And I just wanted to say that commitment is already ongoing.
Could they just speak a little bit to that? Erica, do you mind? Because I just want to hear about the guarantee. We had a long conversation with Cynthia Figueroa, and we've talked about the expansion, but there are just these are concentrated groups of young people, and what we're trying to do is guarantee teens in particular out of school time opportunities, not just work ready, but OST opportunities, and ensure that there's going to be supports for them, as well as good staffing that deals with trauma, in particular, conflict resolution, mediation, anti-violence efforts at the Parks and Rec facilities as we're trying to expand hours.
Yeah, good morning, Councilmember Gim. And so what I will say, and you heard it from Deputy Mayor Figueroa, and we are working closely with she and Commissioner Ali to not only assess the data that exists. So it's not only who's been shot, where they've been shot, what time they've been shot, and or it's not only young people who have been shot, but young people who have also been arrested, and those who have the curfew violations. And so looking at all of the nexus of vulnerability for our young children, our young people, and then kind of assessing what are the types of programs that they're going to respond to, that have the components that we need. And so we are committed to this conversation in looking at kind of the facilities that already exist that we can expand. And then I have committed kind of in my team is what investments can we make in the programming, to your point, that really will be received by the young people who are at the highest risk. So we can throw programs we can throw games, we can throw all kinds of things into these centers, but if the kids don't respond to it or it's not what they want, then we know that we've not invested in the right way. And so it's working with those folks who are on the ground, the folks that we in our cluster have impact or relationships with, that have the eyes and the ears of these young people. It's working and touching the young people that we have relationships with, that we know will need these centers, and making sure that we are responsive to their wants and their needs.
Okay, thank you. And I'm just looking for outcomes, a guarantee for these young people in particularized areas. But I'll ask on the second round. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilman Thomas.
Good morning, Council President. Like many of my colleagues, I do I want to start by thanking you, Managing Director Alexander, for your accessibility, your hard work, and all that other good stuff. And I'll also throw a special thank you in there for high school sports. We talk about gun violence, and I'm going to get into that a little bit too. But we never know how many lives we saved. And without you and your work, we wouldn't have had high school sports. And who knows how many more young people would have been falling victim to some of the horrific crime that we're seeing in our city right now. With that being said, I do agree with my colleagues as we try to push to be a little more diligent around this issue of gun violence. And congratulations, Erica, for your position again. But can you go back to some of the things you were just talking about as far as the opportunities that's available for people? Can you elaborate a little bit as far as what opportunities are available for people who really want to provide mentoring and programming to keep our young people safe this summer? Again, I know about the grants, but I like what you talked about as far as smaller dollar opportunities to be able to help with projects and programs. So I would like you to talk about that and elaborate that a little bit. But then I will also like maybe Mr. Alexander or someone else to talk about how do we get these quote unquote grassroots programs, some who've been grassroots since I've been a teenager, and the effective ones into a place of more of sustainability. So if we could just be brief on that, and then I can move into the streets department.
Sure. And so I didn't mean for there to be a separate pot of money or a separate system, or I didn't want that to be the understanding. It would be how are we diversifying the offerings through the targeted community investment grants? How are we better promoting those opportunities? How are we partnering with you all in council to promote those opportunities, not just for the larger established organizations, but for the individuals that might be kind of the head deacon at the Baptist church at the corner of X and Y. And so it's not a new program or new investments. It's how are we diversifying the investments that we already have.
Okay, got you. I'm sorry. That makes sense. And I will compliment and say I do see that in some of the recipients thus far, and I'm hoping that we can push and continue to go down that lane. But moving to this idea of sustainability, last week when we were in budget hearings, we had one organization who already received over $100 million from the city. And I've just made an argument that maybe 2.8 other 1 million can go to another organization to help begin to move and grow some of our and cultivate some of our quality programs in the city who just do not have the annual operating budget to compete with some other folks. What are we doing, and how can we move to a space and a place where we can challenge ourselves to do a little bit better as it relates to how we disperse these dollars? And I know we're going to do the procurement stuff in the afternoon. I'm going to do a deep dive into that. But I'm talking specifically about gun violence. Like, I know organizations that's been grassroots for a decade, that's been getting $10,000 grants and $20,000 grants for a decade, and they continue to get them because they do good work. And I'm wondering, why can't we move them into a different budget in a different pot of money that deals with overall public health and safety?
I think, council member, thank you for that question, sir. I think it's all around capacity building and how we play a role in helping those organizations build up their capacity, both as it relates to just violence prevention, but it also is giving them access to other funders as well. So that's certainly a part of, capacity building is a part of the targeted community investment grants. Councilman Johnson was talking about an orientation that some of those community members and organizations was going through. That's intentional for us and how we help those groups and those organizations. And then how do we, part of it is leveraging the good work that they're doing with our grant project. So when we get grantees or we get foundations or whoever that comes to us and say, hey, I want to help make a difference in violence prevention, what can I do to help? Right. So part of it is us trying to link those folks to these organizations that we know are on the ground doing great work. A lot of the challenges, I think, around organization, and I'm just speaking offhand, and I don't know in particular, but a lot of it is around how do you perform those back office functions. So
Right.
when you see an organization such as the Urban Affairs Coalition, who becomes a fiduciary to these folks and to these programs, that's sort of giving them that capacity to go after larger grants, so where they ain't got to worry about the administrative side of it. And then I've seen organizations sort of throughout the course of just my lifetime in government sort of work through small community organization, working with a fiduciary, and then gradually building up to where they're off on their own, doing all of their own work. So I think you're right, and we have to be more intentional from an administration side to how do we help play a role in that capacity building and what resources we're availing to these organizations and these folks, and quite frankly, what audience we're putting some of these folks in front of to be able to give, to be able to talk about their programming and be able to help them grow. If it's not on our grants, help them, maybe it's other department grants, maybe it's other foundation and other supports and other organizations that we can help them sort of grow their capacity. So that you've mentioned that's been a theme of your question, and that was a note that I intentionally took on during the 5-year plan hearing, is how can we, just the managing directors and organizations that we're doing on the anti-violence grants, how can we play a good part in that for those organizations to helping them build up that capacity?
I appreciate that. Thank you. And we are going to continue to push that. And what I'll do is, we submitted a lot of applications for partnership with Parks and Recs and schools on Friday. We have even more folks who we feel like are credible people in the neighborhood. Tumar, these are folks y'all. I know we got South Philly, North Philly. I'm an uptown guy. These are North Philly guys who who I think can really help us specifically with the mentoring and addressing some of the issues that we know that we're going to have this summer to try to prevent as much gun violence as we can. So I'm going to continue to push those organizations and those names to you and to other folks. And I'm hoping that we can put as many people in a position as possible to be credible change agents, not just this summer, but, helping our young people moving forward. I didn't hear the bell.
Can I have a point of information, Council President?
Yeah, I'm going to ask at 1 second, Councilman. I'm going to ask that whoever is, if we can achieve this, who's ever handling the bell, that you pause the time frame when there's a point of information or point of order to make sure that the member asking the questions get their entire time. Chair recognizes Councilman Johnson.
Thank you, Council President. I just want additional clarity. Tomorrow, you mentioned in terms of the increase of the funding for these types of programs and support that you had to advocate and fight for this level of increase. Can you just clarify it?
Yeah,
from a funding standpoint?
I wouldn't necessarily call it a fight, council member. It's just that any budget process, each department, and certainly the managing director's office is a part of that. Each department, we put in our justifications for how we want to get funded in the programs that we want, and certainly at the same time we have to put in scenarios around what will we cut to achieve that, or what cuts we were able to sustain as a part of the budget. So it's more of a process. If I said it was a fight, it was inadvertent on my behalf. It's just a part of the budget process. We don't have an infinite amount of resources. So in each department goes through this year in and year out. And certainly this has been the same method we've been doing in my years of government.
Yes. I just want to clarify that information, and I'm with you from the perspective of advocating and fighting, because each department have to fight for their budget, to kind of justify their spending. I just wanted to just highlight because we're in such of a state of emergency around the issue of gun violence, right, that your ask should be easy. And so I just want to just state that for the record, because the resources are definitely needed. They're now more than any other time in our history. So we don't hit that 600 number this year that we're targeting on. So I just want to clarify that for the record. Now, thank you very much, Council President.
Thank you. Councilman Thomas.
Thank you, Council President. Real quick on the street side before my time is up. Myself and Councilmember Jones, who promptly came on camera, we've been pushing for a significant investment in the 12% of the roads that produce the majority of the accidents here in the city of Philadelphia. We know last year we've seen more hit and runs than what we've seen in nearly over a decade. Yet, when we look at how we're investing as it relates to streets and infrastructure, it still doesn't reflect the request that we've been pushing for. as it relates to the 12% of the roads that produce the majority of the car accidents, specifically hit and runs. So I'm wondering, what will it take for us to see some movement as it relates to this issue? We've heard people give heartbreaking testimony, and honestly, they're not letting up on myself or Councilmember Jones or other people who they know are directly involved in this issue because of the committees that we chair. So since they're not letting up on us, and this is what they voted for us for, unfortunately, we cannot let up on the administration. So if you could just tell us where we are as it relates to investing in these roads, and I'll bet that by the time you're done, my time will be up, and I'll queue for a second round.
Thank you, sir. Really quickly, I'm going to call on Deputy Managing Director Mike Carroll to come on and talk about the investments we have with Vision Zero and how some of this money that we have set aside for paving will go to support some of those high injury networks. Mike Carroll.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas, Council President. So we've gone through and done a little bit of work to tease out how much investment's taking place in the FY22 budget, which will be directed towards the high injury network. And we've got about $30 million in total, which I would say are directed towards the high injury network. To break that down a little bit, we've got about $12 million in operating funds that are dedicated to the high injury network, specifically through projects that come through the Streets Department in terms of their traffic safety work, Vision Zero work, the ARLI, Automated Red Light Enforcement Camera program, which is focused on traffic safety. In addition to that, we have about $1 million of capital, which is devoted to matching funds that are made available at the state or federal level. So that $1 million can also leverage another $4 million of non-city funds. In addition to that, we have seen in the budget proposal an increase in paving dollars, which are focused on the whole city, but of those paving dollars, a total of about $130 million for FY22. My estimate is about 10% of that, between 10 and maybe $15 million, will be focused on roads which were part of the high injury network.
Thank you. I think that's a good start, but I mean, we're going to kind of push to do a little bit more. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about what kind of reductions in injuries you're aiming to see based on the 30 million that you described.
It's difficult to give you a precise number. Crashes are very noisy, if you accept that description. Sometimes you end up in situations where it takes a while for people to adapt their behavior to the measures that you've put in place. And so it may not be right away that you see improvements, but generally speaking, we find that when we're able to reduce speeds down to the 25 mile per hour range, you end up reducing the severity of crashes significantly. So we tend to think that about 90% of the people who are involved in crashes as pedestrians, let's say pedestrians or cyclists, where it's over 40 miles per hour, they tend to be killed. And people are basically about 40% when it's 25 miles per hour or less. And so you can see about roughly a 50% decrease if you can achieve that. So we tend to focus on the speed targets as much as anything else. And when we're able to go in and take these measures, our goal is more, in almost all cases, to bring the speeds down under 25 miles per hour. So that's the easiest way to talk about that. But we are hopeful that we're going to be able to do some analysis which does show having a little bit of history behind us since we've been working with the Office of Complete Streets, which was set up in 2016. Some of the improvements that we've seen on specific corridors where we've seen investment. It takes about 3 to 5 years to get the data that we need in order to kind of show a real trend. So shortly this year, next year, we'll be able to demonstrate a little bit of that improvement on those corridors we've focused on.
Point of information, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes Councilman Jones.
And I hate to do this to you, but MLK, when is it opening up? I've got 5 community groups that are ready to block the intersection.
We're looking to get that open August, first week of August.
My man.
And
That's it. That's all you got to say. That's all you got to say.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. President.
We will be reaching out to you, Councilmember Jones, with some information with respect to the improvements we want to make on MLK for your input. But we'll get that open August, first week of
Truly
August.
appreciate it.
All right.
Mr. Carroll, I still didn't hear a bell, Council President. So
Yeah,
I
somebody
don't
sleep
know what's going on, but it's okay. I don't mind.
Sleep at the
Carroll.
switch or sleep at the bell or something.
So if my question is this, so if based on what I'm hearing from you, it sounds like the type of investment we're going to see will put us in a position where we'll see less fatalities as it relates to car accidents, but not less car accidents. I'm reflecting back on the hearing that we had, and a lot of what we heard as it relates to testimony didn't just significantly talk about the reduction of speed. It talked about a complete change in design in streets and intersections, and it gave specific examples of what we need to do and what is wrong with the infrastructure in our city that puts us in a position where we see these accidents. Am I incorrect in my analysis? And if I am, help me understand help me understand my misunderstanding.
No, there's no misunderstanding. We are focused on intersections for sure and making intersections safer, whether it's figuring out ways to control them better, signalizing them, using some alternatives like roundabouts, narrowing the kind of corner treatments so people don't speed around corners and things like that.
So we want to see that, and I'm gonna go ahead and go, Council President. I won't wait until the bell. We want to see that. Can we see that on paper specifically? There it is, bingo. Can we see that on paper and see it specifically as it relates to the plans and the designs to the 12% of the roads that produce the majority of the car accidents? I'm going to tee myself up for a second round. Thank you, Council President, and thank you to the folks who answered the questions. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilman. Since we're on traffic, I haven't heard much about public safety officers, and we had stepped back to allow suspension of that based on the pandemic. So it will be good to hear a little more conversation about where we are with that, whose primarily focus was traffic enforcement. Seems like we've identified a significant amount of money for a number of different things. So I really want to know what we're doing with this, with our public safety officers, particularly as it relates to transportation and traffic-related issues. I know there was some reluctance by some people in the administration to move ahead with that, but where are we at with that?
Council President, we have that funding, I think around 1.5, 1.6. I don't know the exact amount in this budget here. So we expect to implement that program starting with, don't hold me to this number, but starting with around 20 or so public safety officers, but that's in our budget to implement this year.
Was it going to be integrated into the very detailed plan that Mr. Carroll just laid out? Sounds like there's been a lot of focus, and I'm supportive of that. But I don't ever hear, the deployment strategies, all the other things associated with these traffic issues. And again, there were some issues earlier, and I'm not letting it go away. So just to let you all know.
Yes, sir. It will be implemented in our work around Vision Zero. And as you hear us talk about those, our traffic safety plan, certainly we would have hoped, pandemic aside, to have this program up a little sooner. That wasn't the case, but I wanted to make sure that in this budget we did push that money forward and are prepared to implement that program.
As a part of the broader, very detailed plan that Mr. Carroll just laid out.
Yes, as a part of Mike's work,
put money in the budget. We got 20 people, and then I don't see them again.
Yes, sir. When we get them, I hope you see them and hope you see them on the street. But as a part, this will be implemented as a part of, in concert with the conversations around Vision Zero, around Mike Carroll's cluster, his Otis cluster as well.
Thank you. But to the members, the bell was broken. It will be unlikely that a member will have that much time as we move ahead in the hearing. I understand it's now corrected, so Chair will now recognize Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson.
Thank you, Council President. Of course, right before my turn, I was hoping that I would stay asleep as well. But I wanted to thank you so much, Managing Director Alexander, for your service and, for always being our go-to person in the administration for so long, someone we trust to get the job done when we call. You always answer. So I wanted to say thank you for that. And then I wanted to, as the chair of the Committee on Environment, recycle an old quote from our new president, which is, "Don't tell me what you value, show me your budget and I'll tell you what you value." So I wanted to go back to the first question that my colleague, Councilmember Kenyatta Johnson, offered around investment in gun violence prevention and intervention. And Managing Director Alexander, you talked about the work of individuals in your response, like Darrell Coates, who we both know embodied culture for service and service for humanity. So I'll start with the question that my colleague asked around the READY program. And I believe Erica talked about this in her response around the $2 million investment specifically for workforce development, career, and other support. So I just wanted to ask for the record the structure of that transitional jobs program, and is it 2 programs or is it READY and then an additional program? And then will the $2 million only be roughly 200 slots? I just wanted a little clarity there for the READY program.
Erica?
Yeah, I think, good morning, Council Member. How are you? I think we want a minimum of 200 slots, but what I will say is I am committing to that in pencil because READY has not been on the ground yet. They've not assessed kind of what we have here. And so part of the feasibility study with them is for them to assess what we have on the ground, assess how we're working together, to make recommendations to the structure of how the model could be replicated here in Philadelphia based on our climate and culture and our assets here. And then we would implement a program. And so I'm hesitant to give you specificity until we have that assessment and that framework developed, which should be developed by we should have the assessment and the framework built by the end of the summer. We should be ready to build and implement a pilot by December or January of 2022.
Okay. So to your point, because and you all know that I care deeply about workforce development, and this is long before the American Jobs Plan. This is something we've been working on very diligently since 2020. So will the study identify the behavioral health and workforce providers that have the capacity and both the cultural competency to effectively implement the program? Particularly around the workforce piece.
Absolutely. And that's a conversation I've had with the folks at Heartland Alliance that have the READY program. That's a conversation I've had with them very directly. About kind of how are we making sure that our Black and Brown communities who are experiencing this violence, who have experienced generational divestment in their neighborhoods, how are we looking at them in a way that isn't, we're not saving them, but we're supporting them and building them up. And so understand that you know me well enough to know that I'm having very frank conversations with folks about how we are supporting the people that look like you and I in our communities.
Thank you. Now, I just wanted to thank you very much for that response and for the work you're doing there, because I think it's important for us to operationalize this in a way that makes sense specifically for Philadelphia. Erica, another one of the responses you gave earlier spoke to one of the other questions I had around program evaluation and monitoring, specifically in the budget detail where we saw, and I think this was on page 140, where we saw that OVP has $150,000 in FY21 for program evaluation. So you spoke to that work in one of your earlier responses. So what I'll do is I had 3 other questions there around the contractor, the RFP process, what they'll be measuring. So I'll submit those to you for the record because you addressed some of that in one of your earlier responses.
Okay.
So thank you very, very much for your work. We're excited about the work you've been doing and all the feedback you've been giving us in our meetings. So I wanted to circle back, Managing Director Alexander, to a part in your testimony that talked about an additional $1.3 million that will be spent on environmental initiatives to reduce gun violence, like blight remediation and clean and seals. But there is no allocation that we could see around cleaning and greening vacant lots. So could you talk about your thought process and strategy there?
Yeah, thank you, Council Member. That funding, while it's certainly we called out a couple initiatives, I would say is reflective of all of our quality of life work, whether that's cleaning vacant lots that CLIP does, cleaning seals from L&I, graffiti removal for CLIP, short dumping removal as it relates to streets, and certainly there was some money called out specifically around the demolition program and us doing some demos in these targeted areas as well. But we, I don't think that amount of money can fully get to every quality of life need. So certainly we'll be leveraging work that's already being done in these communities. Certainly we'll be leveraging work that council has provided funding for, whether that's through the same day pay program with 1 day at a time and Philadelphia Horticultural Society, but also utilizing and figuring out how to coordinate with Horticultural Society as it relates to other funding they get from the city and just cleaning and greening of vacant lots. I mean, this is a all hands on deck sort of approach, at least in my mind. So, we're able to sit down and be able to say, these are the lots that we're cleaning, be able to know these are the lots that a certain organization has responsibility for, and then being able to try to feed some requests through whether that's Horticultural Society or others who are doing some of the longer term greening and, fencing the lots. And then certainly leverages some of that work that we already have embedded in some of our departments as well.
Sure. And quickly, I wanted to thank you for bringing up the PHS Land Care Program, because we've seen that where that program has been shown to deliver some real reductions around gun violence. So we wanted to ensure that we understood the level of support for that. And I knew the bell would ring because now it's fixed. But I wanted to get in a couple, just real quickly to put on the record. Thank you so much for the investment for the African American Museum of Philadelphia that we fought for last year in the proposed budget. But I wanted to specifically get on the record about the Cultural Fund, where you talked about you doubled the investment for FY2022. That's still not at the pre-pandemic level. And we want to do all that we can to support the Cultural Fund to get them more, because we know that arts and culture is a key driver for revitalization for the city of Philadelphia. I'll come back on the second round, but I wanted to thank Mr. Kochi from the Fleet Management Department for his years of service in their stellar workforce development program. I will come back on the second round to talk about workforce development and then also some of the climate mitigation measures we're undertaking in the administration, and then a few questions for streets. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll come back on the second round.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Gauthier.
Thank you, Council President. For this round, I want to focus on investments in gun violence reduction. In 2020, Philadelphia saw the second most homicides in the city's history. Over 2,241 people were shot, including 199 children. This year, we are on track to far exceed last year's violence and achieve a grim new milestone, perhaps Philadelphia's deadliest year on record. It is clear that the pandemic pushed the existing gun violence epidemic to new heights. And in fiscal year 2022, the city must make a corresponding investment in prevention and intervention efforts to match the bloodshed on our streets. The mayor's proposed new investments are a good start, but I believe we must increase our investments in gun violence prevention and intervention in this budget. Managing Director Alexander, I do appreciate your leadership in this area over the past year in realigning the criminal justice cluster and public safety cluster. Out of the proposed investments for FY22 in violence reduction, I'm most excited about bringing the Ready Chicago model to Philadelphia. Can you describe the Ready model for the record and why we think it will help reduce gun violence in our city?
Hey, I'm sorry, I had some technical difficulties. Thank you, Councilwoman, and thank you for your work and your efforts and your constant, I would just say constant work. And you know what I'm saying, but you're constant pushing us on this issue because I know it's near and dear to your heart, and I appreciate that and appreciate working with you and many of your colleagues, but especially you and just all of our conversations around this. I'm gonna ask Erica to come talk about the Ready model. Certainly, as it was presented to me, even prior to becoming managing director, it was a model that we looked at and we were kind of excited about. And like Erica said, it's not a model that's sort of like the one thing that would trump every other thing that we're doing, but it's a model that looked like it was really effective on working with the young people in Chicago. And I think we could translate some of that success here. So it was important for me to sort of advocate for bringing that here. And I just want to also just have a small moment to thank some of our philanthropy partners that put some seed money into this for us to be able to even think about it. We were thinking about this last year, certainly when the budget cut sort of hit us, but for us to be able to now make this investment and stand this model up, I hope that we can bring this to Philly and make this really successful. But Erica, could you talk about the model?
Sure. And thank you for your question, Councilmember Gaudier. And so when we think about Ready Chicago, as I mentioned, Ready the acronym is Rapid Employment and Development Initiative. And so it is, how are we matching folks that are at the greatest need with job and training opportunities that exist, at the same time giving them the support they need to stay in those opportunities. And so it is looking at the opportunities that we have here on the ground. It is who are our partners that can be those credible messengers and those supports, and then what are the opportunities that exist to wrap around services to the individuals that are at the highest risk. And so if with the Ready model, it is not that we create something new. It is how do we ensure that what we have, we're circling our wagons with a layer and a protection of cognitive behavioral health as we support individuals who are at the highest risk, who are the Ready model specifically focuses on those that most people have given up on. And if we think about the young men or the young people that we think have gone beyond the pale, how are we supporting them to kind of incorporate them and reunify them to community? And so it's about not only getting them in jobs, but how can they stay in those jobs? How are they getting the support that they need, that they understand the importance, and we are showing them that they are valued, and we are working with our partners on the ground that are implying those or supplying those jobs that are connecting them to their behavioral health, that they have a credible messenger and a mentor that works with them that is trained in cognitive behavioral therapy. And we're supporting those workers in a way that is trauma informed as well. And so it's building out a support system in a continuum that rebuilds community. And that is what we're really focused on. The Ready model is, again, like, it's not this new fancy shiny thing that we're bringing into the community that's going to replace all the wonderful work that has been done for generations. It is a tool that we will utilize and a support that we will utilize to bolster what is already happening here, that makes sure that we are truly trauma informed in a culturally competent way that supports Black and Brown neighborhoods.
Thank you so much. And again, congratulations on your efforts to bring this program here. It sounds like a very comprehensive wraparound model. In your conversation with Councilmember Gilmore Richardson, you talked in detail about the feasibility study that is underway to identify culturally competent providers to implement the therapeutic and job opportunity aspects of READY. Is it fair to say that the study could show that there is capacity to expand the investment in READY beyond the $2 million proposed city investment for FY2022 and therefore increase the number of slots available?
Anything's possible. But again, READY isn't for just, it's not a wide net. It is specifically for those who, again, have gone beyond what we've been prepared to handle before. It is for those who are it is for those we feel that are the least reachable. It is not just for anyone who might need a job or an opportunity. And so making sure that when we think about READY, we talk about READY, we get our brain set on what READY could be and should be, understand that it is as nuanced and finite as DVI. DVI is not the end all to be all. It is also a finite program that deals with specific measures and metrics around who is the individuals or who are the individuals or groups that are focused on that work. Same thing for READY. It is those who are kind of on the other side of the wall that we need to be able to pull back over.
Thank you. CP, I feel like technical problems cut my time short a little bit. Can I get in one more question?
Sure, Council.
Thank you. Erica and Managing Director Alexander, you both talked earlier about targeted community investment grants and how we should diversify these investments. Can you tell us how much the city proposes to invest in targeted community investment grants in FY22? And also, can you talk about how we know if we've invested enough in this group of organizations and individuals doing this vital work on the ground?
Thanks, Councilwoman. So right now we have $1 million invested into this, into TCIG. I'm not including the amount of money that council gave us through new normal for this fiscal year, which I think is an additional $1 million. But right now, just talking about from the city side, it's $1 million. And similar to what I've said about any and everything else as it relates to funding, I don't think this money, no amount of money may be enough, especially with the amount of organizations that we have on the ground sort of working towards this effort. And a lot of them are good organizations, creative organizations, folks with lived experiences, folks who are very connected to these communities. So I don't that's enough to spend with them, but we look forward to continuing conversations through this budget process to figure out what that amount of money will be at the end of this process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Real quick, hate to keep jumping in. So this READY issue, all due respect to Chicago, and thank you all for identifying issues and programs throughout the nation. As Ms. Atwood said, this is not new. Frankly speaking, I think that the thing that's needed in the city of Philadelphia, because we're already doing a number of these things that they're doing in Chicago, but they need to have a better coordination. It needs to be better resourced. It needs to identify, as a member said earlier, about adding a lot of these organizations in the structural funding of government, not necessarily through grant. And I know there's going to be some issues around existing government workers, but a lot of these programs that are being done that are funded by the city, that are currently embedded in the city's funding of its departments, could actually be done by a number of these organizations that we've been interacting with over time. And I know there's an issue, and you know me, I'm always say something that's going to create a problem, but that's a part of the deal. And it shouldn't be a situation where these organizations year after year, and as we talk about building capacity, basically don't have a sense of what's going to be in the next budget process. right? But if they're part of the structural nature of what we fund and how we fund it, then I think they have a better opportunity to build capacity in their organizational structure. So that's the real conversation we're going to have, you know, from mental health to human services to being out on the street talking to individuals. And I know all of us that talk to these organizations, and you got some really talented people out there doing some really, really good work that are under-resourced because, you know, of the way we do it. You know, and the history of our ability to coordinate, and not to mention the private sector, which was referenced, I think, earlier. Tumar, you talked about leveraging dollars and funding, and the state. I know Councilman Jones talked about that money that's available from that, what's that state program Councilman Jones referenced all the time. But there's money sitting up there. So I think all of us, council, administration, executive, and members, we need to work on getting a real coordinated effort together to access these long-term, sustainable, structural funding sources for all our partners out there. And I think, you know, that we'll have Chicago visiting us, looking at what we do here. Because all due respect, you know, Philadelphia, I'm going to always say we do it better than anybody else. So thank you. But I just wanted to get that.
Mr. President, that's PCCD at the state level.
Yeah, and they have money available that's not been accessed because, you know, either people don't know about it or people aren't in a position to access because of capacity. There's all kinds of support out there, and we need to understand, we need to, all of us together, we should work together to coordinate these activities so we can service our people and bring this level of violence down and get people focused on some long-term personal sustainability. So we don't have this level of continuing mayhem in our city of Philadelphia. Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilman Squilla.
Thank you, Council President. Appreciate that. And just wanted to piggyback. A lot of people have been talking about the same thing, but it's important that we have, as we look into violence prevention and gun violence, that we do have measurables. I mean, a lot of times we spend resources and money, and we have to make sure that the money we're spending is being used properly. And sometimes it's not okay just to say we're doing these things, but then we have to be able to measure them and show results. So if that is something that we could actually see or maybe give to the chair, what the measurables will be, how we will determine them, and then what will take place in order to know whether these processes that we put in place are actually working or not working. And is that something, Tumar, that that we had before it, or is it something that we're going to see in the future as we gauge these new information and new coordinations we're having with some of our outside folks?
Councilmember, that's something that we have targeted goals embedded in our roadmap. So that's something we can provide to the council president and the chair.
Okay, that's great. I think that'll be helpful, and then at least it'll give us a chance to look at that as this plays out. One other thing that you did mention, and I don't know if it was a mistake or not, but you said for the streets department, it was only 57 roads and miles would be paved this year. Was that a mistake, or are we cutting back dramatically on road surfacing?
Councilmember, that was a mistake. So let me have Deputy Managing Director Mike Carroll come up, and we may also have Commissioner Carlton Williams come up as well. Mike?
Yeah, Councilmember Squilla, we are looking to do over 2 years about 160 miles of paving. So what's going to be the main factor in terms of what happens this year is ability to scale up, you know, with the FY22 budget that was put in, and the FY22, you know, kind of carryover from last year. So what we want to be clear about is kind of the distinction between fiscal years and calendar years. We're closing out the FY21 budget in calendar year 21. So sometimes when questions are asked about how much paving is taking place in a specific year, the answer that's being given is what's the calendar year, and that may be last year's fiscal dollars. But for the FY22 budget, we have enough cash to do about 120 miles of paving. We're going to add that to what we expect to get for FY23. And across those 2 years, we expect to do about 160 miles of paving. Now, in the FY21 budget, there was scale back. It was scaled back from the original plan for paving, which had been in place since the beginning of the Kenney administration. And that was a result of a couple things. The main thing was that in trying to address the ADA situation and increase the number of ramps, which have to be paired with the paving miles, we had to shift the balance so that about 75% of the funds were devoted towards ramp construction. I would also add that with COVID, there was a little bit of an interruption in the beginning of the paving season last year, and so we're kind of catching up on some of that as well. But for FY22, FY23, the number we want people to have in their head is about 160 miles of paving.
So is that an average of 80 miles a year is what you're saying?
That's right.
But it just seemed, so this year 57 miles is accurate, and it is. I just know that we get complaints constantly on our streets and how they're maintained, and it just seems like pushing it off for another year is just going to add more and more to a challenge. And so, but this was done because you want to do more handicap ramps. Is that?
Yeah, it's a legal mandate that we address the ramps, and we had tried a bunch of different methods, but this is the method that's going to pass muster with the law. So we're compelled to do the ramps while we're doing the paving. We're committed to do that. I think there's lots of folks, who have issues with mobility who are going to be grateful we're taking that approach, and so we feel like this is the best way to move forward.
All right, I just think that's something that we as a city need to address. As you know, we have additional resources right now. It should be either we don't have the capability, or as we're doing these ramps, they are done through third-party contractors, correct?
Most of them are done through third-party contractors. We're interested in figuring out how to do them in-house. We think we can do as good a job for about half the cost, and so we're going to ramp up and do that. That's a part of our paving program moving forward.
All right, we could touch back on that. Also on the 911 and Tumar, I know we had spoken about that issue. For the ability to increase the number of personnel to answer calls, I know it was in the previous budget, but is that something we're looking to address immediately as far as getting some folks trained and prepared for those positions?
Council member, yes, that's correct. In addition to money being in this proposed budget, there's also money in this year's budget to where we're working with PPD. I could go in more detail on Wednesday when PPD staff is with us to talk more in detail.
Okay, all right, I'll come back for my second round. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member Squilla. The chair recognizes Council Member Brooks.
Thank you so much. Good morning. I had to check to see what time it is. My questions are kind of mainly about the co-respondent pilot program, but as Council President was just speaking, I thought about, this focus on, mental health and how we can make these investments as a collective effort. So this is a really on point. So the question is, the Managing Director's Office is currently allocated to receive $6 million in FY 2020 to launch a co-respondent pilot program that will pair mental health professionals with law enforcement officers. Please explain how the $6 million for the co-responder model will be allocated within the Managing Director's Office. Last week, Dr. Bowman and Dr. Wright mentioned in their testimony that $800,000 will be spent for DBHIDS to provide CIT training, and a bit more than $2 million will be spent on clinicians to ride alongside law enforcement, which leaves just over $2 million. And I was wondering, how will those funds be used, and who in your department will be responsible for overseeing the efficacy and effectiveness of this program?
So, Councilwoman, thank you very much for your question. Let me start by having Eva Gladstein jump in and answer the first part of your question. I could talk through the various folks within the managing director's office who's responsible for this work towards the latter end of that response.
And I apologize, Councilwoman. What was the first part of your question?
It was, how will the around the $2 million be used, and who will be responsible for overseeing the efficacy and effectiveness of the particular program?
Okay, so as Dr. Bowen explained on Wednesday, a significant amount of the money is going to Meraki, which will be under contract to DBHIDS. So the funds will be transferred there, and DBHIDS will be monitoring and evaluating that work. I have to go back and look at my records for the remaining amount that was not discussed in the hearing with Dr. Bowen, but I should be able to get that to you before the end of this hearing, unless somebody else in the managing director's office has that specific information.
And Councilwoman, just in terms of, in addition to Eva for the DBH-CBH collaboration, Erica Atwood and her shop, members of her staff is also a part of this work and have been sort of looking at this work ongoing for the last several years. So I know the Office of Criminal Justice, Rachel, Kurt, and others, in addition to folks on PPD staff, is all a part of this work. I could get you a detailed list. We'll get you a written list of all of the staffers who's a part of this work, but a lot. So if you think about it, some of this work is sitting in DBH, some of this work is sitting in police and Inspector, or not even sure if it's ranked, Inspector Fran Haley from PPD is really instrumental in this work. In addition to all of the folks you've heard from at the DBH hearing, but also Rachel and Kurt August from this shop, from the Office of Criminal Justice is also really instrumental in this work. But we'll get you a list of all of those folks, all of the staffers involved.
Thank you so much. Because, you know, the reason that the connections between all of this is so very important and how it connects to gun violence and things we see in our community. You know, over the weekend, Philly Truce introduced an act. And another group came out to find out more about the act. It was also a small group that was doing work around mental health. And I think is the investments that we put in mental health in our city have not been the best. So I just want to make sure moving forward that we're touching on every piece of it. If we really want to get to the root causes of gun violence, we realize that mental health is a huge part of it, and making sure that we're investing in those programs that, you know, make sense. And, you know, that's where my concern kind of lies. And I also want to echo my colleague, Councilmember Gautier, and her concerns last week about the administration's willingness to continue to fully fund, from what we're hearing, and expand funding for traditional systems of public safety that, you know, we know don't work. And I'm just hoping the same urgency doesn't apply when it comes to fully funding established alternatives to pursue mental health and public safety from our public health lens over outdated punitive models. The disability community and the Black community, especially those in low income or living in poverty, you know, deserve these bold investments that I am passionate about, and so are some of my colleagues. So I will, you know, continue to be persistently advocating around mental health issues. So thank you for getting me that information. It's maybe by the end of the hearing, because I may have more questions if possible. I do have another question since I do have time. And this is back to Council President mentioned earlier about the concerns around the crossing guards moving to the MDO budget. The administration has asked City Council to continue to, you know, the practice of diverting funds for law enforcement activities from the police department budget and to the MDO budget, so that specific police activities will be overseen by members of the managing director's offices. But we haven't seen the urgency, and I heard you say due to the pandemic, and I get that. But we just want to make sure that the urgency to actually implement these moves from the PPD to your office, and how does the administration plan to address these concerns for FY22, and how can we expect, you know, we want the public to be able to trust the MDO to oversee this co-responder model. But we haven't seen this move for public safety officers and crossing guards happen yet. So I just want to make sure that, I want to put this on record that the effort is definitely being done so we can continue to garner public support around ongoing methods to transfer these funds over to your office.
Yeah, Councilman. I'm sorry. You have my Councilwoman. You have my commitment that we will indeed, in fact, transition the crossing guard program over. Like I mentioned in the 5-year plan hearing, I didn't want. That's all on sort of managing director's office to sort of hire appropriate staff to support that. So that falls squarely on my shoulders and on me. I didn't want any adverse effects of whatever lack of administration we had last year to sort of impact whether it was, filling those spots, whether it was getting uniforms for these folks or ensuring that these folks was paid throughout that whole COVID shutdown period. So I take full responsibility for that. And also, as I mentioned earlier, make my commitment before the end of the calendar year to sort of have that program fully running out of the managing director's office. As it relates to co-responder model, like I said, and I messed up and I'm sorry, Rachel Eisenberg, who's our Senior Director of Office of Criminal Justice, Kurt August, who's her Deputy Director, and team of folks have been working on this model as it relates to our police assisted diversion and other different programs. So certainly they're well versed on working in this model. This isn't an ideal that we need to staff up or do anything differently than what we're doing in the managing director's office today. As it relates to the co-responder model, they've spent a lot of their time on implementing this and a lot of their time on thinking through the processes of this. So I feel comfortable we'll be ready to go July 1 with this model. We'll be ready to go July 1 with this model.
Thank you so much.
If I could add, Rachel Eisenberg does have the information about the budget breakdowns. So there was actually funding for 2 co-responders as we go to scale up the program after starting with this initial pilot. Plus there was funding for the embedded behavioral health staff in 911 dispatch. And then the remaining funds were for basically for equipment such as vehicles and whatever for that program.
Thank you, Councilmember Brooks. Thank you all for your response. Chair recognizes Councilmember Heenan.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. First, I want to say thank you to you, Managing Director Tumar, for allowing us to trust you during these times of crisis. I know this is, a difficult job at extreme difficult times under extreme stress. But I just want to say, knowing you for over 25 to 30 years and having you in the director's seat, managing this crisis or being a part of managing this crisis at various levels, you've really done this city proud, and you've responded with the utmost professionalism and compassion and care that a director could give. So one, I want to say thank you for that. You had mentioned at the beginning of your testimony, you mentioned Chris Cochie. So Coach is retiring, as you well mentioned. I know Councilmember Parker is a big fan of all the work that he has done and Fleet has done with creating the Office of Fleet Management. But Chris lives in my district. He has a stellar career, and what he has created with our internship, as you had mentioned with Fleet, is a model, all right, that all departments should be doing, all right, with our high school kids who are interns with direct employment with the city of Philadelphia, and doing something that they like with the proper training and the job at the end of it, which reflects our diversity and our cultural goals in the city of Philadelphia. So I want to congratulate him, and I want to say thank you to you, Tumar, and just let you know that I appreciate it. Now that being said, I'm ready to get down to some business.
Councilmember, before you get down to business, I want to insert one point of order because I have various people texting me right now. I'm 46 years old, so when you say you know me since I was for 30 years, I just want to put on a record my age so folks won't be, my staff members are laughing at me heavily right now, so I just want to make that one small point of order, sir.
Oh, man. Well, it seems like 30 years. All right, let's just say at least 1999. That much I know is true.
Absolutely, sir.
All right. So that being said, can I call up the acting L&I commissioner, please?
Yes, sir. Acting Commissioner DePietro.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Commissioner DePietro, good morning. How are you?
I'm well, sir. How are you?
Good, wonderful. So, as you well know, I've been trying to champion support for L&I for many, many, many years. It is not until recently that I've become chair of L&I committee, but I sat on state code board with the Commonwealth for several years, for about 4 years, as well as having experience with lots of codes and in the construction industry. And I have also, been trying to champion recognizing that all of our inspectors are indeed first responders when it comes to public safety, and they should have the proper funding and tools to do so, to keep our city safe, to keep our property safe, and our economy growing. So that being said, I've been asking for more L&I inspectors for many, many years, not just this year, not just last year or the year before. For those purposes, the mission of the department enforces the city codes for the safe and lawful construction of building uses. We have an economy that thrives and takes advantage of misclassification of workers in our city, Philadelphia, which means people who are performing work in these same buildings, in these same right-of-ways, in these same properties that do not pay taxes, do not pull permits because they don't have licenses, and keeps our public in continuing harm's way. My concern is not having enough enforcement officers on the street, and I have conflicting numbers on how many inspectors we do have. Can you break that down for me? So we have building inspectors, is that correct? And we have code enforcement inspectors or property maintenance inspectors. Are they the two type of inspectors that we have within the Department of L&I?
Technically, within the building inspector role, there's a couple different job titles. Building inspectors serve in different units. They serve both in our emergency services unit, they serve in our construction inspections unit, and they also serve in the AIU, the audits and investigation unit. A portion of them, 8 or so, actually work in the MSB, or currently they're working remotely, but they also do plan review. So the building inspector title is actually 3 different titles, and they work in different sites. The code enforcement inspectors is one sort of model title, and they handle property maintenance and fire inspections.
Okay, so what is our total code enforcement officers that are out on the street responding to calls that council offices receive in the city of Philadelphia, or 311, or the department direct? Your organizational chart has 157, and you're budgeted for 170. Are they accurate numbers?
157 and 170.
That's what I'm reading.
Yeah, that's likely the combined number of L&I inspectors. We typically only have this changes obviously from day to day, and as inspectors retire, resign, get promoted. But typically, code enforcement inspectors are around 50 or so in the field. Building construction inspectors, that are inspectors that do construction inspections, are currently around 52. The rest are assigned either to the other units that I mentioned, AIU or contractual services.
Okay, so let me ask you a question on that. So 50 inspectors that are responding to property maintenance or coding, and 52 for construction, and we're having record-breaking construction and record-breaking permits that are being pulled. So, I have, and I will come back on round 2 and 3 to finish this conversation, but I'm gonna end with the bell for program for building inspectors, and they're responsible for all permitting activities, patrolling construction activity. That means looking for, not just responding to, activity to ensure all projects permitted and safety precautions are followed. In addition, light permits and licensing, the program of building, plumbing, electrical, and zoning permits of building and trades, licensed in accordance with legal code enforcements. Lastly, and I'll leave it for second round, the code enforcement is responsible for enforcing Philadelphia property maintenance and fire codes, ensuring that businesses processes proper licenses and comply with ordinances, which is law, and regulations governed by business activity, cleaning and seal vacant and abandoned properties, and addressing properties that pose nuisance and safety to the quality of life of the city of Philadelphia. The levels that we have on the street at this time, I believe, are extremely unacceptable. And I think we'll, further this discussion on round 2. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Heenan. The chair recognizes Councilmember Bass.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon, Councilmember.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To our managing director, I just want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues. I want to thank you for always making yourself available. I have to say, on your first day on the job, we had an event in the 8th District and you showed up, and I was thoroughly impressed because we had never had a managing director show up for one of our community events before on that Saturday morning. And, and that's not to say anything disparaging about former managing directors. We've had some great people, but I really do appreciate your efforts in coming out and connecting with the neighborhoods. And people may say, well, why does that make a difference? It makes a huge difference by the person who is helping to allocate resources and determine, what needs to be done to keep the city running. That they have a firsthand view of what's actually happening. So I just really wanted to, number one, say thank you for your leadership. Thank you for always returning our phone calls. I know, we in City Council can be a wily bunch, and at times we may not say some things that people may not like in the administration. But the real measure of leadership is facing the fire, whether you're going to get a compliment or you're going to get criticized. And so I really do thank you for that, and to your entire team for always being available and always picking up the phone. I had a few questions I wanted to go through, and I probably will have to come back on the second round. But the first is I wanted to ask if Erica Atwood was still available to talk about the Office of Criminal Justice. Obviously, we had a very rough weekend here in Philadelphia. We lost so many young African-American men, teenagers. I'm not even going to call them men. I'm going to call them teens. These were kids, who were shot, victims of homicide here in the city of Philadelphia. And I really wanted to talk about that for just a minute and the programs and policies that we have in place. Is Erica available?
Yeah, she is, Councilwoman. Erica Atwood, please. And Councilwoman, I just to say thank you. But we're it's not lost on us that a lot of that activity happened in the northwest section of the city, and we lost some young men, and especially to see those alerts sort of come through and get calls around those issues on Mother's Day in particular, and a couple of times I had the opportunity to be spending time with my mom and my aunt and some family members, and just just feeling issues that some of those parents at that same exact time was getting called about their young men and young sons or brothers or nephews or whatever.
Yes.
Was a part of that. So absolutely.
It's heartbreaking, and I'll just say off script a little bit that it's been going on for far too long in our city, and I know that we've been working hard at it. But one thing that really I don't know that I'll ever get it out of my mind was the video I saw of a mother saying, "Where's my son?" The one down on 2nd and Chestnut, where her son was killed. He was ambushed. And, somebody did a video and posted it online, and she's walking down the street saying, "Where's my son? Where's my son? Where's my son?" And I think for all of us, it's horrifying to imagine being in that position. And so, it just really, it's just one more thing that makes us say, we got to do better. We got to work harder. We got to figure out how to make change. And so, Erica, the question I have for you is, and I think I've said this to you before, you listen, I know that you're working hard. I know that you're doing great work and putting the pieces of the puzzle together. But I have to say, every year that I come, to budget hearings, and this is pre-Erica in this position, every year that I come and we have these conversations about guns, violence, young people being shot and killed in our streets, it feels like we're always starting over, like we're always trying to retool. And I get it that there's no answer that's readily available, because if there was an answer, then we would have already done it. But it just feels sort of repetitive that we are, back in the same place almost every year. One of the things I wanted to mention, and I noticed that there were a lot of new programs, ideas, thoughts, mixed with some existing programs, ideas, and thoughts that we were employing around gun violence. But last week, when we had the health department and we had DBHIS on, one of the things I asked about when it came to violence was about, and the trauma that comes with it, I asked about harm reduction, a harm reduction strategy. And so that's a relatively newer term that we've used when it comes to drug addiction in general. And that is, how do we stop people who are at risk, who we know are at risk, from invoking additional harm upon themselves, upon the general community and their families and so forth. How do we get in front of that, and knowing that harm reduction and a harm reduction strategy is something that really meets you immediately where you are with your addiction, or in this case with gun violence. And so just a thought. I don't know if Erica heard my comments from last week around that, but if she wanted to give that some thought, or I'd like to hear what her thoughts are around that, especially because we know from focus deterrence, we know who usually the shooters are, and we know who the potential victims are. So this is not lost on any of the law enforcement or criminal justice system folks. They all know who the target audience is for programs like focus deterrence and other programs. So have we thought about it in terms of a harm reduction strategy for this group of individuals?
Yes, and thank you for your question, Councilmember Bass, and your ongoing commitment to supporting this work in safer communities. And so I'd like to lift up kind of the work of our roadmap co-chair, Dr. Abaya. Dr. Ruth Abaya, in working with Commissioner Outlaw and myself, has created what is the Haddon Matrix, which is kind of the injury prevention, harm prevention model. It is a known kind of international model that is related to harm reduction, and it looks at the phases of the injury. So it looks at the pre-event and what happens before, what's the environment before. It looks at the event and what has happened, and then what we do after the event. And so we are utilizing this matrix as a map as a guide and as a measure to how we are implementing our gun violence reduction strategy. And so there is a nationally renowned or internationally renowned model that we're utilizing as a part of our implementation strategy that has a very clear focus on public health and how we look at it from a pre-event, an event, and a post-event, and what is happening to that individual, what is the mechanism or the vehicle for that injury, what is the physical environment that is happening that injury takes place, as well as what's the social environment, what are the supports that are either there or missing when we think about gun violence. So I hope that gives some clarity to how we're looking at this and how it relates to injury prevention and harm reduction.
It does. I think that it's a good way to proceed. But I would like to also encourage that we're just a little more direct in terms of how we're handling harm reduction when it comes to this particular population. And we know who they are. It's not a secret. We don't have to go around looking for folks. We know who our target audience is, and so finding a way to address criminal justice from a harm reduction strategy, because it's heartbreaking to read about all the 17, 18, and 19-year-olds who are shooting other 17, 18, 19-year-olds and killing them in the streets of Philadelphia. And we haven't moved beyond that. I have many other questions, so I'm going to come back in the second round. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Bass. Chair recognizes Councilmember Dom.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon. I'll join in the chorus tomorrow to thank you and your department for your work this past year. So I have three really very direct questions. I'll start out with the first one. And I've been asking this question in our fiscal stability hearings, but I'm going to ask it again at the onset of this budget process. The administration's budget over the last 5 years has increased $1 billion. When I talk with residents and businesses where things stand for them today, they don't feel like much has changed in the last 5 years, even though $1 billion more has been spent. They tell me the trash is still everywhere, violent crimes are dramatically increasing, and our business corridors are still struggling. As we look at your budget, what can we expect to change going forward? What performance goals will finally be achieved if we approve this budget? And can you share with me the specific metrics of the $1 billion of increased spending we've seen over the last 5 years and the specific results of that investment of $5 billion per year? And I think this is important at all times. It's especially important right now because we're on the verge of receiving another $1.4 billion over the next 12 months. And my concern is how that will be invested.
Thank you, Councilmember. Let me start by saying, as I mentioned from the outset, I think, in these incredibly challenging times, you've mentioned all of those services, whether it's related to trash, gun violence, commercial corridors, and certainly we see a lot of that activity is affected. A lot of that activity as it relates to a pandemic, and certainly all of those industries were sort of affected. So, one of the things I think that I'm proud of to say, while folks may not, folks can, I guess what I want to say is I think I'm proud of our departments continuing to meet those challenges head on. We've seen it, you could talk about record increased number of trash, the record increased number of violence and shootings and homicides within the city. But, we've had departments who have continued to maintain services. We've sort of looked at ways where we changed our service delivery model as it relates to those activities and those efforts to sort of address those needs for folks. So certainly it was challenging times, but certainly our departments, I think, have answered the call. So while citizens may not be able to say that, we're off in a better place, I think we are in a better situation than most as it relates to turning the corner on the recovery from this pandemic and the recovery from what we've seen in the last year and a half. And certainly that goes through the partnerships we created with council, the partnerships we created through our budget process, even when it was on extreme low times such as last year, and how we address that through our budget and how we're working forward on this. As you know, and as you talk about a lot, the metrics around targeted measures and targeted goals is all a part of our 5-year plan. and it's all a part of our quarterly management report. And we try to hold our departments responsible, and our department heads hold their employees responsible for us to hit those metrics and achieve those goals. But certainly it's work. It's for us. It's working within these challenging times, right? I don't think anyone could have foreseen this. No one knew that because, you had a record number of people sort of staying at home through a stay-at-home order, about how much litter we would see, how much increased litter we would see in terms of tonnage, and how we've had to adapt to that. Like I said earlier, to a different question, kudos to those departments that didn't have the opportunity or couldn't just stay home or figure out ways to work from home. So those frontline departments who've addressed those challenges head on, I thank them for that. And we're looking forward to turning the corner, as I said, as it relates to recovery and delivering better and more efficient services to the city of Philadelphia and to our residents. And that's something we're proud of. So we could go in detail and let you know about the metrics and the sort of goals we have in place for our departments, and make sure that all of the members have them. And as we've been talking about in some of your committee hearings, just making sure we're adhering to that and making sure we're managing our departments to be able to deliver those services for our citizens.
Thank you, Tumar. But I think most of my question is pre-pandemic. I understand what happened in the pandemic. I know that was a whole different set of circumstances. But the spending and the increase in the budget really happened pre-pandemic. In fact, for the pandemic, we reduced the budget. But I'm talking about what happened in those prior years to the pandemic, where the budget has gone up $1 billion. That's really what I'd like to see addressed. Where did that spending go? What are those metrics on where that money went? What were the results of that $1 billion? Listen, Tumar, if you and I were in a business together and we invested $1 billion, our shareholders, our board of directors would be saying, where did that go? What is the return on that investment? I mean, they want answers. So all I'm asking for is, where did that money go prior to the pandemic? What were the results of that investment? And it wasn't just $1 billion, because each year it started out smaller. Each year it grew. Could have been maybe $2 billion or $2.5 billion over that time period, or $3 billion. My question is, where did the money go? What was the return? What is the value of that investment? So,
Councilman, thank you, sir. We could certainly work with our finance department and our budget office, because that's reflective of the entire budget, and working with you to get you that information you requested.
Okay. This next question has to do with I think it was yesterday I saw on NBC 10. They reported this weekend's violence, which included, I think, a quintuple shooting in Albany. 4 people were shot in Albany. I think a total of at least 16 people were shot and 4 died. And I know the mayor issued a statement, and the statement that the mayor issued said, I want all Philadelphians to know that our administration does not take this issue lightly. And he said no priority is greater, I believe, than reducing violence and creating a safer and more just city for all of us. So in the mayor's anti-violence program in this fiscal year 22, if I'm reading this correctly, it looks to be about $35.5 million out of a $5.18 billion proposed spending plan, which really represents like less than 1%, and it may be like 0.75% of the overall budget. And I guess my question is, how does the mayor's statement fit with the no priority is greater for us than reducing violence? How does that match those budgeted numbers?
Let me start by saying that anti-violence and gun violence is a priority for us. If I wanted to divide my time and what I most talk about in terms of activities as it relates to city government, that's probably the biggest time spender for me and for a lot of members of my team. And certainly this $18.5 million increased investment is what we're seeing as a big investment to this effort. Councilmember, I won't sit here and sugarcoat anything. I think we talked about earlier with some other members that, if I had an infinite amount of money, would I be able to spend it on this issue? Absolutely, right? And we absolutely look forward to working with you all through this budget process. But I don't see anything that was false in the mayor's statement as it relates to violence prevention being one of the biggest issues that we're facing in this government. We're trying to go at ways, Councilwoman Bass talked about, year in, year out, we're dealing with this issue, not, seeing new programs, but when are we going to get embedded and stick to the programs we sort of have and sort of see those through? Certainly that's a part of what we're doing. we're adding a few new initiatives in this, but a lot of it is tripling down on our efforts, right? It's our commitment to the Community Crisis Intervention Program, who's a fancy word for crisis interveners. These are folks who work in the communities. They typically go intervene on situations. They build community trust and relationship building. So at times they get a hold of situations, they get communicated with about situations before they occur. There are some of the folks you see respond to the hospitals and sort of be able to help navigate families through services and try to take down the number of retaliations we may see. Targeted Community Investment Grants Program, which is getting organizations and boots on the grounds money and resources for the work they're doing in our communities. And certainly, such as Councilmember Thomas mentioned, how do we grow those folks from just being small organizations to sort of larger organizations? You start talking about the investments of quality of life services in these neighborhoods, because a lot of times when we have community meetings in these neighborhoods that's most affected by violence, folks talk to me about street lights. They talk to us about a vacant lot that need to be cleaned and a house that needs to be sealed, and how all of those environmental factors sort of go into why violence, why violence sort of happens within communities. And lastly, it's just what the Councilwoman Bass sort of talked about as it relates to the harm reduction strategy, and how are we talking to that group of individuals who we know are most likely to either shoot or be, to be shooters or to be killed through this gun violence piece. And certainly our group violence initiative, which was formerly Focused Deterrence, is a part of that, council member. So we're doing a lot of efforts. We're doing a lot of efforts and initiatives and strategic brain thought around this process. But, we look forward to working with council throughout this budget process on what that end budget looks like. And, certainly council has played its part throughout the years. I talked a little bit earlier about some of the new normal money that was put into this effort. So whether it was new normal money for us to increase community groups grants, new normal money that was put in here to where we have some transitional jobs program through CLIP and do same day pay and other programs. All of that stuff goes towards how do we have enough services that we're providing to this community. And, lastly, just the issue of guns. And I know that's a taboo subject for all of us because it seemed like we live in a country that just, hold that Second Amendment right up as, as something no one wants to deal with. But just the availability of guns, the more guns I think we've seen on the streets of Philadelphia and on the streets of inner cities all across the country, and how we're addressing that and working together to address that. So it's all, I hear what you're saying about a statement, and I certainly talked a little bit earlier about the challenges of this weekend, but we're all committed to this effort, and hopefully bringing down our homicide numbers and our shooting numbers, and being able to connect these community members and connect those young people to just vitally needed services.
Okay. And just the last comments, Kumar. While we're excited about the $1.4 billion coming from the federal government, if we look over the next 10 years, we'll have increased $10 billion of spending just from $1 billion a year. When you think of the magnitude of that increased spending, the question is, how is that getting implemented, and what is the return on that money, and how has that improved the lifestyle and the quality of life in the city? Anyway, thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Dom. Appreciate your comments, Councilmember, and thank you for your response, Managing Director. Chair recognizes Councilmember O.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman. I'll start directing my questions towards the Managing Director, and if you would like to have somebody else answer that questions, that would be great. So I, like a lot of people, yourself included, probably believe that a meaningful job and a bright future is the best way to combat gun violence and violent crime. And to that end, the city's economy has a lot of jobs, has a tremendous variety of jobs, and is the best a proponent of new jobs in the new economy. And I wonder, as I try to look at the budget, is there somewhere an amount of funds set aside or identified for purchasing technology or contracting with technology and services to destroy COVID in the air, and to place scanners, for example, in our schools? I know schools are not directly our jurisdiction, but people think of the city in terms of the public buildings and the public spaces, as well as places such as our prisons and other things. I just point to, for example, the state of Delaware that has placed this technology in the public schools as well as their prisons. Of course, the courthouses and other things are available as well. But the city would have a plan to help businesses and employers, to help venues open, to get the economy going, to place it in public transportation and hotels, so that people can gather indoors with safety from COVID-19. Could you identify where that is in the budget, or where it is going to be in the budget?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember O, for your question. I might ask Public Property Commissioner Bridget Greenwald to piggyback a little bit on this. But we do have some funding set aside that goes to COVID-19 for relief, and I believe that money sits in our managing director's office budget, but it's for use for all departments around COVID-19 activities. So we've been able to purchase PPE, for instance, off of that funding. Not only, PPE, I want to say in a global sense, in the beginning where there was a lack of PPE, not only for the city government, but also for the city and, sort of the country in whole. So we did a lot of purchasing off of this, using that fund to provide that not only for us, but also for our hospital systems and for just general Philadelphia, big city community as a whole. I'm not keenly familiar with the technology that you mentioned, but I've had set in presentations from various vendors as it relates to different technologies since the beginning of this pandemic. But I'm just going to say I'm not keenly tied into the particular technology that you mentioned, but I'll have Public Property Commissioner sort of talk through, because she's also been approached by a lot of these organizations and companies as it relates to different technology to sort of identify, to fight COVID. Or to make the ease of being able to open office buildings or large buildings and institutions in a way. So I'll have Bridget sort of piggyback on that. But we do have a COVID relief fund that sits within the managing director's office that organizations and agencies within city government are able to access for use. And some, I talked about PPE, but some of that money was certainly spent on technology to get our departments ready for this work at home, sort of making sure we had folks with proper laptops so we were still provide those services virtually to citizens of Philadelphia. But Commissioner Greenwald, I don't know if you want to talk a little more in detail about organizations or companies that approach you with various technology solutions.
Yes, sure. Commissioner, as you come on, let me kind of focus this a little more so that we're not very broad in this. I had a hearing last Friday. There was testimony from a couple of different technologies, and one was a German company. The gentleman testified, virtually from Germany, with an eye scanner. It's very effective. I know there's different brands. This is not a spectrograph, but basically, it is an app that you can put in your phone. You can take a photograph of your eye, and it will determine whether you do or do not have COVID-19. It can do so in terms of whether you had COVID-19. It's really about the accuracy. You can take your phone. It has a code. You could go into a venue with it. You could email it ahead of time. You could email it in terms of getting an RSVP. Pretty handy. I did go to a demonstration of a different scanner that did the eye and throat, and with between 10 and 15 seconds, it determines that you do or do not have COVID. The other one is, there's a lot of different bipolar ionizers. I know our international airport is putting them in rooms, but they're very effective in destroying COVID-19. There's different types. These ones do like billions and trillions of positive, negative ions. And they've been around for a while. They've been used in the in Israel, they're in Yeshiva Hospital and other places, but in small locations and large. Again, this has been implemented in the state of Delaware, I believe North Carolina, and I am aware of different airlines, auto manufacturers, train manufacturers. Some are doing it and some are not, but I do think that the ability to reach full capacity is important, for our city, and then in terms of our buildings as well. So that's where I'm kind of focused. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, council member. As far as our building, a lot of the technologies you've mentioned, as Tumar just alluded to, we sat in on a lot of presentations. We work very closely, public property and the health department. We work very closely with BOMA, the International Facilities Management Association as well, to determine what some of these technologies could actually do for large office buildings and what they couldn't, right? So the verdict is still out on a lot of them, I will say. Health and BOMA and IFMA have all recommended that the best things we can do to get our buildings reopened are the protocols that are put in place, right? The enhanced cleaning protocols, wearing the mask, the protective, the PPE, as Tumar mentioned, when you're coming into the buildings, the hand sanitizers that are put all over. And I see you a lot in City Hall. We're in City Hall a lot together. Yeah. All those things have been put in place in City Hall. We actually have handbooks that have been distributed to everyone saying all the advanced, the enhancements that we made to all of our office buildings, not just City Hall, the quadplex in general. So once we get the word that maybe some of the restrictions have been lifted, we're confident that people could come back into City Hall and work there. But as for some of the technologies we've sat in, like I said, a lot of these presentations, the verdict is still out on some of them. So we're constantly looking into them. We constantly work with BOMA to say, do we think this could work or couldn't it? And that's where we're at. And I could certainly sit down with you, and go over all the things that we've gone through. There's been a litany of them.
Yeah, I'm going to send you the video of the science from the first panels that gave their testimony and provided the documentation. I think the scientific entities, the technology entities, are, at least to me, far more credible than BOMA. That's my opinion. No offense to BOMA, but they're not scientists. They're not in the technology field. But I will send you the video. Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. My time is up. I will come back in the round. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember O. Chair recognizes Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to echo the comments made by other members of council for Manager Director Alexander and your service in the city and being very responsive to a number of different issues. I also glad to hear the willingness of the administration to look through the budget process for a number of items that are included in the budget, including additional money for the Cultural Fund and other organizations that were not restored to their pre-pandemic levels. Also, an issue that's very close to Councilmember Jones, the funding for the Citizens Police Oversight Commission, and we're doing some work to see what other cities have allocated for that commission or similar commission. And I'm glad to hear from Ms. Atwood and others about a much more holistic and collaborative process in reference to funding, in reference to small dollar donations for those that do grassroots community outreach, as well as much larger. I would echo the sentiments of other members of council that even though we have those different levels of small dollars to much larger dollars, there still needs to be more put into this space. And I'm glad to hear that you're also open to that conversation through the budget process. And so I'm glad to hear a lot of the coordination that's happening within the managing director's office. My concern is that these are great initiatives and we're trying to evaluate the effectiveness of these programs while at the same point getting these dollars out on the street. But as evidenced by this weekend and the level of violence we had during Mother's Day weekend, constituents are going to say, that's great, but what are we doing right now to end violence? And and we have to be able to do two things at once, chew gum and walk at the same time. And so my question is, what's the coordination that's occurring in reference to both the police department, district attorney's office, criminal justice system, the courts specifically and the U.S. Attorney's Office in reference to how we're stopping not just the holistic, but also the enforcement aspect, because people are saying, yes, I'm glad we're hearing that, but people are still getting shot. So what's the coordination that's occurring to address that issue as we're also doing these more holistic anti-violence measures?
Council member, thank you for your remarks to open. Also, thank you for this question. If I can, and I'm not trying to avoid this question at all, I think this question would be better served on Wednesday's panel with public safety members, because I didn't, because of that panel, I didn't have the commissioners of those departments join this. But I think it's key that we talk about that particular question, how that relates to everything that we're doing around violence prevention, and that coordination is key and vital, because it is we talk about the justice system, right? So it isn't one party or one organization that's a part of that system. It is a system as a whole, and those organizations and those departments need to work together in that. So I think we'll be better served by having a police commissioner and, whether it's myself or Vanessa or members of our team talking through that. Our intent today was sort of talk through the OVP sort of prevention and intervention side in a way. But we certainly will have Africa and her team back for Wednesday's hearing, because I know that tie-in and that connectivity is important. But if I can, I will want to put off any detailed response to that question until Wednesday's hearing. But just echoing that that's important, right? Because everyone as a part that you mentioned, and others who may not have been, organizations that may not have been mentioned, whether it's parole or probation or others, they all tie into that system, and certainly that system is all where we all need to work together on how we address this issue of violence. So I was happy with the new federal administration coming in and them having that, making sure they mentioned really early on, even before we have a permanent U.S. attorney for this region, that they are interested in being a part of the conversation and a part of the work that goes into how we're addressing the issue of homicides and violence in the city of Philadelphia.
And that's a fair response. And I just hope that the parties that are here will be there on Wednesday as well. And we all take responsibility for this issue because we're all the city of Philadelphia, and we can't continue to point fingers at various parties who are not taking a role in this issue. We're all part of this role, and we need to address it both from the prevention and the enforcement perspective. In reference to another question I have regarding the economy of the city, and you as a managing director have a key role in the city government, and I know you work along with the health department. And I said these questions to both Mr. Engler and with also health commissioner about reopening. But my question is, how do we move that forward? Is that totally in the responsibility of the health commissioner, or is that something that the mayor can do?
I think it's been a group effort with us. Certainly, we follow the guidance and advice that the health commissioner brings to the table along with his team. But that's not a single focus or a single decision that's made by him. That's a presentation to a group of us and a team of us, and we work together to try to implement that. We work together to try to talk through those decisions, talk through the impacts of those decisions, and then come up with a decision on how we move forward. So certainly those conversations have been ongoing. I know there's a lot of conversations about where we are with reopening as it relates to not only Governor Wolf's declaration last week that he wants to loosen all restrictions by the end of May, but then certainly conversations around what other cities and counties and states are doing around us, and also, some conversation around in the country from the president on where we'll be at a certain date as it relates to vaccines. So all of that go into play, council member. I think, we've talked about, last week what we said in response to that question was that we just had the announcement on Tuesday. We didn't have a chance to look at it. We were working towards addressing that and being able to speak publicly about where we're going with reopening. I think we're prepared to be ready to do that by tomorrow's press conference, and certainly be able to articulate to the public just where we are. I think the lessons we've learned throughout this over the last year and a half, there's been no exact science on that. It's just, a matter of taking into account where we are with the pandemic, how that pandemic is affecting folks, and how we're treating it, and also looking at being able to take into account outside of government what our hospital health systems look like, what's the impact on the health system with how we reopen certain institutions or certain businesses, and also hearing from businesses and those institutions, being able to run some ideals by them. How this stuff is affecting their and X will mean for the business. So certainly we've also been led Commerce Director Rashid and having access to those folks with bounce ideals off, able to hear from them on a pretty consistent basis how it's impacting them. So all that said, we're prepared to by later this to do an announcement on where we are with reopening.
And I have a last question, but I'm glad to hear that you put out here. I think many people, especially those in the business community and small businesses, think it's just deciding how things are open or reopen. And when I asked him last about New York, he said it wasn't New York that made the decision; it was a health commission that made the decision. Glad you put out on the record that it's a team approach, and it looks like we're moving forward in that direction because that's something that you've tried to be collaborative and bring all the parties to the table. So I'm glad to hear that, especially in relation to not only this issue, but also my last question is that we're looking at the American Jobs Plan, and we're looking at how that will get passed in the fall, maybe not at the same level what President Biden talked about. But from an infrastructure perspective, we have some very significant infrastructure needs. Councilmember Jones talked about reopening MLK. Glad to hear that from Mr. Carroll. But as you're going down MLK and you get close to Monument, there's a bridge there where you see water coming out of the bridge and the rebarb, and there's an ice sculpture about 6 feet every year in the wintertime. That should not be happening. So what are we doing to kind of prepare as a city for some, funding that will come through infrastructure, even at a smaller state? Because, we have some time now to plan for that. And, too often we're so busy in dealing with all the fires we're trying to put out, we don't take the time to plan.
Thank you, Councilmember. Let me call up Deputy Managing Director Mike Carroll to be able to address some of that. And we're very excited about the any opportunity for infrastructure investment coming out of DC. We, as is a lot of cities, counties, and municipalities all across the country, we know how important that is. So we support those efforts wholeheartedly. I'm going to ask Mike Carroll to come up and just talk a little bit about some of the ways we're preparing for that potential investment. Mike?
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, Tumar. Yeah, so we are definitely going to be moving forward, working with our federal partners to advance a slate of infrastructure projects. We, are very grateful for the infusion of cash that we've already received, but also looking forward to the opportunity to do more infrastructure work, hoping that the president's package does get passed. With respect to bridges, I want everyone to rest assured. I mean, we do annual inspections of bridges, and we're making sure that things are stable, that everything that's out there is drivable. If there's ever issues, we do take measures immediately to address them through repairs and remediation, and that may include shutting down bridges or diverting traffic. So what you're seeing out there is an issue. If you feel like it's immediate, definitely folks should let us know so that we can address things like icicles and stuff like that. But don't worry that the bridge is going to fall on you for some reason like that. We do have an aggressive package of bridge improvement projects. Several of the bridges which feed into MLK Drive are slated for repair work, and we're going to be moving those packages forward this next year. I do want to, make it clear though, if you're
excuse me, Mr. Carroll. Will someone please go on mute? If you are not speaking, please make.
Trump Parker can be there for the fact that.
Excuse me. Hello. Mute. Thank you, Mr. Carroll. I apologize in your attempting to answer Councilmember Green's question.
No problem. Thank you, Councilmember Parker. So I was just saying that if you have concerns about specific bridges, do pass that along to us, and we will take a look and we'll see if we need to do more than the regular inspection and maintenance program that we have in place. But we are excited about the infrastructure package. Like I said, we've been planning together with our partners, and we'll look forward to working with council as well as we're putting those projects into implementation.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. I just want to, for the sake of my colleagues, do a little bit of housekeeping right now to let you know we are about to formally start the second round. In queue is Parker, Gim, Jones, Johnson, Thomas, Gilmore, Richardson, Gaultier, Brooks, Heenan, Bass, and O. So if you want to get on the second round, please type it in the chat now. As we begin, I'm going to ask both Commissioner Carlton Williams from Streets and DePetro from L&I to please get queued up. And while they're getting queued up, let me just state for the record, and for the benefit of our viewing audience at home, I want to take a few minutes of my time just to acknowledge some of the men and women who do the work in these departments. When you call us, we call on them. And I need them to know, and I can't name them all, but you are not nameless, faceless people, and you're not robots. So from the Streets Department, I want to acknowledge Crystal Jacobs. Please tell your husband I'm sorry for calling in the middle of the night. Keith Warren, Rick Montanez. Our cameras and lighting wouldn't happen without you. That short dumping. Keith Warren, you helped us get PHL-TCB up and running. To Nick and to Dave. To Farouk, I hope I didn't chop up your name, but PHL TCP, making sure that trash is picked up and the short dumping issues are addressed. Tamara Johnson, all the constituent services issues. Kristen Del Rossi and Patricia Noble, our lighting. Ernest, DC 33, and Omar and Charles Carrington, from the sanitation workers, and Tom Marrow, who helps us, solve challenges when we're trying to figure out property boundaries. Thank you all so much for your work. From L&I want to say to Betsy Baldwin and Sarah Adamo for legislation and complex constituent matters. Lisa Adams, the permitting, the quality of life issues. Maureen Blaney, the vending unit. We have no vending on commercial quarters in the 9th Councilmanic District. And Lord knows, thank you for those quick responses to the illegal vending situations and questions. Renee Reinhardt and the team in the nuisance property unit for your work throughout the pandemic to address nuisance businesses in our communities. We don't want to see you go, but congratulations also to Tracy Ruffin on his retirement. With that being said, I want to start with questions, and I want to go back to where I started, frontline workers. I'm going to ask you, Commissioner Williams, before COVID-19, before the pandemic, I've always viewed our sanitation workers in particular when police, when people think about essential workers, we always hear police, we always hear fire, we may even hear EMS, but people very rarely pre-pandemic thought about our sanitation workers as essential workers. And so before COVID, I introduced resolution number 200098. It authorized our Committee on Labor and Civil Service, which I chair, to hold hearings regarding the safety and well-being of workers in the sanitation division of the streets. We held the hearing in October 2020. And during this hearing, the issue, Commissioner Williams, of hazard pay, it came up, and, you testified, on the issue of hazard pay, and you noted that you sympathize, with calls to provide additional, pay for frontline workers who continue to put their lives on the line, before and during and after the COVID-19 pandemic. I want to know if what you stated on the record is still clear, and that, the city did not have funds for hazard pay at the time. I want to know if you can comment on that financial situation. Now, let me also state for the record, I know that this issue is also an issue that will be addressed during collective bargaining, but we didn't want to raise it during that hearing. All of a sudden, sanitation workers as essential, employees, it gets a little steam and some airtime, during COVID, and now we're up, during the budget process when it's time for us to talk about that labor reserve and hazard pay, and all of a sudden the conversation goes away. Can you give us some comment on where we stand with hazard pay and our sanitation workers?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Parker. Certainly,
I wanted to also thank you for acknowledging all of those employees. It's very impressive and shows how much and how closely you work with direct services to deliver to the constituents of the city of Philadelphia. So I do want to acknowledge that. As far as hazardous pay, again, you mentioned it. It is a collective bargaining issue right now with the city of Philadelphia. I think the time for that conversation should be directed there. We've certainly tried to make sure that our employees were well compensated, even through the pandemic. They did not take cuts. Many people did take cuts throughout the city of Philadelphia, exempt employees, but our employees were actually given a compensatory raise during that period. It was well deserved because they worked extremely hard and they continue to work hard. But when it comes down to the comment of hazardous pay, that is, again, a collective bargaining issue that has to be negotiated through the contract in order to be implemented. Fiscally, we're in a better situation. Again, I don't know how much of a situation we are to support the hazardous pay initiative right now.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. And again, I do know that that issue is one that will be and has to be addressed during collective bargaining. But again, I did not want that issue of hazard pay for sanitation workers to all of a sudden go away because we, are trying to see some light towards the end of the tunnel during COVID. Again, I raised it pre-COVID, before it was sexy, and I'm going to keep on hammering home the importance of us considering and figuring out a way to find some dollars to fund hazard pay for our sanitation workers. In addition to that, give me a response, if you will, about the amount of trash and just how you had to pivot in the midst of the crisis. I mean, residential trash went through the roof, but commercial trash for a minute, it significantly declined. But then when delivery started, that amount of trash began to come back up. Talk to us about what you're seeing right now as we move through COVID.
Yeah, we're still, thank you for pointing that out. We're still higher than where we ever were before the pandemic began. We're still at about 25 to 30% more trash. The good news is that we're able to manage it much better than we had when the pandemic actually started, thanks to the administration and city council support for part-time workers. That helped us increase staffing levels to get us back to close to on time. We're still running some delays. We're still impacted by that increase. We're expected to collect 716,000 tons of trash this fiscal year. That is 30% higher, where we're supposed to be somewhere around 570 to 580,000. We're at 716,000 projected at the end of the year. That still shows the impact of the pandemic and how much trash that we're having to deal with. We've also dealt with increases of illegal dumping, which is a major problem in the department that we're addressing internally. And we're looking forward to trying to bring back important programs like mechanical street sweeping. But the pandemic is still having an impact, and people, being at home, not forced to stay at home, but just not getting back to full-time work is still having an impact on our department. And we're still struggling to keep up with it. Eventually, earlier this year, we were mixing trash and recycling. That is not happening any longer. We're happy to say that recycling is on time and it's picking up again. The rate is improving. So things are looking brighter, but we're not out of the woods yet. And we still have some challenges that we have to face.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams. And for Commissioner DePetro, Councilmember Heenan actually asked my questions about filling the inspectors' jobs and in any innovative solutions you had to address the staffing shortage. So, Commissioner, I won't ask you to respond on the record. If you have any recommendations that you think council needs to employ, please send them to us. The next issue that I want to get on the record, and Commissioner Managing Director Alexander, I want you to come back to help me with this. I just sent a message to Councilmember Johnson because pre-pandemic, I was having a conversation with a young lady who runs the Marian Anderson House in the city of Philadelphia. And I heard people talking about funding for a statue for Marian Anderson. And obviously we have some plans in the works, again, pre-COVID that we were working on relative to Dr. Sadie T.M. Alexander here for a statue in the city of Philadelphia. But immediately in my mind, I kept saying, a statue. Why would we be thinking about a statue when the house is falling into disrepair and it could use our support? When I was talking to this young lady, she told me about how Councilmember Johnson is consistently fighting for funding to support the Marian Anderson House. And so I said, do you get the cultural fund? And she looked and she said, yes, we get a little funding there. I said, well, maybe we can support you because that's a citywide asset with the Philadelphia Activities Fund. And Director Alexander, she said, well, you can't get the cultural fund grant and get the Philadelphia Activities Fund grant. And I said, wait a minute. You mean to tell me that out of the 9th District's capital budget, if I needed to make a contribution to the Robin Hood Dell because I view that as a citywide asset, I can. But if we view the Marian Anderson House as a citywide asset and want to provide a grant via the Activities Fund for $500, and let's say 10 district council people wanted to give $500, that we can. Now, I just asked my staff, what is the explanation that we've been given about why organizations cannot receive, especially if it's recorded, if it's reported in a very transparent manner? Why can't they receive both a cultural fund grant and an activities fund grant? The reason why they gave us is because they're both coming from local government funding streams. Not satisfactory to me. I know multiple legislators who fund different organizations in the city. Let me give you an example. Rebuild projects in the 9th Councilmanic District. We meet with the state reps. The state rep and the state senator both use their votes to leverage funding to help projects in the city. That's coming from the same state pot. How is someone going to tell an organization they can't get the cultural fund and the activities fund grant? You have an answer for me on that one?
Councilwoman, thank you for the question. I wasn't aware of this, so I'm writing down, I sort of jotted down your question. I'm going to ask Kelly Lee, Director of the Cultural Arts Office, to come up and talk a little bit about it. But I think this, get an accurate answer to your question require us to do some outreach to folks that's not on this call. So let me be able to get back to you in writing with an answer to that. But I certainly understand the issue and we'll look to get you an accurate answer.
Thank
Kelly,
you.
You're welcome. Kelly, do you want to talk a little bit really quickly about the cultural fund?
Right. Well, I know that is a policy of the Philadelphia Cultural Fund. I'm not sure if that was driven by the board's decision to leverage every dollar of the cultural fund to spread it to as many organizations as possible to make that a policy of the cultural fund, or if there's another reason for that. But we can also look into that. And I think also Parks and Rec, they run the activities fund, so they may have more detail as to why that policy came to be.
Okay, so Director Alexander, I'll wait for a formal response from you, but someone's going to have to tell me why that makes good sense. We've been cut to, I think, about 1.5 million. When we talk about these grassroots organizations that Miss Erica Atwood just mentioned, and when she talked about in response to Councilman Johnson, she said, what about the organization? And all they focus on is, getting tickets from the Sixers, the Phillies, or the Flyers to take kids to a game, and that's $500. We could be funding, those organizations if we did have access to some more dollars, and or organizations like the Marian Anderson House that get access to the Cultural Fund and or the Philadelphia Activities Fund. They should not be excluded from one or the other, because everything should be based on the need and the value that they provide to the citizens of our great city. So I'll be looking forward to working with you on that issue. Last thing I'm gonna close with before we move forward to Councilmember Gim is that I cannot echo home Councilmember Thomas's question about the capacity of those grassroots community-based organizations. They are not technically sophisticated, many of them, but they are the most effective on the ground. So if there was somebody who was helping them, I'm not talking about Director Alexander just being a conduit for them to receive funding, but what about someone saying to them, there's the Knight Foundation, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, identify identifying all of these different potential revenue streams that they themselves may not be connected to. But if I'm in a grant writing industry and that technical capacity is available to me, wow, what it would do for me if I have an innovative program. So just like we're talking about building up the and supports for, legal service organizations that are going to provide direct legal supports for tangled titles. For example, we need to think about figuring out how we can use some kind of model like that from a grant writing perspective to assist these organizations so they can get funding that is not just local government, but they can compete in this nationwide economy in the philanthropic community for those dollars, because we have groups doing innovative work. They shouldn't be penalized just because they don't, have grant writers, on staff. So thank you for your time, and the chair recognizes Councilmember Gimp.
Thank you very much, Madam Majority Leader. I wanted Managing Director Alexander, if we could just go back a little bit about, a real youth-focused agenda on anti-violence. One of the things that we heard in previous meetings is that we've been zeroing in on how to concentrate resources in high need areas and to identify so we're not spreading too thin. And the school district has presented to us, because they're able to collect this data, a list of 20 schools where 50% of the young people shot since January 2020 have last attended. And a number of those, only 8 of them are district managed schools. The majority of them are either alternative schools or they're charter schools. One of the concerns that's been raised is that no one's really kind of pulling that group together to talk through, like, who's doing what are the responsibilities, how are we tackling needs and resources being directed towards young people in those schools. Has there been discussion at your level about pulling that together? Under whose leadership would that be? And, could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, Councilwoman, thank you for that question. Well, I certainly haven't personally been involved in those conversations. I know that through the Office of Children and Families, Cynthia and Otis Hackney and their respective team members and have been having that conversation, along with, like I mentioned a little earlier, Erica Atwood and Vanessa Garrett Harley from Managing Director's office team have sort of been working on that. So I don't know if Erica or Vanessa want to jump in to give any sort of update to that, but certainly that's conversations that's being driven out of the Office of Children and Families.
Yeah, I will add to that. We've had some conversations with schools that are either have experienced high levels of shootings or have been adjacent to the shootings. We've been taking them on we've been taking them on a case-by-case basis based on kind of proximity to where we're focusing our efforts around the roadmap and kind of instances that have or incidents that have happened. We are trying to figure out a more strategic approach, a more engaged approach with the school district. But there is a both end. There's a let's talk to you immediately because this is happening to you right now. And then there's the build the strategy. And so know that the schools are top of mind for us, particularly as they are not only safe spaces for children during the school year, but also utilizing those buildings in the summertime as well. So we do know that there's a need for us to have that relationship, and we're building it in response and strategically.
So one of the things that I think, what I wanted to present before you is that in conversations, while I think that there's an awareness, it feels like there needs to be a pulled together kind of approach. Like someone needs to pull a group of these schools together. The district doesn't do it because there's too many different systems, right? And an individual charter doesn't necessarily even know. I don't know if they know actually that they're on this list of top 20. But among the things that I'm concerned about is, are there additional resources going in? can those young people be guaranteed the OST slots that are currently not undesignated right now? Can we ensure that there's a guaranteed jobs program for those young people? And what specifically do the school-based resources look like? Who's keeping on top of it? Whether or not it's our responsibility to provide for it, we need to actually know, because so many young people, families, and or their networks are being impacted by gun violence at these very concentrated areas. And like I said, I think, you can span out from there. But, I want to make sure that when we see hubs that we are moving towards them with an infusion of resources, supports, and attention, as opposed to sometimes what we, the traditional means is like, surveillance and policing and increased all of that. But here we have school-based partners who are just as invested in that.
Councilwoman Gim, this is Vanessa Garrett Harley, First Deputy Managing Director.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for that question. I know this is an area of interest of yours, and children and youth are always the areas of interest of mine. I will say that pre-pandemic, we had really begun to try and start working on these issues. We certainly continue to work. Whenever a young person is involved in gun violence, we do try and work with to the extent that we know both the neighborhood community and if we have the information, the school that individual comes from. Certainly whenever, unfortunately, there is a homicide that involves a young person, we try and work with the school that they went to, often also try to coordinate with the school that some of the siblings to that young person may have gone to provide grief counseling or to be able to link them up with our behavioral health department to provide what other services that they need. But I do acknowledge and will say to you that I'll, make the commitment to try and start working on, while I can't necessarily give any guarantees, that we do need to do a better job of coordinated efforts around some of the charter or more independent schools. Certainly we work with the school district. We have in the past, I have personally worked with some of these charter schools, but we'll try to coordinate through the school district office of charter. It's a little bit more difficult in terms of getting them together just because of how they're organized and that they are independent. But we can do that, try and work with the school district and with Deputy Mayor Figueroa and Otis Hackney in order to get an audience with them so that we can try to let them know of the resources that are available and a more coordinated effort as to how we.
I definitely appreciate that. And just so you know, some of the schools, even at the school-based level with the resources they have, the district has told us very specifically they are not in the business of managing long-term grief counseling or and all of that. So the city does need to pull that together for these young people. And I know my colleagues have mentioned this before, but in part when we talk about violence, we don't want to limit it so narrowly to just the victim who actually just got shot. And I think this, Vanessa, that we need, for young people in particular, we need a more expanded understanding of what it means to be victimized by violence, because young people are deeply impacted and traumatized when it happens to people that they know. And particularly if grief counseling is not a long-term strategy, we're still struggling to get back our counselors. We don't have a social worker in every school, though we must and should. We're leaving young people to face these situations alone. And so much of what we heard from our youth roundtables was about depression and about hopelessness. And I'm really worried about their ability to manage this, and in order for them to feel like there are lots of options before them, and this is a city that's going to help them meet their potential. So I think you understand this, Madam Chair. I don't have any other questions. I did, just want to let, since I'm out of time, to Tumar, if we could just follow up a little bit on some of the questions that Councilmember Kendra Brooks had asked about, particularly because I think we're going to need to have the Managing Director's Office have a clarity about the crisis response. I'm really thrilled about it, but we need to know whether there's a possibility that the current proposal will allow for non-police responders to come out if the situation were to be determined as such. And it will take the the managing director's office to have a role in that discussion. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gim, for your commitment to this issue. We greatly appreciate it. The chair recognizes Councilmember Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Member Tumar, you're doing a good job hanging in there with all of the inquiries, questions, and responses. What I want to do is shift gears away a bit, but it still is indirectly a part of public safety. And I want to talk about safe havens in our rec departments. Many members of this body raised the sugary drinks beverage tax at risk of getting their photos put in on milk cartons and being ostracized by folk who had to pay. One of the promises that was made during that time was the legendary Frank Faby was going to get craftsmen, tradesmen to work within a department to make routine repairs easier in many of our rec centers around the city of Philadelphia. Tell me where that promise is and was it kept?
Thank you, Councilmember. Let me ask if Aparna or anyone from PPR is on the line that could possibly answer this question.
Tumar, I'm on. It's Catherine Outlevel from Parks and Rec.
Hey, Commissioner, I apologize. I didn't know you were on.
That's okay. Hi, everybody. Hey, Councilman. This is Catherine Outlevel, Commissioner, Philadelphia Parks and Recreation. So we did receive an allocation in the 2019 budget the 2020 budget, or not even the 2019 budget, I apologize, for those additional positions for our skilled trades team. But we did eliminate many of those vacancies in the budget reduction for 2021. We were able to hire, I believe, we had 40 positions budgeted, and I believe we were able to hire close to 30 of those positions, but I will get those exact numbers for you and can send them. But we did eliminate the additional vacancies as part of our budget reduction last year.
So you know better than most how much we rely on Frank Faby day to day. And we want to make sure, if you're telling me Frank has 30 people that report to him now?
No, sir. Frank has about 100, more than 100 people that report to him. We received increases to build a special capital squad. City Council really loves when our skilled trades folks are able to support capital projects in their districts. And so this was to help create a dedicated capital squad for Frank and his team. Unfortunately, because of that cut and just, again, the struggle that we have to hire for those skilled trades positions, they're incredibly challenging to fill for us. And I know other city agencies, just due to the building climate that exists right now and the potential there is for folks to get jobs elsewhere that may be better paying than our skilled trades positions. So we've had both a challenge in recruiting and filling those positions. And then, as I said, we did cut several of those vacancies as part of the budget reductions last year. So Frank does have about 100 people, maybe 115 people who work under him.
So now, now that I know that, I'm gonna be less understanding when I put in a slip for a request for those repairs, because now I know he has 100 ninja working for him, and I thought he only had like a couple people. But I appreciate that update, and I'm hoping that he will actually get the full complement of employees that we anticipated under the beverage tax that he would get. Do you plan on doing that, Managing Director Alexander?
I'm council member Catherine's smiling right now. So I plan to work with Catherine and her team and the rebuild team, and we'll have those conversations.
Ooh, you're getting good. You said nothing without saying anything. I was impressed. We will look forward to that. And then finally, as we start to talk about our rec centers being an integral part of that, tell me how they fit into the anti-violence plan going forward.
I'll defer to Catherine and Erica to talk about. I know Catherine and her team and Cynthia's OCF talked a little bit about there's some announcement around summer planning, and certainly within that is a public safety piece, but also has been Erica has been a part of those conversations. So I'll kick it back to that tag team to be able to answer.
Catherine, you want me to start?
Sure. Playing chicken to see who goes first. So we have been working very closely with Erica and her team, and we're really grateful for her position, and since she's joined the managing director's office, because Erica understands more than many people, the potential that parks and recreation centers especially can have on as a tool in that violence prevention toolkit. So we've been working really closely with Erica and her team and the police department to connect any organization, any community organization that wants to provide programming in our centers to support, the already great programs that our rec leaders and other community organizations are running. We want to welcome them into our centers to provide those programs, provide space for them, provide access to those constituents that we work with every day, and to do that lockstep with Erica and her team. Erica, I don't know if you want to speak a little more to specifically some of those organizations.
Yeah, and less specifically about the organizations, because I'll get myself in trouble. But more to that, it's a relationship that's give and take, going both ways. And so while I am meeting with Catherine and her team and Cynthia and around the summer programming, there's also they're meeting with us. They're attending our tactical team meetings. So there's a concerted effort that goes both ways in sharing information and resources as it relates to getting down to the nitty gritty of what's happening in our neighborhoods and making sure that we are engaging the right folks, focusing our energies and our efforts to where the need is, and being real-time responsive to ask from the community.
So in conclusion, I appreciate that comment, but that has to be backed up with adequate staff at rec centers. I always think of Bruce Rush out at Schuler Playground, who is probably one of the most dedicated recreation department employees I ever had the opportunity to meet. He was in a rec center by himself and was advocating. He was steady on my doorstep asking about improvements in that rec center, but he got jumped. He was by himself, and he was beaten. And I think of him being in that facility by himself and having to take that. We have to address that so that, yes, I want to help young people, but I don't want to put our valued staff in danger. So we have to have a plan that says, yes, we're going to open up later hours, but yes, those staff aren't going to be alone. Or yes, we'll have midnight basketball, but yes, people won't be walking to their cars by themselves. Has that been addressed?
Yes, sir, that has been addressed. We will from now on have at least 2 people working in each of our facilities, and we made that decision. Many thanks to the budget office for their support of that. Just over the last few months when we saw this huge uptick in violence, unfortunately, at many of our centers. So we've made a commitment to have 2 people on staff at our centers at all times. And we did receive some funding in our budget restoration for FY2022 to allow us to do that. And I should mention that at many of our centers, the larger centers, it's more than 2 people, but at a center like Schuler, as you know, that's a very tiny center, 1-room center, that would have been typically staffed by 1 person. We had about 100 centers like that were only staffed by 1 person, and we're now committing to have 2 people on at all times.
So now there's nobody there because he's hurt. So, all right, thank you for the update. And you tell Frank Fabi I'm fighting for him.
Will do.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Jones. That was a blast from the past. Was that Bruce Rush, Dottie Rush's son that you was? Okay, I just had to make sure I wasn't crossing lanes there. Wow. Okay, thank you.
That's him. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Councilmember Jones. Chair recognizes Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Leader. Just a couple questions regarding Streets Department. I want to also echo the sentiments of Madam Leader and acknowledging the hard work of Carlton Williams and the Streets Department, as well as Keith Warren, who, I probably, if I ever get a chance to meet his wife, she probably cussed me out because of late night texts at all hours, which is probably a little, off the, and also Steve Lorenz and Rich Montanez. So I'm always consistently texting and emailing, just trying to address some of the issues in the second councilmatic district, but also just thank his team as a whole. And so Carlton, this issue is around how are we coming out of this pandemic, addressing the administration's, your team's strategy around clean streets, illegal dumping. I would be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to your counterpart, Tom Conway, and the CLIP program, because to me it's all intertwined as it relates to improving the quality of life of our districts when it comes to illegal dumping and clean streets. And I know you have a new task force that you're establishing. So I want to get an idea on what is our strategy coming out of this pandemic just to get back on track regarding street sweeping, illegal dumping. And also for the record, I just want to get an understanding of what is the city's policy regarding the cleaning of alleyways, and is there anything that we can do legally to make that part of our responsibilities when it comes to addressing the cleaning and greening of our neighborhoods?
Yeah. Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. Always a pleasure to work with your office. And we have some challenges throughout the city of Philadelphia that you just mentioned. Illegal dumping being one. Let's talk about what we're doing about it, what we're seeing. It has become quite exasperated during the pandemic. We really miss the support. I can't underscore or overstate the importance of our block captains, our volunteer groups, our CDCs. Many of those groups who were sidelined during the pandemic were unable to provide that partnership support that we've had. And we saw an increased amount of illegal dumping, especially with the amount of trash, residential household trash, contractor trash, all kinds of dumping we saw last year. And we were sidelined with it from our volunteers, but we were also trying to focus on keeping the trash up, that it became a massive undertaking to try to keep up with. And so we focused on trying to get back to getting our volunteers back engaged with our department. Earlier this year, we relaunched the Philly Spring Cleanup. I was very happy to see over 450 groups signed up and want to get back despite understanding the risks of COVID, and we did have COVID restrictions. People wanted to get back. They want to get a clean city. They want to get back engaged, and we're going to re-engage them through our what we call now our Beautification and Litter Task Force, which is taking a look at many of the residents within those communities and hearing from them and coming up with partnership solutions to prevent it. Earlier this year, we launched an internal initiative to look at all the sites that were frequently getting called for illegal dumping through 311. And we took that data and we mapped it. And we mapped that data and we took our staff and said, I want to make sure that we visit these sites at least once a week to ensure that this stuff doesn't pile up and become a health and safety hazard that we've seen over the past few months. And it has been effective. The unfortunate part of that strategy is it's not a prevention strategy because people think that it's okay to dump. So now we have to go on to our next strategy, which is to work with our community partners, identify those locations, and come up with enforcement strategies that address people who dump in our city. And this comes down to the small, I think you experienced this stuff yourself, council member, where you thought that it was someone else dumping when you found out it was the little old lady down the street that was taking trash to the corner. But people don't realize that contributes to major dumping in our city. And so we need to get back to educating and enforcing that. Our sweep officers are well aware of that. Cameras for major illegal dumping sites. We have over 130 cameras up now We're working with our council members to try to identify other locations and then coming up with neighborhood litter plans with our beautification and task force to address those issues in those targeted areas where people frequently dump. Until we can come up with a plan to develop those areas, we have to get better lighting, and we certainly have to get more remediation and support from our neighbors to get it cleaned up.
And last quick question, I hear the bell was ringing. Regarding, do you know the ordinance regarding the cleaning of alleyways, which is a major issue? It's a public safety issue. I know in the Philly Futures program, which I think was a very, very robust program, well, hopefully I recommend that we bring back, where the young men actually cleaned the alleyways and prepared streets to come and, address the lighting in areas, right? Again, we're talking about public safety. What's the law around the cleaning of alleyways, and can we change it? And then have we also looked at something I'm interested in is that if you're caught illegally dumping and you're a contractor in a business, you should be banned from doing business with the city of Philadelphia, period. No, you get a second chance, you get a second or third chance. But if you're a contractor and it's investigated that you're responsible for illegally dumping in the city of Philadelphia, we should just take away your privileges from doing business here in our city. And so those two things, can you zero in on, please?
Yes. So alleys, as you mentioned, are a challenge. They're really the responsibility of the adjoining residents. However, we understand that, they become so clouded with trash and debris that the department does take the initiative to clean them out and repair those lights that are desperately needed for safety and security. We're hoping that in the future we can free up even additional resources through the LED percentile project that will give us the flexibility to establish alley crews to do that on a more frequent basis. Right now, we're doing it on a complaint basis, meaning we're reacting and we get calls from residents and then we try to go out and clean them. But we need to be more proactive and do preventative maintenance so they don't get in those conditions in the first place. With ESCO, with the new LED lighting initiative and bond, hopefully that will get approved and implemented in the future. That'll free up resources for us to have a dedicated team to do alleyways. We certainly do miss Future Track, and that was one of the programs that we are certainly looking at. Hopefully in the future that we can consider bringing it back. But right now, we're not in a position to do so. But we are looking at those type of opportunities to bring those programs back to address alleyways as well. As far as taking someone's business license, we have to work very closely with L&I. I know that they have constitutional rights that make it very difficult for us to snatch their license, but there are penalties, fines, and stiff provisions that we can put in place to address contractors, specifically the one under the 25th Street Viaduct that we caught the other day, who dumped a mountain full of debris and trash and infill under that bridge in that location for the residents to have to deal with. We are dealing with them head on, and those type of contractors that we catch, we're trying to prosecute them and to hold them accountable through our camera program. Those are the type of tactics that we believe that's going to work. Strict enforcement, increased fines, and even some community service and jail time for those for really egregious act who dump on our city.
And thank you for saying jail time, and then we're going to follow with the district attorney's office to see, what's the strategy and the partnership with the Philadelphia that when any individuals are caught illegally dumping, they should be prosecuted, right? And they should receive some type of penalty just for the simple fact that it's bringing down the quality of life of our neighborhoods. And so again, Carlton, I want to thank you and your team for always stepping up to the plate. And then I'll just go on the record and say, hopefully, as we go forward through this budget process, that we should be trying to find ways to increase your budgets, because at the end of the day, like I know from the calls that I'm giving y'all doing a whole lot of work. Like y'all done clean Mario Alonzo Boulevard like 1,000 times, tons of trash, tires, and then people still keep dumping. And so at some point in time, we got to figure out how we increase the level of resources and manpower and support, particularly around this issue, as well as making sure that a part of the prevention strategy that all the support that your team needs is necessarily there. So I just want to state that for the record. But again, I appreciate the work that y'all have helped me do to respond to my constituents in the 2nd Councilmanic District. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. And on behalf of Council President Clark, let me say thank you, Councilmember Johnson and Commissioner Williams, for putting on the record that issue of addressing alleys. Commissioner, we will let the Council President know about your response relative to the LED project and the potential of alley crews. In addition to that, for the benefit of our members, don't forget in our neighborhood preservation initiative, one of the things that Council President Clark strongly advocated for during that time, and he'll be putting that together, is for the cleaning of our alleyways as a preventive measure. So thank you, Councilmember Johnson, for putting that on the record, along with our Tom Conway and Clip team. And we remember Tom and team when many of them had black hair that's now silver and white. So thank you for that. Chair now recognizes Councilmember Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Leader. I appreciate it. I want to take a couple minutes to jump into a different line of questioning for me this time, starting with an initiative that came out of the Disadvantaged Communities Task Force. So I think that this would come under the Managing Director's Office. So myself and Councilmember Gilmore Richardson, we were the co-chairs of the Disadvantaged Communities Task Force. And throughout the course of our work, we feel like one sector that was very loud in their advocacy as well as in their needs, while simultaneously communicating the impact in the city, was the arts and culture community. I did hear Councilmember Gilmore Richardson earlier reference the Cultural Fund. I want to do a deeper dive into that, as well as investments in arts and culture in general. So the first thing, the Arts and Culture Task Force put out a report, and I'm not quite sure if folks in the administration side was able to see it. But in the report, there was strong advocacy for a nightlife economy manager. I'm wondering, is there an appetite within the administration for a nightlife economy manager, specifically looking at Mr. Rashid and some of the work he's doing within his department? We feel like when we look at not just the arts and culture community, but Councilmember O earlier referenced the hearing that he had on Friday. In that hearing, something that stood out to me was a particular business who communicated the fact that they, prior to the pandemic, would pay $250,000 in just liquor by the drink tax. And so with the amount of revenue that we've lost, and in the midst of thinking about the recovery of our economy, I'm wondering if anybody from the administration side had a chance to read the report from the Arts and Culture Task Force, specifically the part where they recommended a nightlife economy manager.
Hey, Councilmember, thank you. I'm going to call on Kelly to talk a little bit more in detail about the report, but as it relates to that one piece about regarding nightlife manager piece, I have not personally read that recommendation, and I know some of those conversations was ongoing pre-pandemic, so I look forward to being a part of any future conversations around this activity, but I'm not sure if Kelly Lee wanted to jump in or anything else regarding that report.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman Thomas. Yes, I've read the report. There are a lot of really good recommendations in there. Also, sort of read the part about the nightlife economy manager, and it also sort of echoed some of the findings of the report from the Music Industry Task Force, asking to sort of expand sort of a nightlife corridor, so they would have sort of special longer hours and be able to generate sort of that level of excitement and attraction to certain parts of the city. So I think there's a lot of good content in the Arts and Culture Task Force report and the Music Industry Task Force report that's worth consideration. And we look forward to working with you to seeing if we can move any of that forward.
Thank you. I think we would love to have that conversation with the administration about what can we do as it relates to nightlife economy. Specifically what Kelly is talking about as it relates to extending bar hours on certain corridors. We did work with our state partners to introduce legislation to essentially address that issue. So hopefully we can have the support of the administration as well as other members on council as we work with our state partners to enact state legislation to give us the authority to be able to do that. I think in the meanwhile, though, in the midst of anticipating that, I think that we should be diligent about this position, because I think when we anticipate the return of activity this summer, I was in another hearing, a lot of hearings, where we discussed pushing the administration to have a date as it relates to trying to target a time when the city can open up and anticipating what planning and events can look like. I think if we are going to be serious about that date, whether it's a June date, July date, whatever that date may be, I think that this position should be something that comes with that date, so we can have somebody who's specifically focused on not just the economic side of this, but the COVID safety side as well. I think that if you really consider how long people have been in the house, and when the opportunity presents itself for things to open up a little bit more, we talked about neighborhoods we're from earlier. We all know that the nightlife scene is going to develop an appetite of itself. So I see my bell. I hear my bell. I'm sorry. Before I close out, let me just also push two more things. The first thing is I think we should. I agree with my colleagues as it relates to the cultural fund. I think our target number should be $5 million. Again, I'm more than happy to work with the administration. I think I have an idea of where those dollars can come from. I also think that we should push a little bit more to give a few more dollars to mural arts. We talked a lot about gun violence today. We know mural arts have programs that work to really address those issues. And as I close out with the nightlife economy manager position, we do have a commitment from our state partners to help with some dollars for that position if it's something that the administration is interested in, because we've already begin to plant some seeds and have those conversations. So thank you, Madam Leader. I appreciate you. And thank you to Kelly and Tumar for your responses. I appreciate it.
Thank you,
sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson.
Thank you so much, Madam Leader. And first, I want to thank you for that robust job you did at the onset of round two, and thanking all the employees in the various departments, including the streets department. And I have to also say thank you to Crystal Jacobs and to Keith Warren and to Rich Montanez and Tom Conway over at CLIP for all of your help, and all the employees who help us each and every day and work closely with Beth Strain-Berry in my office, who is stellar at Constituent Services. So thank you very much, Madam Majority Leader. I wanted to quickly go back to something I talked about last week when we had testimony from the mayor's office around the investments we're making in climate change and our ability to actually meet these goals. And I remember in the response, I believe it was Engler talking about, our deputy mayor talking about how the federal government will sort of help us to close any remaining gaps around the work we are seeking to accomplish and the goals that the mayor has set around climate change here in Philadelphia. So my question is, and I really want us to think about this in a way that it's not just the responsibility of the Office of Sustainability, but that every department realizes and recognizes their role around climate change as well. So can you estimate what percent of the work that's outlined in the Climate Action Playbook is fully funded with this proposed budget? And can you estimate how many of the city's sustainability goals have active action plans? And then what percentage of those are on track to actually achieve the goals, that the mayor has set forth for us, knowing that he pushed up some of those goals by a few years?
Thank you, Councilwoman. I'm going to call on Christine and Nat to come on and talk through it. But I do want to say that, you're right. This is not only on the Office of Sustainability. A lot of times Christine does her coordination with Deputy Managing Director Mike Carroll, and we meet with those. I personally meet with them quarterly. I meet with Mike weekly, and a lot of those issues come up. And what I've always said to Christine and Mike is, anytime they need to use the managing director's quote unquote bully pulpit to push out and make sure our departments are listening to them and responding to them in a way that we need to be effective. And not only our departments, but it's also giving them access to folks that may be outside of government and outside of our purview, that making sure that we as a city are looking at these issues. So certainly we're doing that. But let me ask Christine to come on screen.
Sure. Thank you, Councilwoman, for the question. And I think that the Climate Action Playbook was actually our attempt at demonstrating that climate action is a whole of government approach, that it is not just the Office of Sustainability. And so you see in there that there's plans from different departments that we've put under the umbrella of climate action because they do move us forward. And I always say I need to come up with a more sustainable analogy, but I often use a car as the analogy of, sometimes the Office of Sustainability is in the driver's seat sometimes we're in the passenger seat helping to give directions. Sometimes we're in the back seat yelling words of encouragement while other departments are driving work ahead. And so, we always want to give credit to all of the other departments that really lead and carry forward a lot of our city sustainability and climate work. I don't have a direct answer for how much of our work in the Climate Action Playbook is funded. We didn't have like sort of a financial lens on the Climate Action Playbook as we created it, but it's certainly something I can go back and take a look at and try to get you an answer on. Oh, you're muted. Sorry.
That's the line of 2020. I wanted to thank you so much, Christine, for your work and for the opportunity to meet with you and work with your team and work with Mr. Chapman, our new climate resiliency officer. And I have a few specific questions around how we will generate or purchase electricity, from renewable sources for city operations in general by 2030, how we're increasing the number of residents who are living less than a quarter mile from, transit, more around that whole TOD or transit-oriented development conversation, and our citywide waste diversion rate and a few others. So what I'll do is I will submit these questions to you and to the managing director for your written response so that I won't use all of my time. Next question I have is relative to the streets department, and I wanted to start by thanking our commissioner Carlton Williams for all of your work, and then also I wanted to thank President Garrett, Omar Salam, and Charles Carrington. I had the opportunity to go out twice with our streets department workers, and both times was just so impressed by the work that they do, and just tried to work with them as much as possible to support their efforts, and have been able to keep up with the workers that I was able to go out with in Kensington. So I wanted to shift a little bit, Commissioner, to talk about a meeting that I was invited to last week from our neighbors in Chester and our partners some of them who testified at our hearing that we had late last fall. And they had a community meeting discussing the upcoming contract renewal with Covanta over the incinerator. And, the community advocates there particularly are concerned about our contract work there because it directly impacts their community and the public health of their community and environmental justice. So if you all could just talk about how you all are considering environmental justice in the waste management plan that you have coming up.
Sure. So Covanta, just by way of background, Council Member Richardson, is one of the facilities that accepts our disposal waste. It's a waste-to-energy facility that's been a part of our portfolio for at least over a decade, since back in 2008, I believe that they first joined, or early 2000s. We definitely have heard some of the concerns in reference to emissions and the hazardous conditions around that facility. I will say that the EPA and our DEP is heavily also involved, and their emissions are extremely low in terms to the health and safety of the residents there. I know they would argue differently, but that is our main federal kind of oversight, state oversight, to ensure that we're in compliance with insurance, that we're not putting anyone in jeopardy, especially women and children and families who live around in that area, who have to be exposed to that. I think that many of the concerns that relate to Covanta have been addressed. They have, the mayor of Chester even supports having Covanta there. It leads to jobs. It certainly has supported their economy. And if there was any health hazard, we would have been notified by the EPA or DEP, and we would address it immediately. So I think those are some very real concerns. We're not ignoring them, but they have been a viable partner and a good environmental steward when it comes down to accepting our waste and disposal of it and turning it into energy.
Sure. And Commissioner, what I wanted to do, and I heard the bell, I wanted to thank you for your response. And like you stated, you noted the residents completely, disagree. So I just wanted to put that on the record because they did invite me to come to the meeting And I wanted to put that on the record that they have concern around those waste management contracts. Madam Leader, if there will be a round 3, I would like to come back because I wanted to talk about the Future Track program, not only with the Streets Department, but workforce development with a few of our other departments, including public property and fleet. And then I also had a question for L&I around the drug paraphernalia bill that was just passed, and also a question we received from our constituents around repairing and maintaining streets after development and construction happens on their particular block, and there's more potholes and craters coming up in their residential block. So if there's a round 3, I would love to come back. Thank you so much, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Councilmember Gilmore Richardson, and I'm just going to ask you to just please tee up for a round 3, and if we are able to get to it before our stenographer tells us that she needs a break, we will definitely keep you queued in, Councilmember. The chair recognizes Councilmember Brooks.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. My question is for Mr. Carroll. You mentioned that the department is using city employees rather than outside contracting to design and construct ADA ramps. And during the hearing on the 5-year plan, it was noted that it would cost the city $8,000 to install ADA ramps. This took up a larger share of the funds than it had been anticipated by the department. Can you explain a bit about what happened here?
Yeah, there's a couple of features. So just to be clear, we have not started using city employees to construct ramps yet. For some projects, we do use our own forces to design ramps, but we're looking at the opportunity to use them to construct as well moving forward, and we're very encouraged about that. That $8,000 cost is very much the low end of what we could get on the open market. If we were able to construct our own ramps, we expect it would come in around $7,000, $8,000. Oftentimes when we go to the private sector to have ramps constructed, it costs up to $20,000 per ramp to get that constructed. To give you a little bit of the history, though, we had worked out an approach where we were looking at doing ramp construction as a separate part of the program, where we would set funds aside to fund this separate piece of work, and that would allow us to move forward with paving and then follow up with the ramps. That doesn't really fit well with the way the federal mandate is structured. What's expected and what we now understand and agree makes the most sense is to do the ramp construction at the same time within the same contract period as the paving is taking place. And so that's what we've reoriented ourselves to do. So one of the consequences of that was we needed to restructure a number of active contracts which existed at the end of 2019 and were prepared for work that was going to take place beginning last year and carrying through to this spring. And those contracts were restructured so that we could take on ramp work immediately. And that meant that we were pushing back some of the paving work that otherwise would have occurred.
Thank you for that. And I thank you for highlighting that it is a legal mandate that ADA ramps are available. My question is, right here in the city, we know that there are some severe curb cut issues is a problem. And we just need to move through this with urgency to address this ongoing injustice that we see to the disability community. So if the Streets Department received even more budget dollars than you're currently slated to receive for FY2022, would the department be able to accelerate the work to adequately address the severe cutout issues in our city and continue the street resurfacing project even further?
Well, I just want to be clear. That's actually what's being proposed in the FY22 budget. There is a big cash infusion, which is going to allow us to significantly increase ramp construction to really historic levels and to take on the paving commitments that we've made as well. we're very gratified by this opportunity, and we look forward to working with council to make the most of it.
So, in terms of capacity, are you able to take on the more around increasing this capacity, even with the infusion of money?
Yes, yeah, and I mean, there's always more you can do if you have more to work with, but I feel comfortable that the amounts we're talking about now are manageable, and we can scale up to what the commitments are on both the ramp construction side and the paving side. But I'm not going to ever say that you can't do more with more resources. So, if that opportunity presents itself, I think if we're talking about future fiscal years, we will be in place to actually do a lot of work. And with in-house construction ramps, it's pretty exciting. It's a chance to really have a complete sea change in the way we do this work.
I agree, and I want to commend the Streets Department for looking at the city's internal talent, as a way to cost save around this, instead of continuing to use private third-party contractors. And I would really like to see this project move with some urgency. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Councilmember Brooks.
Thank you, Councilmember Brooks, for your questioning, and thank you, Deputy Mayor Carroll, for your response. Right now, we are going to take a quick break for our stenographer. So please bear with us. We're going to ask everyone to stay on and please remain connected while we give our stenographer a much-needed break. Thank you all so very much for your patience. We greatly appreciate it. For those council members and staff who are on, I did just double check to make sure that we are on a break, and I just confirmed with someone that we have some music playing, so we are officially on break for a second. I do want to just note for the record that some people were wondering why I kept saying, would you please mute, would you please mute?
Madam Chair, council members and participants, we are now live.
Thank you so very much for your assistance. Again, we are continuing on our second round of questioning here in the City Council of Philadelphia during our budget hearings. In queue now is Councilmember Heaney. Councilmember Heenan, are you connected? Councilmember Heenan? We will move forward and call Councilmember Heenan when he arrives. Is Councilmember Bass still connected? Councilmember Bass? Is Councilmember O still connected? Councilmember Dom? Councilmember Gilmore Richardson? While we are awaiting Councilmember Heenan's return, I am going to start by asking L&I, Commissioner DePetro, are you still on and connected with us?
Yes, I am.
Thank you, Commissioner, because I know this is something that is also of grave importance to Councilmember Heenan. Commissioner DePetro, there is a term that I heard recently, and I'm sure you are very familiar with it. It is called mission creep. Mission creep. And it's a gradual shift in your overall mission or vision, and it often results in what I like to refer to as like an unplanned long-term commitment. And it's with that term mission creep in mind that I wanted to ask you about where we here in the City Council of Philadelphia may have, through our legislative action, expanded the mission and or vision of the Department of L&I with legislation that we've passed. When we work on getting legislation passed, we work on, getting it through our legislative body, getting it to the mayor's desk for his signature. But once we get the legislation to the finish line, that's actually your starting line, I would say, where this idea of operationalizing or implementing and the enforcement work begins. Is there any legislation, Commissioner, that we've passed in recent years that has taken a little more effort to implement than you thought, where you could say that legislation has, in fact, contributed to that concept of mission creep, of your department?
Thank you for the question. That's absolutely an awesome question. And I wouldn't call out any particular piece of legislation simply because there's probably several pieces of that we struggle with. The problem that I see is that this isn't to suggest that this stuff isn't necessary. But if all things being equal, if there were a Department of Consumer Affairs, a lot of these things might be in an agency like that could actually render that sort of help to community. Because all these issues are real. They're obviously happening. It's just that mission creep is very real to the department. And if it's not an immediate sort of public safety component, it's very hard to give that the same level of importance. Inspectors are pulled in a multitude of different ways. And we want them to keep their eye on building safety, and because if building safety, if LMI doesn't do building safety, then no one does. So there have been pieces of legislation that very much pull us in a direction that we really can't do. The things along towing. Anyone that's dealt with towing knows how difficult that is and how terrible it is to be taken advantage of. But the likelihood that LNI succeeds in towing enforcement is very, very low. It requires a much more mobile, nimble, and maybe even a law enforcement presence to it. So there are definitely those pieces of legislation that sort of tug us in a direction that's difficult to do. In large part, I think we've done two things. One is recognizing that the department that exists in the Philadelphia Code is not actually the department that really exists. Those are two very different things. And one thing that we've done, I think, to help Sarah Adamo has taken on the sort of liaison between council, and I think that's been helpful because the goal there is she can dialogue with the council members, come back to us, and then we can begin to actually operationalize things that were passed that we can do. And there's a number of legislative pieces that are pending or have been recently approved that we're looking forward to that will absolutely help public safety. And we're excited about doing those. But there is always those that, again, is it's necessary. It's just that L&I has probably gotten it because there's just no other place to put it.
Got it. Thank you so very much, Commissioner, for that response. We will keep that in mind. And at Office of Consumer Affairs, we've taken notes. I see Councilmember Heenan is here. Chair recognizes Councilmember Heenan.
Thank you so much, Majority Leader, Chairman, Chairperson, for your patience. I am actually, coincidentally, Commissioner, out on a site in my district in which a tragic fire happened last night, and they're tearing down a historic church built in 1884 with a time capsule, and I think the community is pretty saddened by the fire. So your crew is out here doing a very good job. So I want to say thank you for that. Thank you for your expertise. As you well know, in starting off a lot of the budget hearings and conversations calling for more inspectors, it is no criticism whatsoever towards any workers in your department or trainees or executive staff that you have. It's merely to give you the tools, give you the technology, give you the funding, and give you the staffing for the caseload that you do have, all right, to keep our citizens safe. So I want to state that for the record moving forward. I want to thank your staff for always cooperating because you always have. So we have, get back to my earlier questions, we have 50 inspectors in one of your departments of inspections, with our property maintenance and enforcement of 52 for building construction. We're seeing historic construction boom that is upon our city right now in our region, which is great, right? Because we're employing a lot of people. 55,000 permits being issued, building permits being issued in 18, a 9% increase in 19. Obviously, last year the construction industry was one of those types of industries that only saw a slight decline, and then going into this year, we saw as predicted, 95% in January as expected permit issuance. Is that sound about right, Commissioner?
Yeah, I think we're looking at a couple different things. I mean, we're looking at revenues that we've never even seen before, just from construction permitting. You couldn't have a stronger industry right now than construction.
And that's always good to. It's great to hear. We are so your budget submitted this year. I'm including demolition, by the way. So your operating budget is close to $25 million. You have, $10 to $13 million for demolition only, and that's more of a pass through, not necessarily your operating. Has that been kind of consistent for the last 3 to 5 years?
The demo budget's going up. Our operating budget is about the same. Demo has certainly gone up. Demo budget is subject to what's going on in a variety of different areas. A great example is the St. Leo fire. That's not something that anyone really plans on, but we're going to have to absorb a huge amount of that cost. And churches historically are very expensive to demolish just because of the way they're built. Demo funding is fluctuates from time to time, but basic operations to the department's going up slightly over the last couple of years.
Okay, so we've had historic construction, as you said. I mean, it's just a tremendous part of our contributing economy. And your operating budget, stayed stagnant. because I'm taking out the demo a part of it because, your operating budget is staffing, historic permits. So per inspector, we have 52 inspectors for this increase of construction, and your budget is being reported as having trying to get down to like 500 permits per inspector. And my understanding is that some inspectors have nearly 700 or 600 permits on a daily basis. What is a day in the life of an inspector? So how do they deal with that kind of pressure and caseload and inspections, especially when you have our streets department doing all this repaving and construction and street closures? How does one get around to even get to these sites to call them safe? And that's notwithstanding the mission of an inspector on the patrolling aspect. All right, so they're responding to a permit or a complaint if they can get to it. So they're not able to control as much as I think we would like them to. All right, permitting activities and patrolling construction activity, which will cover the part of the economy that doesn't pay taxes, that do not have licenses. And that could be in the tunes of tens of millions of dollars on a yearly basis if we lessen our caseload, if we increase our staffing modestly. I know a couple of years ago, 3 years ago, I introduced legislation and called for 700. All right, but that was to get everybody's attention. All right, the reality is we need 100% increase of our staffing on inspection so we can patrol, capture those tens of millions of dollars so we can put it right back into crime prevention, put it right back into gun control, put it right back into diversionary programs and or quality of life issues that we have in our city, including our education and training. So I point that out with the question of what is a day in the life of an inspector, and then I will defer to the next round. And thank you so much for being those frontline workers and first responders on our dangerous construction sites.
Thank you, sir. Let me say, I think you hit the nail on the head with respect to how do inspectors get from site to site. The LMI construction inspectors, they really do some phenomenal work. As I said, they serve in a variety of different roles. They don't do just construction. They do dangerous buildings. They do our audit and investigation. They do some of our plan review. And they really are tasked with a great responsibility. And the reason I think it's important is forever and historically, we've always looked at the permit load, how many permits they carry. I'm starting to believe, and the evidence is starting to suggest that that's probably not the best way of measuring their productivity or how much their workload is. It's really, and this is the point where you mentioned, it's the number of sites, the number of places they can be expected to get to in a given time. So with regard to like the demand on the construction permitting, we look at inspectors carry about 250 individual sites. Now, those sites may have multiple permits. One job may have 15 permits on it. Another inspector may have 15 permits at 15 different job sites. And that's much more difficult to get around to and manage. So what we've done is when we introduced Eclipse, we were able to, for the first time, count demand on the inspector time, meaning we would know exactly what the demand is because all the inspections are done through either the online portal or our IVR, our phone system. So we know that we're meeting the demand in terms of the inspections. They're calling for inspections, and the inspectors are being able to get out there. It actually comes out to about 5 inspections per day per inspector. Now that's not exactly simple. That's a lot of work to get to that because you have to factor in they do complaint inspections and re-inspections. So we believe that they can meet the demand on the permit side. But I think to your point, where we needed some additional help and where we need to do some increased staffing, and it's included in this proposed budget is all that other sort of contractors behaving badly, not paying taxes, hiring unlicensed subs and employees without OSHA 30. And so what we've proposed in this year's budget is an increase of 5 positions strictly dedicated to go to our audits and investigations unit, because that's the kind of work they've done. And frankly, if this is any indicator, as an average, with the staffing now they have there, they have maybe 3 inspectors, a couple managers who do a lot of the administrative work and a lot of the research, and the director, of course, Wilt Fernandez. But just with that small group, they're able to they assess about $26,000 in fines every month. Every month. That's just a function of the work that they're doing. They've done 6 license suspensions, I think, so far this year. We expect that number to increase rapidly as they bring in additional staff. And that's no small task. License suspensions are very high bar to execute on. They have to be investigated fully, fairly. There's times for appeal. They have to be provided due process. So it's a big undertaking. But I think putting additional resources in AIU will begin to sort of address some of those things you mentioned, which is real to residents all over the city that have been either damaged by a contractor or their life has just been turned upside down by a construction project through no fault of their own.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, for your response. The chair recognizes Councilmember Bass.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have a question. I want to go back to the Streets Commissioner and Commissioner Carlton Williams. I had a couple of questions for you. One quick question. I'm sorry, I'm slightly distracted. One quick question that I received from a constituent while we are on is about an ongoing concern regarding recycling mixed with trash. And, they basically said that it's happening on a regular basis, that recycling is mixed with trash. Can you address that quickly?
Sure. A council member, it was happening quite frequently during the pandemic. It was our only way to be able to keep trash and recycling on a normal schedule, as you know, when we were struggling with staffing resources and with increased trash. However, since February, I want to say that we've committed to full recycling. It may have happened once or twice in between there, but as a collective whole and as a policy and practice, we've discontinued that and made a full commitment to recycling. We have been struggling to keep trash on time as a result of that, but we thought it's very important that we remind us to the citizens and we practice making sure recycling is separated from our materials. In the crisis, it was occurring. I'm happy to report right now that it has greatly improved, and if it's still occurring, we need to know about the area so we can address it.
Okay, very good. I'll get the information. The other question I have for you, constant in my office, and I suspect in other district offices, is about speeding and speed bumps and, traffic calming measures. And I know that you've done a lot over the years with speed cushions, as you call them, and also with, adding bike lanes as a way to calm traffic, and also adding additional striping and things of that nature. But can you talk about where we are with speeding in the city of Philadelphia? In some neighborhoods, it feels very dangerous. I have, for example, the 100 or the unit block of West Upsall Street in my district, which, and actually the unit block of West Upsall and the unit block of East Upsall, both abutted by Germantown Avenue, both of which, folks have complained for quite some time now about cars being hit, them almost, getting into their cars almost being hit. Just the lack of respect for the road, for other cars, for, people trying to cross the street. And they've been asking for speed bumps, for any sort of traffic calming for quite some time. And it seems like it's just, like I know that you're doing the best you can with what you have. You work really hard. But is there any way we can get additional attention on speeding and street calming in the city?
Yeah, so I see Mike also jumped on, so I'm going to let him weigh in on, speeding overall in relationship to Vision Zero. We are very concerned about the number of crash-related deaths that have occurred during the pandemic and over the last year. I can tell you that speed cushions are in very high demand in our department. We've actually installed over 600 speed cushions to date thus far and throughout various neighborhoods. It does take a traffic study and for us to come in and take a look at, what mitigation methods, if it's up to standard according to our city, state guidelines for installing speed cushions. But we look at a variety of things as well, as you mentioned. We look at, signal timers. We look at PED lead intersections. We look at rumble strips. So we have a variety of tools that we try to utilize in various neighborhoods, but speed cushions seem to be the ones of choice. One of the things that we hope to do with this new capital budget is they get damaged very easily. The ones we're putting in right now are installed as rubber, and they're temporary, but we're looking to look at part of this investment in capital to make more permanent ones for areas that we're paving. We'll still take those requests from residents like the ones you just described in consideration, and hopefully that we can expedite the process for getting them in locations where they're desperately needed. With that being said, I'll let Mike jump in terms of the speeding issue in general and what we've experienced through Vision Zero, and then we'll circle back to that residential block. If you can give me that address so we can look into it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Great.
The only thing I would add to what Commissioner Williams said is, yes, we're addressing a number of policies to try and address speeding citywide, including working to establish a kind of a prima facie 25 mile per hour speed limit throughout the city. And so there are some constraints in doing that. We need to make sure we're falling in line with guidance from PennDOT and FHWA, the Federal Highway Administration, in doing that. But that is a major goal of ours. And as I mentioned to Councilmember Thomas in testimony earlier today, most of the improvements we're trying to make along the legs of streets is to reduce speeds overall. We don't really have a way of establishing, how speeds citywide are going down with these measures. But quarter by quarter, and I want to thank you for pointing out which corridors you're interested in, we can certainly follow up after these measures are taking place, and we tend to see there's a significant reduction in speeds whenever we do implement effective traffic calming measures. So we'll look forward to working with you on these locations and other locations that come up through your districts and throughout the city.
Thank you very much. Another question for you is trash. And I know that trash has been touched on a bit, but it's just a never-ending issue in the city of Philadelphia. And I wanted to know, is this something that when you all pick up trash through dump sites, it used to be a policy where we would go through the trash and find out who was responsible for dumping the trash and hold them accountable through fines or tickets or whatever. Is that still happening? Because
yes,
it's just completely out of control with people dumping individual trash from their homes.
Thank you for pointing it out, Council Member. Yes, that is still a policy and practice of our sweep officers in the department. The unfortunate part of it is that those dumpers are getting a little bit smarter, and so we have to be more strategic. They don't put their addresses as openly as they've done in the past, probably because they may have received a citation. That is our practice and policy for going through to ensure that we identify who that person is. But we still practice that. Last year, we issued nearly 100,000 violations, many of them related to early setouts or illegal dumping of trash. But I think it still needs to be done. And you're right, that is a major problem. We're trying to make sure that we identify and work with, either through cameras or our block captain community groups to try to identify and educate people not to throw their household trash on a corner when we collect it on a designated day. Most of the stuff that we're seeing out there, and you've reported a lot to our office, it's coming from residential households right from in the neighborhoods and the communities, and it needs to stop. We need to address it. It's causing a major problem with rats, with health issues, with so many other things in certain neighborhoods. So that is going to be a focus of ours. We're going to get back to education. We're hoping to look at more enforcement, the more than what we've already been doing.
Well, and another question too regarding trash. So regarding construction debris, and I heard somebody mentioning before something about construction debris and the amount of it. We actually passed a bill a few years ago that said if you are a city contractor caught dumping and you're out here dumping, you're doing a job on behalf of the city, then you will be banned. And I remember that the administration really did not want to support that. I cannot figure out why, for the life of me, we would not want to put a ban on city contractors who are doing the wrong thing and being paid by the taxpayers all at the same time and destroying their neighborhoods. So is this something that the streets department, in terms of the construction debris, is this something that you all are trying to track down? What's the methodology of trying to follow construction debris? How are we tracking that?
So when we talk about taking someone's license or preventing them from doing business, we bring in, and Commissioner DePietro is on the line as well. We have to work with L&I to issue a number of violations and give them administrative hearings for, I guess, due process. And again, Commissioner DePietro can probably comment on the business side of that in terms of revocation of a license. For us, we ultimately try to hold them accountable through enforcement, and we will certainly try to have them arrested and locked up and prosecuted when they dump illegally. But to take their license does require certain steps. That's Commissioner DePietro, if he can weigh in on the terms of a revocation of a license.
That would be great if you could weigh in on that. And I realize that, we're talking probably, I'm guessing that it's a small segment of those who are dumping. And this all stems from my staff being out at the Logan Triangle for a tour to talk about trash and dumping with residents of the community and some members of the press. And while they were there, a city contractor pulled up and dumped right in front of them in broad daylight. And so just the flagrancy of the action was just so outrageous that we really felt something strong should be done. But if we could have the commissioner just give a brief remark, I know the bell has rung.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the current contracting licensing requirements are a little bit weak, so they could probably use a look at. Again, this is something that our Audits and Investigation Unit would do. It's very difficult because you have to prove, you have to have some evidence that they were there. Now, mind you, there's folks doing great work on this. Clip and Tom Conway and his group, and Detective Flacco from the police department was doing some tremendous work on investigating short dumping, basically. But we're happy to engage in any conversation about strengthening the code requirements for license holders and participating in any kind of license revocation or suspension process if they're found dumping. That's absolutely terrible to even assume that a licensed business would take such a risk, but we're absolutely committed to working on that.
Great.
Thank you so very much for your response to Councilmember Bass. And Councilmember Bass, thank you for those thoughtful questions. A real challenging issue in our city. For the benefit of our members, let me state for the record that we will have to scrap the third round. We're going to ask that any questions that you may have, that you submit them to the office of the president. He will get direct responses to our questions and or if we need to get them addressed during our callbacks. We will now finish the second round, and the chair recognizes Councilmember O. Are you connected, Councilmember O?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much. All right, my question is following up on my first question, which had to do with reopening the city and the use of technology. Partly the city itself, but also businesses such as hotels, indoor sports, conventions, hotels, restaurants, live music venues. They need that technology as well. And the city having a plan to help provide that, I think is important. And I will say that I'm very concerned about the fact that while we are talking about putting money back into the Philadelphia Cultural Fund, that is a small amount of money. It has been helpful because we have a very robust arts and culture economy, which in Philadelphia alone is $3.4 billion impact. I repeat the numbers, $930 million in household income and $157 million to our city on an annual basis prior to COVID. But that platform, that economy is being threatened with collapse if the city does not do more than put money into the Philadelphia Cultural Fund. I think that is important because it's been a very big economic engine that also addresses a lot of the concerns raised about teaching young people, children, teenagers, providing outlets, giving hope to and aspirations, jobs that people want, as opposed to job training for things they don't want. They want to be in film. They want to be in graphic arts. They want to be in music production. They want to be in filmmaking. They want those type of things. Is there any plan as we look at the overall budget to ensure that we don't have a collapse of our music and filmmaking, our arts and culture economy?
Councilmember, thank you for your question. I think, while certainly they may not be in managing director's office purview or budget, we, through the course of the pandemic, we have worked with partners such as Commerce and outside agencies to sort of put grants and funding and money made accessible to a wide array of industries. And, one of those industries certainly was the arts and culture community and the folks who sort of work in live venues and those activities. So I think that's a more direct question, maybe related to a department other than managing director's office, potentially Commerce Department, to talk about those investments. But I will say that we support those efforts, certainly in pushing that information out. And as I said earlier, to a comment around, I think Councilmember Green's question in regards to reopening, certainly, the impact of all of these restrictions both weigh heavily on our mind, and is a part of the conversations that we have around restrictions and reopening.
All right, thank you. So I'll give you a question, which is for the managing director's office, if you can answer this. So one of the things, and kind of responding to the important issues raised by Councilman Thomas, so in looking at a 24-hour city, a 24-hour zone, one of the issues arises, which is the same issue about reopening our city, and the gun violence issue we have right now. That is that people in Philadelphia at the time, and I think still today, are concerned about having nightlife. They see it as, at least they did years ago, as being a potential problem with violence.
Hello, Frank.
And with sorry to say, with crime.
Right.
And so there were those conversations, but also trying to bring people into the city.
Oh, that's good.
In terms of, people coming back into the city as tourists, going to our nightlife, going to our sports, even during the day.
Excuse me, Councilmember O. I just want to note for the record again that we need all.
I'm curious to see, maybe she get an extra fluid out of me.
Excuse me, all. Mr. Healy, if you could go on mute, please. Again, I apologize for having to interrupt Councilmember O. Just for the record, we want to ask everyone who is not speaking to please keep your microphone muted. And Councilmember O, I think you have about 60 seconds left, another minute.
Yes, thank you very much. So what is the role of the police in the administration's mind in dealing with this skyrocketing gun violence, violent crime, making the city safe enough to bring people back in, and then to possibly, ensure that people within our city are able to move about and participate in, their neighborhoods, communities, travel safely throughout our city? What role does the police play in that?
Councilmember, thank you. I will again state that I won't go into a whole lot of detail today on this response to this question. Just alluding to the fact that Wednesday we'll be coming in with all of the public safety agencies, but certainly police play a big role as it relates to enforcement of public safety. But similar to what Councilman Green said, and similar to what other conversations were throughout the course of today, it's a part of it. They're one cog in a bigger justice system, and certainly they're a big important piece because they are the folks who are 24 hours a day on the streets. Most folks have access to even in hours when they don't have access to all of us. So there certainly are an important part of it. What you alluded to around whether or not we have 24-hour sort of entertainment zones, and certainly Councilmember Thomas alluded to this in his conversation about extending those hours of those businesses. You would absolutely have to take into account the public safety of those areas, absolutely have to take into account looking into gun violence and just other quality of life issues as it relates to in setting up any of those zones in any of those areas. I remember a study, I think, done by Professor Radcliffe at Temple, almost, as Councilmember Heenan said, he knew me 30 years ago, probably about 30 years ago, if not longer. But just a study about what times and places where violence occurred. And, it don't take a genius or a rocket scientist to see that, when you're out, as our grandparents would say, nothing good happens after 12 a.m. But when you're out at a certain amount of time and then you're around certain institutions, it was a highly likelihood that violence would take place in those areas. So I think you take all of that into account. And so I don't think it's just a question around establishing those zones. That's you look at that economically, but you also look at that with a public safety lens on it as well.
Yes, we'll talk about it on Wednesday. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember O. This is the last question for this round. Line of questioning, it will come from Councilmember Dom. After he speaks, we will start with our next panel that will include law, CAO, and OIT. Councilmember Dom, are you connected?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be brief, and maybe I can just get brief answers to speed this up. Here's my first question. In today's Inquirer, it appears that...
Councilmember Dom, you're on mute.
Okay. You hear me now?
Yes, Councilmember, we can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. In today's Inquirer, it appears that...
Mr. President... Thank you, Councilmember Dom. I apologize.
That's okay. In today's Inquirer, it just appears that Philly Counts is going to be playing a significant role in the city's vaccine distribution program. So my question to the administration is, can you square away some of these numbers for me that I saw in the article? The Philly Counts 2020 final report issued in January 2021, Philly Counts reported that its volunteers had made 300,000 calls from March 2020 to the end of the program in October 2020, 300,000 calls, and received 4,952 responses according to the report. Yet in today's Inquirer, Philly Counts reports making 50,000 calls, 1/6 of the number, in the last 3 months, and received 6,000 responses. So I'm a little curious as to how Philly Counts made 250,000 fewer calls, but ended up contacting 100 more residents through their phone banking. And also, if possible, what's most important to me, the Inquirer reporting did not show a number for how many people that Philly Counts reached out to that actually got a vaccine that would show that was really productive. Can you give us that number?
Councilmember, let me first start by saying so I did not have a chance to read the story yet. What I will say is that the activity they talked about last year was around the census and the census count work, and activity they were talking about in 2021 is all related around the vaccines and getting folks access to vaccines. I know the director of Philly Count, Stephanie Reed, is on the line, so I'll let her answer the question. I think as it relates to knowing how many folks they've actually taken up, who they've encountered, who've actually been led to a vaccine, that number may or may not, they may not have the capacity to have that number because they're really just the outreach education portion, education function of this. So it wouldn't necessarily be tied into saying they reached out to Tumar Alexander on X date, and then Tumar Alexander, being able to confirm that Tumar Alexander indeed took his vaccine. But I'll let Stephanie Reed talk to those efforts, and we'll certainly, due to time, be able to get you more details written as well. Stephanie?
Yeah, thank you, Tumar, and thank you for the question. So I think one thing that's important to know is that we don't believe that it's one single conversation that makes people get vaccinated. I think it's a number of conversations. You would have seen, we talked about this in the article as well, that behavioral science shows 7 to 12 conversations is actually what it takes, or 7 to 12 touches of different kinds. So we will, in the future, circle back. And what we're doing is people will tell us, yes, I'm going to. Sometimes we make an appointment. We are keeping record of that. And in the future, we will be able to then text those people. We probably won't have the capacity to do calls, but we can text them and say, hey, thank you so much for the conversation. We're just following up to see, were you able to get a vaccine? And then that gives us an opportunity, one, to start to look at that data and see if they tell us yes, do they actually do it? And then two, if not, does an additional conversation help with that, right? So I don't know right now because it's still very early in the work that we've been doing, but it is something that we think is important to look at. My guess is that the in-person conversations are going to be much more effective than, I mean, we're calling people right now because that's what we've had the capacity to do. And I think a lot of volunteers right now are happy to be able to make phone calls and help. But I think that probably the most effective thing that we're going to find is when you have a vaccination opportunity in the near area and you're able to talk to people and send them straight there. So we did work with Council President's office for his vaccination event this past weekend. And I know that my team was telling me that on Saturday, so what happened was on Friday, they canvassed around the area and gave out flyers and told people about the event. And they did say the next day they saw a lot of people they had talked to. So I actually think that's going to be the best bet. But you've got to use a lot of different pieces of the equation. So, you know, you could talk to more people over the phone because you don't have to walk to every door, but it might not be quite as effective. So you kind of take a mix of those approaches.
Let me ask this question, and you can just give me a very brief answer if possible. Mm-hmm. Are we currently going door to door these vaccinations in underserved neighborhoods?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Stephanie. Go ahead. Well, let me start.
And how many people are doing that?
We're increasing Stephanie Reed's team's capacity to do that, council member. But similar to what she's mentioned, we are doing that around certain zip codes in certain areas, such as the one she mentioned over the weekend.
So I'd like to know what our budget is, if we know that answer, and how many people will be doing the door to door.
We could be able to get you that, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think my time's up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, everybody. I do have one quick question. I know we have to move on. We have to get to the law and chief administrative officer. Actually got a phone call like this today. Carl, Commissioner Williams, Streets Commissioner Williams, you still here?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I got a phone call today. Neighbor, citizen, also somebody I know, but they call me on the cell, ranting and raving about a $50 ticket that they got today for trash on the sidewalk. They claim they got no warning all up and down the block. And I am about trash in the street. I'm a stickler for people cleaning up, frankly speaking, their own sidewalks and their own streets. But I think the biggest issue is the notification. So are we giving people a warning first? And the $50, was that established by a particular process? And it's kind of high. Real quick, and I know we have to move on. So
Yeah. So I will certainly look into that, Council President. We actually began implementing tickets once we got past. We suspended writing tickets last year during the pandemic when we were running late on trash. When we got back to getting back on schedule, we reinstituted the process for some of the reasons that was discussed during council hearing today, which is people setting out their trash on corners and in locations where they shouldn't have, creating litter conditions. So I will certainly
talking about people setting out trash. I'm talking about just the little paper bags and the stuff from the corner store, because I think that's the biggest problem. This is regular, somebody come out the store, trash bags or the little black plastic bags and other stuff. And these people all up and down. And I'll tell you, it was on 29th Street.
Right.
They all got tickets for not sweeping the sidewalk. It actually said that.
Okay, so I'll certainly look into that issue right there, Councilman. But yes, we have been issuing tickets for litter violations. Yes, we have.
And and I'm about people need to sweep their own sidewalks. I'm about that, but
Yep.
I just need to know if we're going to do that. Is there going to be a warning similar to what we normally do? It kind of encourage.
Start implementing.
All right,
I'll follow up with you. Yep.
let me know that, please. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, we're running late, so we're going to move on. Our next department coming up, and as Councilwoman Parker said, that any additional questions that you all have for the earlier MDO's office, any departments under that jurisdiction, please forward them. We'll make sure that they get them, and they will potentially be a part of our callback days. We'll probably have to add another callback day, because I know there's a lot of things that we needed to get answers to that we weren't able to because of the condensed schedule. So next up, we'll have Law Department with our city solicitor, Ms. Cortez. And thank you all from the MDO's office and all the supporting cast. We appreciate your testimony. Councilman Heenan, did you? Are you?
Yeah, Council President. No, I just had one quick parting comment for Department of L&I, but I'm going to respect the process and will respectfully wait till callbacks because I wanted to talk about the CCP program that I submitted to the mayor's office and the department, and a lot of other kind of creative and inclusive programs to help better our efficiency and service to the city of Philadelphia. So other than that, I will respectfully wait until callbacks so we can move on with our day in this truncated type of environment we have.
Yeah, thank you, Ken. Yeah, I know. Like you all, I really hate this process, but we're gonna get answers. Bottom line, be it through email, callbacks, or adding another budget day. We're gonna do what we have to do. So thank you, Councilman.
Yeah.
Madam Solicitor, you here with us?
I'm here, Council President. How are you today?
Council President?
Yeah.
I apologize. This is Councilmember Gilmore Richardson. I just have a quick point of information or clarification for you.
For me?
Yes, I just have a question. So in this round, are we doing department by department, so like law, then OIT, then OHR, or are we doing them all together?
So we're doing law will be separate, and then
Okay.
we'll do chief administrative services, which will have the other departments under.
Understood. Thank you very much,
I'm
Council
told that everybody's available, so if you want the person to come on and read their testimony, this is the hand we were dealt this year. I hate it, but it is what it is.
I understand. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Madam Solicitor.
Thank you, Council President, and good afternoon. Buenas tardes to you and the members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Diana Cortez. I'm the City Solicitor. On today's Teams call, I am joined by my executive team, along with different unit chiefs of my department. You have copies of my written testimony already, so unless there are any objections, I would incorporate that testimony by reference, and we'll make very brief remarks, especially given our time right here. So from a financial perspective, our fiscal year 22 general fund budget totals a little over $19 million. This budget submission includes an increase of $4.7 million to Class 100, which represents a cost-neutral and partial consolidation of the salaries of law department attorneys currently funded by other city agencies. Also included is a cut from Class 200 in the amount of $765,000 and $765,167. At this time, law would propose for your review during caucus changes a revised general fund budget of $20,070,140, which would reinstate the Class 200 cut. On the performance side, we achieved a number of successes over the course of this past fiscal year while working remotely and handling all the unprecedented challenges of this pandemic. We helped draft and defend the pandemic orders. We successfully defended the accessibility and validity of the November 2020 presidential election in both state and federal courts on both the trial and appellate levels. We also filed numerous affirmative lawsuits, including with the help of you, Council President, and your colleagues in City Council, the firearms preemption lawsuit against the Commonwealth, the General Assembly, and we are there fighting for the right to pass our own local firearm laws that make sense to us and would better protect us and our city residents. We expect to use fiscal year 2022 budget to continue providing high-quality legal counsel to the city, its officials, and employees. I'm happy to take any questions any of you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your extremely timely testimony that was adjusted, I'm assuming, significantly to accommodate our challenges with time. I had a couple quick questions, and again, thank you for your service. In your testimony, you described a $4.7 million Class 100 increase, and it's meant to consolidate law department salaries currently funded by other departments. Can you kind of walk us through that? Exactly what does that mean?
Sure. I'll discuss it generally, and then I'll probably have to defer to my First Deputy Craig Straw or our Director of Administrative Services, David Torres, to go into any more details. But my understanding is historically, the law department never had its own budget for funding or the salaries of our attorneys. So therefore, we had to receive funding from different departments. So this would be the first year in which we are expecting all of that pot of money to be held by the law department. So it's my understanding that that's sort of what the increase is. And I'll defer to Craig or David as to whether I'm misstating or missing anything.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Craig Straw, the First Deputy City Solicitor. Just to add to the solicitor's comments, we are a department where our Class 100 individuals have been funded by close to 15 to 20 different departments at any time. Therefore, when we are trying to do any type of sort of action that would impact all of our staff, it requires us to reach out to those other departments, have them either participate, get their approval, sort of work with them to be able to do things that we would like to do within our own Class 100 funds. And so addressing it with budget, it seemed the best process was to, and why it's a sort of zero-sum game, is that these departments already had funding for these positions. So we are just simply transferring that funding to the law department's funding so that we have better control over the individuals who we're hiring and supervising.
Okay, so based on that formula, my assumption would be that there will be a corresponding reduction in those 15 departments that you referenced. And this may be a question for Marissa.
Yes, hi, Marissa Waxman, Budget Director. So yeah, the money just moved. So one of the best examples to look at this, if you look in the budget details, say the Department of Revenue that has a number of attorneys who do the collections work. And so you'll see about most of the money actually moving is like, I think it's around $2 million out of revenue into law. No operational changes, but this is designed to help law maintain equity in pay and hiring decisions across departments, because larger departments, when law used to ask, hey, can we give a raise to blah, 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 a department with a larger budget could usually figure it out. The smaller departments, they wouldn't be able to. And so this is going to allow decisions about attorney staffing and salaries to be, more consistent across city government, as opposed to based on sort of the size and other budget needs of various operating departments. But we don't anticipate any change in the level or volume of legal services to different departments. It's just money, say, out of revenue into law. We did not do it for DHS and DBH just because at this point we didn't want to mess with any matching grant issues. But we think we actually may be resolving those, at least in the case of DBH, and so we'll probably move that direction shortly.
Okay, so let me get clarity on this, because I'm stickler for the numbers. 4.7 million was in other departments to fund So we will see 4.7 million reduction in those. I think was earlier referenced that there were 15 departments.
Correct.
If we go line item, okay, let's check. I mean, I know it's
Yeah.
not a lot of money, but
Schedule C of the budget details, you'll see a lot of transfer to law department or transfer of legal services.
okay, all right, won't affect operations. Okay, cool. With the legal challenges that, and a lot of which we have generated, because we're always coming up with things that kind of skirt the law to some degree with respects to our ability to impose our certain legislative priorities on different entities. How do you prioritize all of that, all those different? Because I know we have some. I'm sure the executive branch has some. There could be some that just kind of come out of the clear blue sky as a result of just our day-to-day activities. Do you have enough staff to accommodate the ability to work with all of those various challenges on an equal basis, or do you have to prioritize them in particular times? And if you do, how do you make the determination as to what's a priority and what's not? Because we still have this issue about law department representing the executive and the legislative branch. That's a little pet peeve of mine, a couple other individuals, but.
Yes, no, I appreciate that question. It's a great question, Council President. I would like to say that, as I have stated before, and I'll continue to say it today and every day, is that we welcome your ideas along with your fellow city council members. We're open for any and all of these different ideas to initiate different affirmative lawsuits. In fact, I've made it a point to try to schedule quarterly meetings. Given the pandemic issues, we can't, be so open as to going into City Hall or anything like that. So I've made it a point to try to schedule quarterly meetings with everybody, and that would be one of my agenda items, to make sure as to what is it in particular that we can do to better address the different issues, the different needs, the different concerns of you, your fellow city council members, and your individual constituents. I know our attorneys, in particular those in the affirmative and special litigation group, along with others in the other litigation groups, we're always ready to fight. We're always ready to go into court. And so right now, I would say that there's not a need necessarily to prioritize, and that I think that we have been able to handle all of the different requests. But I encourage you and the other city council members to let me know if I'm mistaken or if we have not been able to address some of these other concerns.
Okay. Well, thank you. That's good to hear. Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, my line of questioning will be, and you tell me, Prez, after I make my comments, if you want us to get questions for the Chief Administrative Officer after this. But right now, I'll just do law. And with that,
it'll be law and then Chief Administrative Officer.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Solicitor Cortez, I just want to start with something, and don't blame it on me. I want you to blame it on my experience when I started there, as an intern, as a staffer in City Council, running between Council Member Tasco and Clark's office. And then even when I got to Harrisburg, I thought, Mr. President, by the time I got to Harrisburg, it would be different. It's the same issue when it comes to the legal department working with the legislative branch. And this is what I heard from those folks. Don't tell me what I can't do according to the law. Help me do what I'm trying to do to solve this problem lawfully. And it's with that in mind, Solicitor Cortez, that I want to thank you and just give a few shout outs to members of your team: Andrew Richmond, Chief of Staff, Kristen Bray and her team in the Code Enforcement Unit, including Jason Greenspine. Don't kill me if I chop your name up, charge it to my head and not my heart. James Poncio, and Ellen Corrigan. These three people I owe them a debt of gratitude for their work with the Walter P. Lomax legislation that we are scheduled to operationalize, in July. Louis Rossman, Joe Rosenberger Altman, and Raynell Staley. The emails were on the weekend, and the calls, I text it when I remember it, and I'm getting old, so the texts come at different times, and they were always graceful. Jim Zawalik from the Tax and Revenue Unit, Jim Kellett from the Regulatory Unit, and Deb Cunningham from the Real Estate Unit. Special thank you, Solicitor, to you, all of the members of the staff I mentioned, and some I know I did not mention. Thank you so very much for your work. You all are not nameless, faceless lawyers. You help us do things decently, in order, and in accordance with the law here. And I won't introduce a piece of legislation, even if Louis Rossman and I have to fight tooth and nail, for days and days and days. I won't introduce a piece of legislation without the law department signing off. And I want to say thank you for that, for the record. And no questions, Mr. President. Just wanted to make those comments for the record.
Council member, thank you so much. We truly appreciate your extreme kind words and recognition and your support. And we always look forward to working with you. Thank you.
On mute, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson.
Thank you. Council President and Madam Majority Leader. And like our Majority Leader, I don't have many questions for law. I'm waiting for OHR and OIT. But I just wanted to also come on the record to say thank you, Madam Solicitor, fellow working mom. We've had a number of conversations during the day, evening, weekend, about the legal challenges that we're facing, specifically for the public comment legislation. And we've been meeting almost weekly now since the onset of that lawsuit against the city. So I just wanted to say thank you to you and Carol Haney, Nicole Morris, and Renee Garcia, Louis Rossman, and Joe. And thank you all for the meeting on Friday before Mother's Day, late Friday evening, the weekend of Mother's Day. I appreciate your service and just wanted to thank you for your work. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman.
Chair recognizes Councilman Heenan. Councilman Heenan. Here. Okay. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Gim.
Thank you very much, Council President. And like everybody else, Solicitor Cortez, I also wanted to thank you and your team for the tremendous work that you've given to our folks, and the time that you give to carefully and very patiently explain complicated issues, and to be a true partner on things. I was wondering if you could maybe give us a little bit of an update, for the record. We've been talking together a little bit about the importance of doing these quarterly review sessions to take a look at settlements and other types of issues to see if, there can be some identification and course correction when needed. We've had a few meetings, I think maybe just a handful before the pandemic kind of upended things, and I hope in general, that work continues to be ongoing. But I was wondering if you could maybe give just a little bit of a brief update on how you're thinking about it, both in the past, but also like moving ahead. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you, Councilmember Gim, for your support and your office's support and partnership. We really appreciate it. And your question as to that, I believe the first step we implemented was, I think, finalizing our schedule with you and the other necessary stakeholders on this very important topic. So I think one of the things that I and my team members will do is sort of look at what the settlements were this past quarter and try to proactively see what trends, if any, we can identify and propose solutions for those. So those are some of the things that I think we would propose in the first meeting that we have scheduled. And of course, if you or your team or any of the other stakeholders have any agenda items for us to consider, we'd gladly consider those as well.
Okay, I know that, we just scheduled the June 2nd meeting to discuss. And I think some of it is just as we go into that meeting, the most ideal thing is if we can look at past settlements. And so having an accounting for that. But maybe we could just, after the June 2nd meeting, we can have a more, part of the purpose of the bill was to help council and the city get a handle on where we can do some course correction and some significant investments. So I look forward to talking to you further about that. Thank you very much, Council President.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman. I believe Councilman Thomas.
In the interest of time, Council President, I pass. I have questions for other panels, and my questions for other panels are rather lengthy. But since you called me, I'll echo the choir and say I appreciate Solicitor Cortez and her team and everything she's done since she's been sworn in. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman. I'm quite impressed.
Thank you, Councilmember.
I'm quite impressed, Solicitor Cortez. Whatever you've been doing, make sure that the council members are very, confident and comfortable with what it is you have been doing as it relates to providing service to the council. You should pass it on to other departments because it is clearly working.
Council President, for clarity, I still agree with you as far as our concern as it relates to legal representation, but I just, again, feel like Solicitor Cortez has been has gone over and beyond since she's been sworn in.
There you go. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, that whole dual representation is an issue that will continue to be challenged for a number of us. But you're doing a great job with respect to that. So I don't believe there's any other questions for you, Madam Solicitor. I want to thank you very much for your testimony and your responses to the council members' questions. So, yeah.
Sorry, President.
Yeah.
I entered late on the comments.
Oh, Councilman Jones?
Yes, I just wanted to briefly, whenever you have an opportunity to say how beneficial a department is, you should always put it on the record. And I wanted to say that in light of the construction of the legislation to deal with the Citizens Police Oversight Committee, you have been fair and balanced and able to balance the different constituencies that all fall under your representation. And it is not exact science, it's an art. And you have been very capable in that regard. And I'm thankful and look forward to working with you and your staff going into the hearings.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Jones. We appreciate that, and we look forward to continuing to work with you on this very important piece of legislation.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Madam Solicitor. Appreciate you being here today.
All right, thank you all. Have a good afternoon.
All right, thank you. And next up, we will have Chief Administrative Officer. Within that grouping, we will have the Innovation and Technology, also known as OIT, Human Resources, Procurement, and Civil Service Commission. So will the Chief Administrative Officer, Ms. Tipton, please step up, state your name for the record, and proceed with your testimony, please.
Good afternoon, Council President Clark and members of City Council. I'm Stephanie Tipton, Chief Administrative Officer. I'm pleased to provide testimony for the Office of the Chief Administrative Officer, or CAO, and on behalf of the Procurement Department, Office of Innovation and Technology, and the Human Resources Department. Joining me today are the department heads and leadership for those departments. You all should have copies of our full written testimony for the CAO and cluster department, so I will keep my remarks brief. Before I provide a summary of some of our plans for fiscal year 2022, I want to first recognize the incredible work performed by the employees within the CAO cluster during one of the more challenging years in our city's history. From supporting the near overnight transition to remote work to ensuring our employees were supported and safe throughout the pandemic, enabling departments to efficiently procure the services and supplies they needed to support city residents, and providing near daily support during this year's general election. Throughout the pandemic and civil unrest, OIT, Human Resources, Procurement, and Records never skipped a beat. It's a testament to this team's commitment to the city, and I'm grateful every day that I have the opportunity to work with them. In further support of the city's FY22 budget, much of the CIO cluster will be sustaining a 5% cut across the board. While this will impact some of our plans for FY22, we remain committed to supporting city departments, employees, and residents as we continue to recover from the impacts of the last year. In FY22, the CIO will continue to support the city's response, reopening, and recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic and rapidly accelerate its mission to transform and modernize the city's administrative functions and ensure a diverse, efficient, and effective government. Specifically, we look to build on our past successes and further transform operations through an operations transformation fund. The FY22 through 26 5-year plan includes $10 million for this purpose. Since the onset of the pandemic, city government operations have simultaneously expanded, contracted, and evolved. More work has shifted to electronic and remote, offering new opportunities like paperless business processes, and presenting challenges like barriers to receiving services, which exacerbate existing digital inequities. The Operations Transformation Fund will underwrite departmental efforts with this upfront project costs and capacity building activities to ensure solutions are people-centered and sustainable. Through continued attention to efficient and equitable service provision and adequate funds to enable transformation, the city will continuously improve its service delivery to benefit all Philadelphians. The Procurement Department in FY22 will continue to engage city agencies in developing purchasing plans, including COVID-19 response and emergency plans for unforeseen natural disasters and or domestic emergencies. They will continue to engage and educate departments and stakeholders on the local business purchasing initiative, which is aimed at increasing contract opportunities with local business entities, as well as implementing Councilman Thomas's Keeping It Local bill and Councilwoman Parker's Walter P. Lomax Transparency in Business Act. Additionally, OIT will continue to oversee most major technology projects and provide technology to help city employees do their work more efficiently and effectively, and enable various city agencies to better serve the public with a focus on diversity and inclusion, digital access and security, and resiliency. OIT has been critical in enabling the city's COVID-19 response and department's ability to deliver services virtually, and will continue to be critical in supporting the city's recovery, as well as the long-term operational changes necessitated by COVID-19 pandemic. Specifically, OIT will launch a diversity in IT apprenticeship program for software development and user design, establish a digital product support team within OIT to work with departments on adopting or expanding use of existing tools to meet changing business and technology, and build out the technology components for the joint E911 call center at the Philadelphia Public Services Building. Lastly, in FY22, the Office of Human Resources will continue to improve recruitment and selection processes to drive the timely hire of diverse and qualified workforce. They will develop engagement strategies designed to improve the candidate experience, implement and leverage remote testing, utilize strategies to manage healthcare costs, and partner with operating departments to assure the timely processing of employee transactions, as well as the management of eligible lists to fill vacancies necessary to provide essential services to the public. Mr. President, this concludes my remarks, and we are happy to answer any questions you have. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Simpson. I appreciate it. Real quick, let's have a couple of quick questions. So it appears that over the last couple of fiscals, as we've increased the contracts awarded to MW and DSBE contractors or vendors, between 19 and 21, it increased, but it looks like projected in 22, there will be a small decrease, but I just want to know if that relates, I guess that would be a procurement question, that relates to something. And I was just wondering if that was going to be a trend or just an anomaly where we actually take a step back on contracts.
I'll have our procurement commissioner join the call. I think Iola from the Office of Economic Opportunity had to leave, but generally speaking, we're buying less, and so there's fewer opportunities for sure, especially over the last year and potentially into the next year. So I think you're also seeing a potential reflection of that as well. I don't know if Monique wants to add anything else to that.
Good afternoon. I don't necessarily have anything to add. I would agree, Stephanie, that last year and part of this year has been challenging as well. But I would have to yield to Iola Harper in the Office of Commerce to speak directly to MWDSPA.
Okay. I wasn't talking about a reduction in the amount of the dollar figure. I was talking about a reduction in the percentage. So even if we're buying less, the percentage hopefully would stay the same or increase. So if you don't have the answer right now, I need you to tell me why we just took a step back, and from a percentage standpoint, not from a dollar amount. I know we purchased less. All right. So we've been kind of suggesting that individuals come back to work from non-residents in particular, and we're a little concerned because they're not paying the wage tax, and and we understand why there's some reluctance for a lot of different reasons. If you can stay home and to accommodate the workforce and the work product that's needed. But we're going to continue to encourage that they come back and work in town so they can pay that wage tax. Now, the city of Philadelphia, I must acknowledge, we have a number of individuals working at home. You look at us today, we're on this virtual reality. Do we have a game plan on it? We're going to figure out a way to get people back in buildings in some sort of hybrid model or whatever. Just because as we continue to encourage people to come back to the city of Philadelphia, you kind of want to show a little bit of the same thing on our end. Can you talk to us about how we figure that out?
Sure.
We send the signal.
Definitely. I mean, what we do as city government definitely sends a signal to the rest of the, downtown businesses especially. So what we have been doing over the last few weeks is meeting individually with departments that have a significant number of employees working from home. We have about 20% of our workforce that is working from home currently, to talk through with them what some of their plans are for the eventual return to work for their employees. I will say with the announcement from the governor this week about sort of lifting a lot of the restrictions across the Commonwealth, that obviously plays into, our decision-making process. And when we would say this is the point at which we want to begin having employees come back into, the office workplace specifically, we have many 80% of our employees have been working on site in some form or fashion since the beginning of the pandemic. So in talking with the departments, part of that is also surveying their employees to understand what some of the challenges or barriers are that they're going to face in coming back or returning back into the office. And we want to craft plans that are more specific to each department. So, for example, a number of departments, have identified functions or operations that are, working really well remotely. And so they might shift more into a hybrid model where they might have some operations that continue to work in some way remotely. Other departments have sort of decided that we might go more with kind of a hoteling of space. So where, we have touchdown space for employees to come in and utilize for certain activities or functions or collaborative meetings that they might need to have, but that they will have, remote work as part of their kind of standard schedule. So these are all the conversations we're having right now. We're asking the departments to develop a return to work plan that we have sort of a small internal committee that's comprised of my office, public property, OIT, HR. We can kind of take a look at that, give them feedback, and then develop a plan for what that's going to look like for this specific department. So we're trying to be very thoughtful about it, but certainly we'll have a date by which we say, we want to start having people come back into the workplace knowing that remote work might still be some kind of part of what that return to work looks like for a lot of departments.
All right, and what is your timeline on having that plan in place? Because I know my folks, our folks at council are working diligently and having what are we looking at timeline?
So I think we'll probably have more to share this week in terms of what the health department is thinking the timing for the city would be on relaxing some of our restrictions on office work. What we have committed to as a city and to our employees who are working from home, that we want to give them at least 30 days notice before they're asking them, so they have ample time to sort of get their, kind of reconfigure and plan for that. And certainly what the school district is doing is going to have some part of that too. So we want to be mindful of all those things.
Yeah, no, that's a big deal. It's just, I think in large part, this issue about people not being able to find employees has a lot to do with the lack of child care, daycare, schools, things that would normally be when people can go to work. And that's increasingly more and more of a challenge in getting our economy in full blast. A couple of quick questions. One is the OIT, the managing director earlier, in response to my question about the violence prevention network, i.e. the 24/7 hotline that we were asked the administration to stand up for us. And Ms. Alexander had shared earlier to me that they were waiting for OIT to develop the technology to be able to accommodate another 3-digit number. I actually heard something I think last week in another hearing. There was an issue with respects to co-responder or civil responder with another 3-digit number. And then the other question is civil service. When I was talking to the recreation commissioner last week, this whole issue about revamping some of our civil service requirements, and for years we've been talking about changing certain standards in where there's opportunities for community people who do the work, unpaid volunteers such as Department of Recreation individuals and facilities across the city. We have volunteers, heads of advisory councils actually doing the work of a rec leader, one, but were not able or take or pass or whatever, have access to the test. Those people should be on payroll. So as it relates to civil service, we'd really like to see some real work being done about revising, particularly given the fact that we're really trying to encourage Philadelphians to have job opportunities in the city of Philadelphia. So those two questions, one for civil service and one for OIT, that I'm done.
So I'll ask Mark and Mike if they want to answer those questions.
Sure, thank you, Stephanie.
On the civil service question. Sorry, Mark, I guess that'd be Mike Zacagney, HR Director. So, Council President, we agree with you. It's one of the things that we have talked to Rec about. We made a big push about a year and a half ago when Christine Darenick was CAO for the recreation leader trainee by expanding the degree requirements so that we could capture more people from a lot of different areas. That was pretty successful. I'd be glad to talk to Rec Department. At that time, I don't think there was an appetite for it, but we have a lot of assistant rec leaders even that are working within our workforce. Some have degrees, some don't. There are departments or city agencies throughout the city where a rec leader, you need a degree, others do not. It's certainly a conversation we can have, and we are more than open. It's one of the strategies that we're looking at overall about rethinking degree requirements. A lot of major corporations are doing that, and where we can't, building alternative pathways for employees or new applicants to get opportunities with the city is something that's high on our list of things to do. And we're actually doing some of that as we move on. So we'd be more than happy to talk to Catherine about how we can more leverage the resources that they have now to build more seamless transitions for them in the civil service.
All right. So we've been having this conversation, as you know, for a long time. So we would like to see it move beyond the discussion phase, in all honesty, because we now, more than ever, we really need people from these neighborhoods for a whole lot of different reasons. One, for the opportunity for that individual, but two, is sending the right message to the people in that community. We've had a lot of challenges at a number of our rec centers. Certain people working at a rec center, trust me, they have more influence and ability to get people to kind of follow the game plan for the safety, the direction of that rec center. And they tend to be simple volunteers who, and I can think off the top of my head, I can think of 5 sites in my district, and I know other members where people have way more influence than even the recreation commissioner in terms of how they direction. So I really thank you for indicating your willingness to have that conversation, but we'd like to see it move beyond just the conversation piece.
I'll reach out to her, and we've had some. And I grew up in a rec center.
There you go.
My neighborhood.
Look at you now, right?
I get it.
All right. Thank you. And OIT question.
Yes. Good afternoon, council members. I'm Mark Wheeler. I'm the Chief Information Officer for the city. Council President Clark, I did have a conversation with Managing Director Alexander about this, and I informed him that we had to work with the teleco companies themselves to set up a 3-digit number that all phones in the region or the county would respond to. So I will definitely check up on that and see where we are in the process and see if we can move this along more quickly and understand, what other components of the operation we, can help you with.
All right. So I'm not really concerned about people outside on this particular three digit. I understand 911 and maybe even 311, but this is purely for residents and individuals from the city of Philadelphia to be able to access information that will allow them or that individual who's getting ready to make bad decisions be deeply engaged in being able to stem the tide of violence in the city. So it's more of a local, very locally based operation that can be set up. So from the technology, soon as you get the technology is put in place, so we can get that number, we can have that person here, all this. And then I've also been told that by some of my younger colleagues that I'm a little old school. I'm talking about a 311 phone call, but I mean, whatever, 611, whatever number. There should also be a look at possibly having some sort of app or some sort of Instagram or something else that people can do to access.
Yeah, that's what we're looking at with the teleco companies. So they will set up a 3-digit number that works just for Philadelphia, and that you could also send text to, so you could communicate by voice and text with that. So understand social media outlets can carry that 3-digit number however they need to.
Thank you.
Prez, point of information.
Councilman Jones has a question, I believe.
Yes. There is a group, I think, called Fast Dial, and that we've been talking to, and I'll forward the information to you, President. They're willing to go with a, pound stop or pound whatever 4 digits you want to be able to then have a prompt keys 1 through 10 that says if you're trying to stop violence, 1. If you're reporting a crime, 2. So there is existing technology out there that I will forward to you, Mr. President, on behalf of the Public Safety Committee, that you guys can explore.
I'll make sure I send it to Mr. Wheeler, because I would have no idea what to do with it.
We'll look into it.
Thank you,
Thank you, Councilperson Jones.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Gilmore-Richards.
Good afternoon, Council President. Thank you very much. First, I wanted to start with OIT. In your testimony, you talked about the Diversity in IT Apprenticeship Program, which would be a 2-year program that would help transition employees into new careers in government. So I wanted to specifically drill down on that program. Of course, you all know how deeply I care about workforce development. So can you explain why this program is not being targeted to school district students as well for any potential entry-level positions? And then also, if OIT, if you already have partnerships with the school district where you work to create these career pipelines for students who want to work in technology or information technology?
Thank you, Councilmember. I appreciate that question. The Diversity in IT Apprenticeship Program was envisioned by two of our staff members here as they were reflecting on the righteous civil unrest that was happening last summer and thinking about ways that we could advance diversity even further within our department for both people of color and for women. So their idea centers on upskilling individuals within city government themselves to take on new, highly competitive and more advanced skill sets in software engineering and what we call user design. So it wasn't that we thought about excluding anyone. We had just thought about opening it up and doing a pilot and seeing how it would work to upskill our own staff. That is because we have learned that when we spend a good deal of time and attention and mentoring and get the right skill sets in position, they may be at an entry level for software design or user design, but we can get them up to an intermediary level or even higher through that focused effort. So this was going to be about that process, and that's why it was just for 2 years. Through the digital equity work that OIT is involved in with the Mayor's Office of Education and Mari Porter with the Mayor's Office of Policy, we have been working with the school district, as you know, on the PHL Connected, but looking at digital inclusion and digital equity process across the board. And there are a set of recommendations that we're currently working on to put forward that would flesh out more of a pipeline with the school district. I'm happy to go into that in more detail if I can reflect upon those materials and get them to you. Those are part of recommendations that one of our consultants put together in cooperation with the United Way, who's been our partner since launching PHL Connected. And so we're looking at talking to our PHL Connected funders to see if they would be interested in using some of our funds for that program in such a way to help with that pipeline, or how we could make that a focused project in and of itself.
No, I appreciate your response, and I wanted to say thank you for the program because I do think it's an important upskilling opportunity for employees in the city of Philadelphia who wish to gain those skills and move into a position into IT. So I don't want to diminish the establishment of this program at all. I just wanted to talk about how we could potentially expand the offerings to ensure that we reach the school district of Philadelphia students to have some type of pipeline for some of the entry-level positions at OIT if and when they exist, so that we can also get them into the pipeline. And it's really around the questions regarding our workforce from a city perspective and how many individuals will be eligible for retirement or at least reach retirement age over the next 10, 11 years, and how we have to create a serious pipeline for all of our departments, not just OIT, but for all of our departments, so that we can meet that demand and give them also an opportunity for a family supporting and sustaining role within city government, but particularly OIT, where you don't see a lot of minority representation, where you don't see a lot of Black and brown individuals making those higher salaries in some departments. So I just wanted to thank you. My team will follow up with you on that initiative specifically. And Council President, if I could, would I be able to shift to the Office of Human Resources, please?
Thank you, Council Member Gilmore Richardson, for your words. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I wanted to quickly move to the Office of Human Resources in talking about our creating these continued pipelines to make our city workforce more diverse. In your testimony, Mrs. Cagney, you talked about and you mentioned your department has developed recruitment strategies to reach out to diverse communities. Can you tell me how your strategies have changed over the past year? What new communities do you intend to reach out to, and how you all are working with the School District of Philadelphia to align job specifications in a way that increases the hiring chances of a graduate from a Philadelphia school? And then also, can you talk about the relationship your office has? Excuse me, can someone go on mute? What relationship does your office have with the school district in creating a pipeline that provides city jobs to graduates of Philadelphia schools?
Certainly, Councilwoman, and I know this is a passion for you, and it certainly is one for us too. We want to try to create as many opportunities as possible for school districts and school district students, both within the CTE programs and in other programs. So one of the things that we've done over the last year or so is we really looked at some of the training experience requirements for some of our trades positions, such as trades helper, engineering aide, which is an entry-level position, tree maintenance workers, to name a few, and aligned them with the CTE program. So instead of having to have 6 months experience, having graduated from a CTE program would qualify you from those jobs. And I know our Deputy Commissioner for Hiring Services does meet with the school district. We want to build that relationship even more. We're shooting to expand the number of students that we reach. We do reach out to the school district when there are positions open. We try to connect with them so that they're aware of those opportunities. Right now, I believe that we have about 32% of hires are coming from school district. We want to increase that. We always want to do better. We'd like to see that get up over 50%. And we're going to continue to work with the school district. And we'd love to also, I know that you've been part of a couple, or at least one or a couple of our outreaches from a virtual platform, and love to continue to work with your office on reaching those communities so that we're better able to offer them those opportunities. What we've seen is we've transitioned, obviously everyone's transitioned into a virtual world. So we were using some platforms that we had internally trying to reach different populations. We're now probably moving more to a Zoom platform just because that's what the city supports. So what we try to do is reach out to various colleges and universities as well as the school districts so that we have the widest reach that we can. There still is more work to be done. One of the strategies that we want to employ is as we look at training and experience requirements for positions, how we can modify them like we did with the trades helper positions so that we create a more seamless transition for especially students in the school district.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Academy. I'll come back on the second round because I wanted to drill down on some of those questions, specifically around workforce development and also any policies or laws that you suggest that we should reconsider around creating a better pipeline, and also the American Jobs Plan. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. And let me just start by saying to you, Stephanie, Mike, Monique, and Mark, thank each of you for working, with me, my office, and members of this body on different types of legislative initiatives, particularly now I'm laser focused on the Walter P. Lomax Truth in Business Act that we'll be working on implementing. And I just want to thank you guys for just being willing partners to see that successfully implemented on the behalf of our city. My first question, and Mike, I thank you for responding to Council President's question about alternative pathways, right, to employment. And you mentioned sort of, not doing away with, but just creating an alternative pathway so that a degree is not the only path way to access to an entry-level position with the city. And for the benefit of the viewing public, I want you all to know that that's not revolutionary thinking. The private sector is doing it right now. We've seen colleges and universities totally eliminate the SAT, ACT requirement in an effort to sort of diversify their student pool. So just thank you for noting that for the record. With that in mind, my first question is that we all know that 2020 was a pivotal moment in our nation and in our city. we heard the term Black Lives Matter. It became a part of the collective conscious, I think, for the world for the first time, in my lifetime. But to be quite frank, I want to see equity, diversity, and inclusion actually happen and not just be a talking point or a tagline. People are clamoring for our city's workforce to become more reflective of the city. And listen, and not just for more Black and brown people to get city jobs, but for them to actually climb the ranks, right, and be in that pipeline that you heard Councilmember Gilmore Richardson mention, so that, there's an opportunity to one day lead city departments and be major parts of the decision making tables that actually decide what we do here in this city. I'm going to ask you, Mike and Stephanie, tell me, if you will, what are the biggest roadblocks to making this a reality, so council's not asking the same question over and over again? Because I'm about to get to the numbers in a second. Here, my second question. But tell me, what's the biggest roadblock to making this happen?
So, Stephanie, did you want to say anything, or you just want me to jump in?
I will say, to Mike's earlier point, and I saw this when I worked in an operating department for a number of years. Some of our degree requirements can be barriers, for sure. We had, folks who were tremendously successful at their job. They had a lot of experience, and there were certain inhibitors to them advancing to a management role because of the degree requirements. Like you said, Councilwoman Parker, a lot of other places are kind of going the way of that, being sort of an indicator of ability or success at that level. So I think that's definitely one thing that we are working towards as a strategy across the board for a number of jobs that we are working to fill. And I'll talk to Mike because he has a lot more to say on that topic.
Yes, Councilwoman, thank you. And I want
to one question to get on the record, Mike. After you give this response, I've got to get one more on the record, please.
Okay, then I'll keep my response short. Just to sort of reinforce what Stephanie said, a lot of this is really making sure we have the partnerships at the operating department levels, as well as us supporting them at OHR. So I'm not a huge fan of standardized tests. We don't technically do standardized tests. We do competency-based, but we do an awful lot of what we call training and experience also. So where we can do that, especially for those positions that are internal promotions, how we do the selection process, I think we've been changing that before I got here, certainly, and we continue to focus on that. But I'll be honest, a big piece of this, too, happens in the meetings. I grew up in an operating department, spent 26 years with Streets Department, was with Fairmount Park when it was. This has to be a constant conversation in the leadership realm, also at the department. And to that end, we're really strongly partnering with the Diversity of Equity and Inclusion, the Snappeteries group. We meet with them a lot. They're being built into our workforce planning process, so that this is not something that happens someplace else, that it happens with every step of our process as we're moving forward. And I can certainly go into it in more detail, but I don't want to take up all your time.
No, thank you so very much for getting that on the record. And we will continue to look for very tangible solutions that we can employ, that we think can help lead the effort to, for the first time, just eliminate the excuses and provide a vehicle, and pathways to diversify Philadelphia's workforce at all levels. Right. And that brings me to my next question. Some of our departments are doing quite well in terms of diversity, and they are reflective of our city's demographics. But other departments, they aren't doing quite so well. When I think about planning and development, I'm looking at some stats now. It tells me that that's 54.2% white. Public property is 52.1% white. Law department is 60.3% white. Fire department 59.9% white. Police 54.4% white, Parks and Rec 49.3% white, and in essence, all are at about 50% 50% or more white for full-time employees, that is, right? When just over a third of Philadelphians are white. And with that being said, I understand that some of these jobs have traditionally either, some people have had better access to the opportunities to learn, or certain jobs have been much more appealing.
To socialize this among the stakeholders. But just real quick, one of the things that we're looking at doing, something very different with that. Basically doing that as a remote exam that's going to cover multiple days as opposed to trying to get everybody there one day. And one of the things that we believe happens with that is that you give greater opportunity for people to be able to access that exam. So even though we hire on a Saturday, sometimes it's difficult for people to get that one day there. So we think we're going to provide more opportunity. The structure of the exam we think is going to be better. And we're even looking at the current list that we have now and the diversity among that list and trying to get as much out of that as possible. So we're really trying to push as much as we can to reach those candidates that are people of color so that we can have an impact on that really critical entry-level position.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes, I believe, Councilman Jones. Make sure I got this right.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah. Well, good afternoon. And my question is a little to the participation, the diversity part. We lost a major minority contract, several of them. One dealing with the triplex building, dealing with cleaning, and dealing with security. That impacted minority participation in a great way and took probably one of the largest, if not the largest, minority and female contracts right off of the ledger. How have we adjusted to that contract, but also being able to meet the goals and increase female and minority participation in other contracts?
So I don't want to speak on behalf of my colleagues in OEO, who I think can answer some of these questions around strategy for diversifying our contract portfolio. I would say that that was a loss. Unfortunately, having one very large contract that represented such a huge portion of our participation is an area that I think was probably a shortcoming, in that we should have more opportunities, more contracts, and so that there's more opportunities for minority women-owned businesses to sort of gain entrance into, if you will, city contracting. I mean, some of the ways that, sorry.
Let me stop you there. It is okay for minority and female contractors to have big contracts.
No, I don't disagree.
I know you can say that, but I don't want anyone listening to us to misconstrue that only the little small contracts are for minorities and females. It is okay for historically non-minority contracts to be awarded as prime contract opportunities to those classes of contractors. So me and you are both saying that, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
We definitely are. What I'm saying is we need to have a more expansive pool of opportunities for all businesses to participate. That's what I'm trying to say. And so one of the ways that we have tried to, in terms of a strategy to improve just access to our opportunities, is by reducing the barriers up front for businesses to learn about opportunities, to more streamline.
ding, ding, ding. I get that. I know you are trying to reach out and expand the pool. Specifically, the loss of that large contract, how did it dilute, increase? How have we made up for that great loss specifically?
Yeah, and I respectfully would say that, probably having, the Office of Economic Opportunity talk about that as a broader strategy makes more sense. I mean, what I can speak to is, what our procurement department helps to support when it comes to OEO, and what we try to do in terms of on our end, making it easier for businesses to gain entry and access to our contracting opportunities, because that is what we do. We want to make sure that the barriers are lowered as much as possible, to ensure that there are more opportunities, so that when or if we do have something like that happen, where we do have a large hit to our participation, there are plenty of more opportunities for businesses to gain access to city contracts. So that's what I'm trying to sort of say.
In another life, I ran the Minority Business Enterprise Council for the City of Philadelphia. And there's many ways to roam. One way is for there to be a wide berth of opportunities for entry-level businesses to get a small nibble at the City of Philadelphia's opportunities. But then there's also a mezzanine that many minorities hit, that many women-owned businesses hit, and that is reserved for the traditional companies that get them. And whenever we are able to break that plane, to break that mezzanine, to create a prime contractor that in that business's case had thousands of employees and associations, and literally impacted the GNP of neighborhoods. And so I want to know, from a strategic point of view, how did we replace that? How did we create another prime opportunity for a minority company, female company, to be able to make it our crown jewel of opportunity in the city of Philadelphia? And not, no disrespect to entry-level contracts, because those are very important, but they are not the only level that minorities should aspire to. So specifically, who are your top 3 prime contractors in the city of Philadelphia that are minority?
And so I just want to, when I say expanding access, I'm not just talking about small dollar contracts, council member. I'm talking about all contract opportunities. I don't, off the top of my head, know who the top 3 minority-owned businesses that are primes with the largest contracts. We can certainly look at that, and I don't know if Monique has that information right off the top of her head, but we can certainly work with OEO to get you that information, because I think they are best poised to kind of provide some of that information to you.
So, all right, and that's fair. I'm going to want to know who the top 3 minority, top 3 female contractors are, and I want to know the categories in which they are participating, because that's how you grow Fortune 100 companies, Fortune 500 companies, by feeding them in a way that allows them to have a steady diet of opportunity. All right?
I don't disagree.
Okay, well, all right. Yeah. For OIT, most recently we saw the sabotage that was done to the pipelines that produce a lot of the oil that comes from Texas to the northeast quarter of the United States. How is the city of Philadelphia prepared to deal with malware attacks like we saw in Delaware, like we are seeing nationally? And how are we keeping our data safe?
Thank you, Councilmember Jones, for that question. As CIO for the city, I take the security as the data security as the topmost need of the Office of Innovation and Technology. And since I've been CIO, we have expanded that team and our effort and put a number of projects at the forefront. I'm a little hesitant to go into great detail. I'm happy to brief all council members in private about this, because I think if you use this analogy of what a good sports coach will do, they will study the other team. They will look at everything that team has on record, on video, in the press, anywhere, and try to figure out, how best to defeat them on the field. So what I will say is that we use a number of standard procedures like multi-factor authentication to protect our data and email, to protect against some malware. We have something that's called data loss prevention, that looks for certain keywords coming through that shouldn't be emailed out by our staff and lets them know. And there's a number of initiatives that we've started and have completed in actually the last 2 years to continue to improve our security posture. However, like you, I'm extremely concerned with what we're seeing happening nationally. It's not that we see individual banks, cities, states targeted. We see our supply chains targeted. So the software we're all using is now a point of vulnerability, and I think that's going to take federal, private, and then government actor at the local level coming together to secure that supply chain in a better way.
So you've briefed us in the past, and I am thankful for the information. And you're right, we don't want to put our playbook out on the public airways. Just answer this: have we been victims of those type of attacks in the last fiscal year?
Yes, we do see email compromises. We do see staff who get compromised by what's called a phishing email, purposefully designed to trick them into, giving up some type of credential. This happens all across industries. I'm happy to say that we have a cybersecurity education process that's in place, and we do our own testing of staff. It's called we do our own phishing campaign process to test and educate staff. So it has happened. We secured those email boxes immediately. We have an investigation team that looks, for signs of compromise. And should there be anything more serious, we work with the appropriate departments and law enforcement on that effort.
So I'm going to end with this. No major breaks?
We have seen, like every entity, a huge escalation in the phishing attacks and the prevalence of malware that's out there. The transfers of large sums of money from the federal government to state and local governments has made us all more of a target. So I will say we have seen a lot more activity on that end, and that's why we respond and encourage our staff to be the first line of defense.
So no major breaches?
I'm happy to go into details with council to say that there's no major breaches. I mean, we did have in 2019 a major issue with the courts.
All right. I know about the courts. Okay.
Yep.
So I look forward to a members-only briefing to discuss this.
Sure.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Thomas.
Thank you, Council President. I appreciate it. I apologize for the delay. I wanted to, first of all, say thank you for mentioning our Keep It Local bill and in agreement with Councilmember Jones's line of questioning. I, too, would like to see some of those big minority-based businesses, women's-based businesses, because I am, too, concerned about that contract that the city lost when we're talking about the level of minority inclusion that we know we need to see, as well as how we spend locally. But with that being said, my line of questioning is about One Philly. I had a brief conversation, I guess you could say exchange with the finance folks in our previous hearing, just to talk about, just to at least initiate concerns I had around One Philly. And so I wanted to do a deeper dive today because one of the things that was said, and we can start here, was that when there are mistakes with the system, that there is proper communication happening and proper communication taking place. And even in the briefing, I was told that same thing. But at the same time, as an employee of the city of Philadelphia and as someone who's been a victim of errors involving One Philly, the proper communication that I'm told as a council member takes place didn't take place for me as a city employee. So I'm wondering, what are we doing to rectify the issues surrounding One Philly, and how can we assure that these issues won't continue to present themselves for our workers here in the city?
So, go ahead, Steph.
No, go ahead, Mike.
So, Councilman, and again, first, I want to apologize for the city itself that we try to be as accurate as possible with all of our transactions. And when there is a glitch, and this is, I don't want to even use the word glitch because this is a significant issue that occurred. It handled, as I understood, because I did reach out to finance, who sort of manages the payroll and pension side of this, but I'll try to talk as much as I can. When we do have something, we do try to correct that. We talk with operating departments that if we see issues going on at the operating department level, we do try to address that and address that quickly. We haven't, although this is a significant issue, we haven't seen as many of these things over the last year. We think, for the most part, a lot of the issues that we had have been stabilized. But communications from the. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I understand issues are going to take place, and based on, talking to folks who's been around a little longer than I am, I have been, I understand that things are improving. I think that mistakes that happen are one problem. I'm talking about the communication. So maybe I need to be a little clear. Money was taken out my paycheck without my permission. How can money be taken out of my paycheck as as an employee of the city of Philadelphia without my permission? Right? I didn't sign off on anything. I didn't say. Nobody said, "Well, this is the payment plan. This is the agreement." There was no agreement made with me. So I'm wondering, if money was taken out of my paycheck without proper communication and coordination, how many other city workers are going through the same thing, and they too don't have the proper communication and coordination?
Okay. Councilman, I actually did not know that piece of this. Again, from the standpoint.
I'm sorry, just for a point of clarity, staff met with me prior to budget, which I felt like was inappropriate and insensitive, but folks decided to meet with me prior to the budget hearings about One Philly. And in the budget hearing, I wasn't very happy with what was going on. And I also thought it was offensive that you would now choose to meet with me after you already have taken money out my pay. So for this conversation to be a surprise right now just shows that even the last conversation I had really didn't land with folks. And I think, again, it's a shame that I have to go through this as a council member as well as my staff. But I can only imagine, if I'm going through this, what other city workers are essentially going through without the proper communication and support, right? Because I understand the technical issues are going to take place. That part, we want to avoid to the best of our ability. But again, if there's no communication with me at all, and the fact that this stuff is not resonating with folks, I even said it a little bit last week. I touched on it. I said it in a meeting, in a briefing as well, and now I'm saying it again today. So I'm extremely concerned. I think that we need to put ourselves in a position where we can rectify this issue. And Council President, I do think that this is an example that we should probably call folks back before, we move forward. Because again, if I'm going through this and I'm saying it and my staff went through it, I can imagine what's happening with other city employees. And I think that there should be a deeper dive done into that, because it's not just the issues around payment to pensions and things like that. There's also significant issues around working overtime and sick days and vacation days. And if there's not proper communication happening with people, we'll never get the worker side of the story. I'm a worker. I'm not your traditional Philadelphia worker. Clearly I'm not. But you would think that with the seat that I have, someone would at least had a conversation and get my side of the story. And that never took place. So I can only imagine what other city employees are going through who go through errors and mistakes with one Philly, and they never even get to say their side of the story.
Councilmember Thomas, I mean, unfortunately, I think Mike and the CAO were not privy to some of the conversations that happened with you prior to, prior to our budget testimony and finances budget testimony. But I can say and just reiterate from Mike's perspective, that shouldn't have happened. There should have been communication with you around the payment plan. And I think that's something that, from an HR perspective, that we can continue to work with finance and payroll and ensuring that that type of communication is happening to our employees, because we agree it is an impact on an employee, and we want to make sure that that's being communicated properly, just from a basic human resources workforce perspective. And so I think coordinating more closely and ensuring that that's happening is something that we can commit to. And I'll go on the record as saying that it shouldn't have happened.
So I think that that's great, and I'm glad that folks are acknowledging it. But I think from the perspective of advocating for those who don't have the platform to advocate for themselves, I think that we need an actual plan in writing. I think that plan should have some level of communication on how we plan on coordinating with people moving forward. I think it also should talk about the hundreds of people who were victims last year and what communication has happened with them. Because I know if no communication, I shouldn't say I know, I apologize. I assume that if no communication has happened with me, even to this day, that no communication has happened with them. So I would really like to see a conservative effort to put ourselves in a position to be able to assess what has happened to city employees. How can we communicate with folks to figure out their version of what took place and what we can do to rectify this issue? And I am not going to let go of this issue until we can put ourselves in a position to address it, because I know the inconvenience that it costs for me. I know the inconvenience that it costs for folks on my staff. And again, I can only imagine how people are suffering throughout the course of the city who don't have the platform that I have right now to be able to offer their version of the story. They didn't get paid for overtime hours they worked. They lost sick days. They lost vacation time. And in the midst of going on tours and talking to city workers, these are the narratives that I'm hearing. So I'm not just making this stuff up. Not only am I a victim of it myself, again, these are things that folks are going through. And the last thing I'll say, just for context purposes, so people can understand, this happened to me in December, right? So I was first approached by the pension board in December and told about this issue. And after the pension board told me about the issue, I had no communication with anyone else at all, not one single person. And the next thing I know, money is coming out of my paycheck that I did not authorize, that I did not approve, and that honestly doesn't fit the financial payback that I would have set up for myself. And like many city employees, I would have liked to have an opportunity to tell my story and come up with my plan the way that best fit my finances, not the way the city thought I would want to operate. Thank you, Council President. I appreciate it, and I'm hoping that this is something that is just the beginning of a conversation where we can address this issue for the citizens of Philadelphia. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. This has been some would say, a dysfunctional system from day one. And at some point, hopefully we get this thing right. There's been challenges with this one Philly issue for a long time. I think Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson wanted to come back, but before I call the Councilwoman, there was a couple of issues that came up with respect to the percentages as it relates to employees in the city of Philadelphia. I think there was a number of them we referenced that was over 50% white Philadelphians. When you pull those numbers, when you get specifics on that, can you make sure that you include in that the number of breakdown by management, employee? I'm sure that this probably skewed a little more challenging than this external number when you break it down. I'm sure it's probably a little more concerning than that. And the answer, I know Councilman Jones was trying to get an answer, was tipping you to answer that question. No, we have not figured out a way to make up for losing that triplex contract. Bottom line is it was not only when he subsequently asked you about what's the largest minority contract, it was never a question about that. When we asked that question in years past, having been around for a long time, they were all clearly not only the largest minority contract, but probably one of the largest contracts, period. So we got a long ways to get to making that up, particularly as it relates to contract. And I know there was some issues around the whole procurement process, and ultimately more issues came up about that. And I don't know if you can share this. I know there was some question as to whether or not the current contract will be extended. And if you can't say it publicly, I understand that. But is that contract expiring soon, or is there some discussion around the possible conclusion of that contract or the termination of that contract? And if you can't say it publicly, we can always talk about that offline.
Yeah, I think it makes sense for us to talk about that offline. What I will say is that, in light of that situation, I mean, we did take a number of steps to help streamline some of our disclosure requirements, make it easier for business to understand what they had to comply with, and give us a little more flexibility around, mistakes that can be made. So I think, in light of a lot of sort of issues that came up around just access and ability to sort of navigate the procurement process, I mean, we have taken a number of steps to address those issues, and again, just improve on some of the things that are traditionally kind of barriers to navigating our procurement process. And I think OEO definitely has strategies around access to capital, availability of opportunities, and I think we work in close partnership with them to help support and transact on some of those strategies.
Well, there was clearly no challenge with respect to access to the capital for that contract.
No, I'm not talking about that one in particular, just in general.
I'm just saying Councilman Jones was talking about that particular contract, but that was the biggest one.
Yep.
That's a lot of issues, but we can talk offline about that. I appreciate it. I think Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson, did you want to come back for a second set of questions?
Yes, thank you, Council President. I'm here.
Sure. Councilwoman?
Yes, thank you so much. I wanted to go back to OHR and Mrs. Cagney. I wanted to follow up on a few points that you raised, specifically around 32% of the hires with the city are from the School District of Philadelphia, Mrs. Cagney, because I know my office had reached out to your office to get some data and information. So I just wanted to put a few of these questions on the record. If we collect this information, how many city employees are graduates of the School District of Philadelphia? What number of city employees are eligible for retirement in the next 5 years? And can you break down the data by year? And how many city employees are veterans that have taken the civil service exam? And then lastly, I wanted to put on the record that the Office of Fleet Management has a wonderful high school apprenticeship program that's notated within their budget, where they have a goal of having 30 students enrolled in the training program over the next 5 years. And we know that Fleet does a wonderful job with building a pipeline and a pathway for School District of Philadelphia students to enter into city service. So I wanted to know from you, Mrs. Cagney, how your office works with all city departments around workforce development and ensuring that they have goals for students that can work in their office, and how that's reflected in their budget.
So, Councilwoman, I do want to clarify one thing. When I said 32%, it's not 32% of all city workers. So we'll get you the specific positions that I'm referring to. It's more in the trades classes where we built those pathways. So I didn't want to make that sound like it was 32% of all. And we'll also get you the additional information that you're requesting. From the standpoint of workforce development, that is an area we need to put more resources to. Traditionally, we have not had a lot of resources in that area to develop these. I was part, though it was Commissioner Williams, Carlton Williams, and at the time it was Commissioner Tolson's program, Future Track. So I was part of that development with that program. A lot of these things wind up being developed in the departments because sometimes from a employee development standpoint, they actually have a few more resources. And what we then do at OHR is try to partner with those departments to make sure that we're aligning civil service with what their needs are. Future Track is a great example. When we were there, it was primarily for a certain group of individuals to get them actual employment skills, preparing them either for taking the civil service test, going into the military, or education. They were the three major goals for Future Track when it started. As it progressed.
Mrs. Cagney, quickly, I apologize for interrupting you, but as a point of clarification, you do agree, though, that OHR has a role in developing programs like Future Track with other city departments?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It's just that we do struggle on the resource end of it. We do have conversations with departments about how we can better align their needs. And also, the big thing with this, Councilwoman, is trying to build those transition positions, those bridge positions, and those bridge classes. For example, police officers right now is looking at a cadet program that would act as a bridge position between their Explorer program and police officers recruit. So we're working with them on how that would work. So yes, I agree, and we probably have to do more in that area.
Okay, and I just wanted to go back to the amount of city employees who are eligible for retirement. But to your point, Mrs. Cagney, I think we have to figure out how we properly resource your office and these departments to do real workforce development work outside of conversations, right? Because it does not give us an opportunity to connect the dots around workforce development department by department. So I'll definitely be following up with you all in that regard. And also, you noted the Explorers program, and I've already had a conversation with the school district around a police science career and technical education program that is in the very early stages with the school district. So I will follow up with them as well during their budget hearing, to your point around creating that bridge program, knowing that we have severe recruitment challenges in the police department and ensuring that we're having diversity in our classes. So again, can you speak to the number of city employees who are eligible for retirement in the next 5 years?
Not off the top of my head. I can get you that information. I don't know that just off the top of my head, and I don't have that in front of me. The one thing I would like to say to you, Councilman, we'll reach out to your office after the meetings, especially at the school district work, because we're also working with them to try to align their biotechnology programs with the CTE programs in biotechnology with some opportunity. So it's probably good that we talk so that we're leveraging whatever we can to move those things forward. But as to the information on the veterans and on the retirements, we can get that information to you shortly after the hearing.
Okay, excellent. I heard the bell, so I just wanted to thank you and your department for all of your work and working with us on the legislation since last year. And I want to say for the record, we will bring that legislation to a conclusion with the help of your office and all of our stakeholders. So thank you so much for your work over the last year.
Yeah, I look forward to working with you continually, Councilwoman.
Yes, thank you so much, and thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Okay, there appear to be no additional questions for these witnesses. So with that, I want to thank you all very much. Look forward to the information forthcoming with respect to those questions that weren't answered today. And we will look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
There'll be no additional questions. The committee will stand in recess until May the 11th, 2021 at 9:30 a.m., at which time we will reconvene on Microsoft's team. Thank you all very much. Tomorrow we have school district, community college, and we will have public testimony. Thank you all very much, and again, be safe.
Thank you, CP.
Bye-bye.